My ex and I started dating when we were freshmen in high school. After we graduated, we went to separate colleges, but that couldn't keep us apart. We were still crazy for each other, and after a few semesters of long distance, he transferred to my school and we finished our degrees together. He asked me to marry him shortly after graduation, and I was ecstatic. A few months after our engagement, I found out that I was pregnant. We were over the moon and so excited for our first child. Unfortunately, I suffered a miscarriage and it sent us both into a deep spiral. I was disconnected and the lowest I've ever felt. It took a toll on our relationship and we decided to take a break. We both took time apart to heal, hoping maybe we'd come back to each other. My biological father got sick and needed help running his business, so I moved an hour away to help him. Throughout this time, my ex and I would check in with each other here and there. However, during our break, my stepsister was hanging out with him and there for him when he needed someone. I guess that support turned into something more because 6 months later, I found out she was seeing him. She never mentioned it or talked about it, and when I found out, my heart felt like it was in my throat. It turns out that my parents knew about it and never told me. I found out only when I was staying over at my mom's house one night and accidentally overheard a conversation between my parents mentioning that she was spending a lot of nights over at his place recently. When I confronted her, she said that it just happened and I can't be mad at her for it because I wasn't there for him. She then also stated that maybe everything that happened was for a reason, including me losing my baby because she's supposed to be the one who ends up with him. I cut her off and ignored her after this conversation. No matter how many times she texted and apologized for what she said, I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't bring myself to face him or confront him because I was so angry that he would choose my stepsister of all people he could be with. I also can't lie that I haven't gotten over him and I still have feelings. 3 months later, I got a wedding invitation from her. Now they're getting married and my family is pushing me to reconcile with her and saying that I need to support them. The thought of seeing them together kills me and I don't think I could go through with it. Am I wrong for not wanting to be a part of their lives? I moved into my flat a couple years ago. My mom lives about 10 minutes away walking distance. At the time I lived alone, so I gave her my second key. That way if I ever lost my key, I could just go to her place and grab it, or if there was ever an emergency, then she could help me. My partner of 3 years moved in with me about a year ago. I asked my mom for her key so I could give it to him, but she kept forgetting it, so I just made a copy of mine. My mom has kept her key, and though she swears she doesn't use it, I'll get home occasionally to find something is different, and my mom admits to causing it. My partner and I also have a baby, a 6-month-old. I'm currently able to be at home with him, but sometimes when I need to go out, my mom comes over to babysit. It was my birthday a few days ago, and my mom decided to let herself in. She planned to enter our bedroom and wake me up with a surprise, her presence in my flat and a card. Unfortunately, she got the surprise, catching me and my partner while we were busy. My mom left the room and let's just say it ruined the mood, and her joking after to break the tension did not work as she hoped. Obviously, everyone is embarrassed about this, and on the basis of not wanting it to happen again, I asked her for her key back. I told her that next time she wanted to come over just to call or text me and I would let her in. She refused to give the key back, calling me short-sighted, selfish, and ungrateful. She also said I'm prioritizing my relationship with my partner over my relationship with her. I said she's acting like a jealous ex and it's creepy. She needs to calm down and leave the key. She then took the key and stormed out, so I asked my partner to change the main lock. My mom tried to get in yesterday to talk to me and make up after our argument, but when her key wouldn't work, she called me and asked for shutting her out and not having a conversation with her. She said that me changing the lock made her feel like I didn't trust her. Am I wrong for changing the locks? I am the product of my mom having an affair. Fortunately, my dad decided to forgive my mom and keep me, and I had a pretty good upbringing. However, I don't really look a lot like the rest of my family. Growing up, I always asked why I had certain traits that my other family members didn't have. When I was 17, my mom took me out for ice cream and introduced me to my biological father. She said she felt like I was old enough to know the truth and explain her affair. She also A, made me promise I wouldn't tell my older sister, who's 27 now, and B, hammered home along with my bio father that he'd never be part of my life and didn't want me. It was a lot, I won't lie, but I learned to suck it up and move on with my life. Fast forward to the present. My big sis has always gravitated towards older men. We like to joke that it's a result of too many George Clooney movies growing up, and 2 months ago she shared a picture of herself with her new boyfriend. I was shocked because it turned out to be my bio father. I debated what to do for a couple days, then ultimately decided she needed the truth and told her. My sister did not take it well and dumped him, but she wasn't angry with me. Honestly, by now she's kind of amused, saying that since she blamed my dad, she's my mom and has extra power to boss me around now. My mom, on the other hand, is furious. She says I divulged something that wasn't my secret to share and that I had no business in telling anyone. That since my bio dad isn't related to my sister, it didn't matter if he dated my sister and it wasn't like they were talking marriage anyway. It's been 2 months and she's still angry, still snide, calls me a traitor and finds excuses to make loud comments about how I can't be trusted with anything private or important, so beware. At the time, I thought I was doing the right thing, but I've never seen my mom this angry before, and she sustained her anger for a solid 2 months, so I'm starting to worry. Was I wrong for telling my sister the truth?
Am I the asshole for asking my boyfriend to do more around the house? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 24 female, moved in with my boyfriend, 24 male, around half a year ago, and we've had somewhat of a rough patch this past few weeks due to disagreements about chores. This escalated into a fight over the weekend, and I want to know if I'm in the wrong or not. I work full-time in a daycare, and my boyfriend works part-time on top of being a student studying dentistry. We moved in together, we agreed that we split chores equally, which we have been doing. However, recently I've decided to up my hours and have started noticing deficiencies around the household as a result. When I asked my boyfriend about it, he said that he also noticed it but didn't want to bring it up because he didn't want to put pressure on me. I told him that's nice and all, but I'd appreciate it if he'd pick up the extra work. He said no, he's just as busy as I am being a student working part-time and that he doesn't feel like it's fair to him. We couldn't agree, so we just left it at that, kind of just putting the issue on the back burner. After a long shift, I came home and I found dishes from the night before still not done. Am I the asshole for asking my boyfriend to do more around the house? Disclaimer, this is not my story. After a long shift, I came home and I found the dishes from the night before still not done. It was my job, but I was too tired the night before and didn't have time before work. He was in bed just dozing and listening to music. I was pretty mad at him because the apartment was smelling gross, and even if it wasn't my job, I would have cleaned up in this situation. I asked him why he couldn't do this one thing, and he said he didn't have time. He said he had lectures all day and then had to review for an exam and just wanted to lay down for a moment because he got a headache from staring at the screen all day. From there, a fight escalated with him saying he was going to do his fair share and that while he doesn't have a problem doing more once in a while, he had already been doing so and he wasn't willing to do more. I said that whatever he's been doing must have been pretty minimal because I haven't noticed my workload lightening at all. I said I'm the main financial provider at this point and that it'd be fair if it would factor into how we split duties. He said I shouldn't call myself a breadwinner because both of us are financially dependent on our parents who are paying for our apartment. I told him to forget it and left to go to my friend's place. Am I the asshole for punishing my stepdaughter by making her mow the lawn with scissors? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My 54 male stepdaughter, 16 female, has been making a habit of being difficult. She constantly argues, refuses to fulfill her responsibilities, and has an all-around nasty and disrespectful attitude. Recently, she's been grounded for not properly looking after her little brother when she was supposed to be babysitting. In my house, this means she comes straight home from school, hands in her phone when she gets back, and doesn't get to use any electronics unless they're specifically needed for homework. She had 1 week left on her punishment when she got argumentative at dinner about an unrelated issue. Her disrespect added another week to her grounding. I also felt her repeated insubordination needed an additional punishment. So I decided to use a piece of the logic she used in her rant to teach her a lesson. She keeps going on about how we're so wasteful and how we really don't need all of the things I provide for us. So I decided that she could do without some of them. For the next 2 weeks, she would use scissors to mow the lawn. Am I the asshole for punishing my stepdaughter by making her mow the lawn with scissors? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I decided she could do without some of them. For the next 2 weeks, she would use scissors to mow the lawn instead of our gas-guzzling lawnmower. Now, I'm not cruel. I don't expect her to do the entire yard like that. We have a big yard in the back of the house and a small one in the front. Her punishment is just to spend the next 2 weeks cutting the front part. She of course argued again, saying that it would be humiliating to do that out where all the neighbors could see. But then I threatened to make it 4 weeks instead of 2 and she got quiet. The weekend came around, she got to work while I mowed the lawn in the back. She didn't talk much for the following week, so I think it was an effective punishment. The second weekend came around and she quit halfway through. She said she wasn't doing it anymore because she had blisters on her fingers from the scissors. I told her then she'd have to finish next weekend and she just screamed at me, calling me all kinds of names. I said this wasn't over, but she slammed and locked the door. I thought about it a little bit and I do wonder if the punishment was a bit harsh. However, after her outburst, I think continuing on to next weekend is reasonable.
I, 20 female, walked in on my boyfriend, 22 male, cheated on me with his longtime friend.
Ugh.
I wish this were a joke. My heart physically hurts just typing this out. My boyfriend, who I'll call Kay, and I have been dating for 4 years. After high school, he asked me to move in with him in a different state.
High school?
Yeah.
Sorry.
OP is only 20.
Yeah,
Boyfriend's 22.
22. Yeah, you're right.
I agreed so that we could be together while we attended college. Over the years, we made amazing friends here, and he was just as kind to me as when we first started dating. Cute, awkward text messages, surprise gifts, and flowers at least once every 2 weeks. We had a date night every Thursday after work as well. We are both from well-off families, so we never struggled financially. He also told me he loved me at least once a day. Well, last week, I got out of work early. I was in a good mood because Kay had sent flowers to my workplace and ordered me Chinese food for lunch because I had mentioned that I had a taste for it the night before. On my way home from work, I picked up some of his favorite donuts and went home. When I walked in the door, I could immediately hear the moaning. I walked to our bedroom to see that our friend, Ellie, was on top of him. My heart dropped. They'd known each other for 10 years, but they were never close. Or so I thought.
Pretty damn close now.
They didn't notice me until I dropped the donuts in shock. They quickly covered themselves up, and Kay got up to try and explain the situation to me, but I wasn't hearing any of it. I packed a bag and left to my friend's house. I've been here for the last week, trying to rationalize everything. He's been calling me and texting me, telling me he loves me and that he doesn't know why he did this. He's been asking me to come back. Where did I go wrong? Was I not satisfying him enough? I just don't understand why he would do this to me. I have no idea what to do moving forward.
Whew. Lots to unpack. And I will say that that is, in fact, a life-altering event.
Did you walk in on someone?
I did not. I had the great fortune of never having to walk in on someone.
I was gonna say, it's one thing to like be told your partner's cheating on you, like the hey girl message that
hey
usually...
girl, I just had that conversation with someone. Not like that. No. I wasn't sending or receiving a hey girl. I'm single. Someone I know's friend got a hey girl. And I was like, ooh, the hey girl.
It sucks, but like to walk in with your own eyes,
no.
I'd be fucked up for life.
No, I mean, from the standpoint of somebody who has been cheated on and found out about it, that in and of itself is a life-altering event. It's so hard to grasp how the person who is supposed to love you so much and be so close to you and do all of these things like order flowers and your favorite food and tell you he loves you all the time and shower you in all the attention, but then can still do this horrible thing, that really can psychologically just completely turn your world and sense of reality and sense of self on its head.
Am I the asshole for unpacking my girlfriend's towel? Am I the asshole for unpacking my girlfriend's towel? I am 31 and my girlfriend is 25 and we have been dating for about 2 years. My girlfriend has beautiful hair that seems a lot more low maintenance than most women I know. She doesn't use all 100 different hair products, nor does she blow dry it. It doesn't take her long to style her hair or anything. However, she does insist on using a special towel to dry her hair. She insists that she can't use any regular towel for her hair. She gets mad if I use her hair towel as a regular towel too. She says that that towel should only be used to dry her hair. She even bought an extra one of those towels and keeps that in her drawer at my place. She also takes the towel with her whenever she goes on vacation. I usually don't mind it since the towel doesn't take up much space and it's better than listening to a hairdryer all the time. Oh, it's better. But it's a bit weird because I don't know anyone who has a towel just for their hair. Okay. For Thanksgiving, we traveled to see my family. Before the trip, I asked my girlfriend to leave her towel at home since we'll be staying at my parents' house, and I didn't want my family to think that she was weird and make fun of her. For a towel? Since we planned to leave early in the morning, my girlfriend spent the night at my place. I noticed that she packed the towel and kept it at my place in her suitcase. When she was asleep, I took the towel out. She didn't notice the towel was gone until after we got to my parents' house. I thought it was okay, and my girlfriend didn't seem mad at all during the whole trip. However, when we got back to my place, my girlfriend got into the car and drove off without saying goodbye. She texted me later saying that she's mad at me because of the stupid towel and she needs some space. I kept calling and texting her, but she won't respond. My friend thinks she's being overly dramatic, but my girlfriend isn't that type of person. Now I'm wondering if I messed up. Am I the asshole? What do y'all think in the comments? I do think she's the asshole. Why did you take her towel out? That was so unnecessary. You did all of this for what? Whether y'all think she's being overly dramatic or whatever, what did you do that for? You knew that this was her special towel. You know this is a part of her daily routine. You asked her to leave the towel at home simply because you thought your family would make fun of her or think she was weird. Okay, so what? It doesn't get in the way. It doesn't bother you. You're so happy she doesn't have all these loads of hair care products in a blow dryer, but you still decided to remove the towel. Anyway, there's not much more to say about this. Yes, that's my opinion. What do y'all think?
Am I the asshole for withdrawing my financial support from my daughter's wedding? I'm in a bit of a moral quandary here, and I could use some outside perspective. I, 50 male, had committed to funding my daughter's 23 female's wedding to the tune of $25,000. A promise I made with two key conditions: no alcohol at the event and a demonstration of responsible financial behavior in the lead up to the wedding. This stance comes from a deep-seated family history. Growing up, I witnessed the destructive nature of alcohol abuse in my extended family, and it left a lasting impact on me. We've always been a family that values sobriety and financial prudence. My daughter and her fiance are genuinely wonderful people. They're both successful in their careers, respectful, and have always been considerate around me, especially by never drinking in my presence. Her fiance in particular is a stand-up guy. He's been nothing but kind and supportive. They're the kind of couple you'd feel proud to have in your family. They have good, stable jobs, and they own a house together. But here's where things get complicated. I discovered my daughter's plans to include a full bar at her wedding. She didn't tell me about this until I pressed. I saw the invoice as part of the planning. I confronted her about this, and only after saying that I saw the invoice did she come clean. Plus, yesterday, she hit a stroke of what some might call luck, winning $10,000 gambling online at stake. I've always been firmly against gambling. It's a principle instilled in me by my parents. They saw friends fall into financial ruin due to gambling addiction. To me, this isn't very financially responsible and violates Condition 2. Sir, your daughter is a grown-ass woman. Your standards and the things that you have implemented for yourself, you cannot hold other people to those same standards because they are individuals and we only have the power to make decisions for ourselves. You cannot make decisions for other people because of what you've gone through. You can't do that. When I confronted my daughter about these issues, it became clear that my daughter views these matters differently. She sees the alcohol as a standard part of celebrations and the gambling win as a harmless stroke of luck. I tried explaining why I'm so opposed to these things, even sharing personal anecdotes about relatives who struggle with alcohol and gambling, but she insists that it's her day to celebrate the way she wishes. Feeling like my values and our family's legacy are being ignored, I made the difficult decision to withdraw my financial support for the wedding. I told her she could use the money that she won and cut out the alcohol to make it work. Sir, if you're going to take your money away, you can't make suggestions on shit. Like you can. If you're going to take your money away, then just fucking take it away and be that. But you don't get to make suggestions on what the fuck else I need to take out of my wedding if you're no longer going to help out financially. This has caused a significant strain between us. She feels that I'm being unreasonable and controlling, whereas I see it as I'm standing up for what I believe in. The emotional toll this has taken on our relationship is heavy. I'm wondering if I'm the asshole here for sticking so rigidly to my principles, even at the cost of my daughter's dream wedding. This is a situation where I think everybody sucks. I do, and I'm going to explain to you guys why. First of all, if you're going to offer to do something for somebody, it should not come with rules and fucking limitations. If you're going to help your daughter pay for her wedding, then fucking do that. Fucking do that. Point blank fucking period. Don't come in with you can't do A, B, and C if you want me to pay for your wedding. I'm only going to pay for it because I don't want this and I don't want that. This isn't your day. You cannot expect to pay for someone's wedding and have the day tailored to you and your standards. That makes no fucking sense. This is not your day. This is not about you. It's not about what your family went through. It's not about any of that shit. This is about your daughter and her fiance. Now, I think the daughter sucks because she agreed to the conditions before taking the money. If she knew that she wanted to have alcohol at the fucking wedding, she could have literally said, okay, well, you can pay for A, B, and C, but I want to have alcohol and we can cover that ourselves. Or she could have just said no thank you instead of trying to hide it. These are the consequences to her actions. They both suck in this situation. Really, there is some trauma because of the alcoholism as well as gambling. There is some trauma that is still here, that is still rearing its ugly head. And sir, you need to work on that. You need to get that taken care of because it is no one else's job in your family to cater to you. You said that your daughter and her fiance are respectful by not drinking around you. And that's great, but you didn't say that they didn't drink. You didn't say that they didn't drink. So you're expecting them to not celebrate the way they want to celebrate because you have issues with alcohol. No, sir. That is something that only you and you alone can work through. And you need to go and get that handled because this is going to cause you to lose your fucking daughter. You're going to be sitting in your house with all of your money and her fiance are going to be living their good old life because you think they're financially irresponsible by gambling because you know somebody that had issues with gambling. No, you cannot use other people's issues to try to shape and mold someone else's life and try to control them. That is not okay. So I was coming to the comment section to look for more details, hoping that OP had given more details. And I came across a question. And basically this person is saying, are you going to attend if there's alcohol that your daughter's going to pay for with her own money? And the response to it says that OP hasn't thought that far. He's still desperately trying to manipulate the situation to his liking, aka forcing his daughter to pay for everything in hopes that she can't afford to do what she wants to do for her wedding. And I agree. I agree with that because his comment was, well, he took the money back and then told her, well, if you cut out the bar, the $10,000 that you won should pay for everything else. So he's hoping that if I take my money away, you won't be able to afford the things that I don't want you to have at your wedding. And I think that's fucked up. So you don't get to make these decisions. You're 100% entitled to taking your money back, but you're not entitled in tailoring this wedding to fit your standards and the conditions and the principles that you have instilled on yourself. Not at all. Nor is your daughter entitled to a free wedding. So I stick to my guns when I say I think this is an everyone sucks situation.
My girlfriend is sleeping with her course director. He's 28. The girlfriend is 29. The course director is 55. I met my girlfriend back when we were undergrad students, but I ended up marrying someone else and divorcing them 4 years ago. Fate brought me and my girlfriend together as we ended up at the same grad school and we started going out. A month into the relationship, she reveals to me that she's sleeping with her course director, and that's how she got into the program. Quite competitive, and they only accept 4 per year. A year down the relationship, we try to work things out, but she doesn't want to tell anyone what's happening because she doesn't want to ruin her reputation, or get him kicked out. And she doesn't want to lose the special treatment she's getting from him either. He's been helping her navigate through grad school. Every time she tells him she wants to leave him, he threatens her. I keep telling her that it's all bluff, but she just doesn't want to listen. I ended the relationship because I couldn't handle it, and she was very upset with all of this. I started seeing other people and still continue to see her, but this is only making her more upset. I feel like I'm not a priority in her life, and she prioritizes an easy experience in grad school over me. What do you think, Reddit? Just leave her and find someone else, or work things through with her one last time? So the thing about these posts, what do y'all think in the comments? First of all, this is some crazy shit, okay? The thing about these posts is like, y'all ask Reddit, but y'all really know what y'all want to do. You do want to work it out with her. I can tell. You asking that question, you already want to work it out with her. But you may know that it may not be in your best interest. And maybe that's why you're also asking the question, you know, and you want permission from people that have either have been or not been in the same situation, or I don't know if anyone's been in the same situation, but you want permission basically to do what it is that you already want to do, or to hear that, oh, it's okay. And you may not need that validation. I don't think anyone needs that validation. You know what I mean? Take that time, figure out what you want to do. I could tell you all day. I would say, I don't know if it's necessary for y'all to be together while y'all are still in grad school. If you want to give it another chance, you might need to wait until y'all both graduate for real. But that's just me. And that's just me speaking from an outside perspective, just like we always do through all these Reddit posts. But yeah, good luck, and good luck. Yeah, you're gonna do what you want to do, and I can't wait to see the update if there is one. This child.
Am I the asshole for kicking my son's girlfriend out of our house? My husband, 58 male, and I, 56 female, recently met my son's, 24 male, girlfriend for the first time. He's been crazy about her. Apparently, they've been dating for a year before he decided to have us meet her officially. What he's told us about her all seems great. She's just got her degree, was enjoying her job, family-oriented, etc. I'm honestly just glad he's happy with her. My husband and I don't think he's ever been this into someone before, so I feel pretty bad about what I did. Last weekend, he brought her over for dinner. By now, we'd been anticipating meeting her with how much our son has been gushing about her. How perfect she is, that she's the one, in his words. They ring the doorbell. We open the door. She looks exactly like her pictures, which is a great start. My son is grinning ear to ear. Another great start. We invite them in. She accepts my hug and a firm handshake from my husband, and then she opens her mouth. Quote, "I'm the one your son puts his in."
That's crazy.
To be frank, I was appalled. I expected my husband to laugh. Both he and my son are jokesters, and as annoying as it can be, I love it. But this was just too much for me. Maybe I'm reserved, but of all the things she could have shared about my son, she told us that one look at my face and my husband knew how much I disapproved. Maybe I let my expectations get too high and it's unfair to have them, but I reiterate, of all the things to say to her boyfriend's parents, whom she'd never met, she chose that. My son was amused at first, but when he noticed my reaction, his face dropped. I felt like he'd sold me the full package, everything he'd always been looking for in a girlfriend. I was too disturbed by the visual it put in my head, and it translated into anger. I told her to get out, and I wanted to say more about how gross it made me feel, but I fortunately left it at that. My son didn't want to go, insisting I give her another chance, but I was too fed up and uncomfortable by this point. Even my husband, who's enjoyed his fair share of raunchy jokes, wouldn't let it up. They left, and I immediately felt guilty. This was something my son had really looked forward to, and I felt like I took it away over a dumb joke. I tried calling to apologize, but he hasn't responded. My husband thinks she's the one who should apologize. I'm considering giving her another chance, but before I do, was I the asshole?
Talking about your boyfriend's in front of his mom is OD, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm a raunchy, disgusting person. I love a gross joke. But I've never said nothing like that. I'm like, on the first meet, you gotta be on your P's and fucking Q's.
Yeah.
The first family dinner, you gotta be Anne Hathaway. You gotta walk in, poised, composed, and then once you get comfortable with the family, you can obviously start making jokes and like being cool. But for that to be the first thing you said to his mom, that is actually insanity.
It's a little weird.
Like, we gotta start playing the role a little bit better here, guys.
A little disrespectful. And
Yeah.
they're all adults, so it's a fine line to walk with in-laws as like adults and not dating in high school where it's like you're both adults, like you're on the same playing field, but at the same time, like that's still his mom.
That's still his mom. There's still a level of respect that you have to have.
Exactly.
Am I the asshole for not selling my car, even though my fiance refuses to sit in the front seat because my ex sat there? I, 27 male, am engaged to my fiance, 26 female. And while we're preparing for our wedding, something recently came up that's left me confused and conflicted. I want to know if I'm in the wrong here or if her reaction is unreasonable. Here's the issue. My fiance refuses to sit in the front seat of my car because my ex used to sit there. She says that it makes her uncomfortable and feels like she's taking what belonged to someone else. So she doesn't have a problem with bouncing up on the same peen that your ex used to, but sitting in the front seat of the car that she used to sit in is absolutely out of the fucking question. Okay. Instead, she insists on sitting in the back seat whenever we go somewhere, which honestly feels strange to me, like I'm her chauffeur. I offered to sell the car if it truly bothered her. She told me not to because it would feel like she's forcing me to do something. However, she still won't sit in the front seat and avoids interacting with anything related to my past relationships. What the fuck? What the apps? That's weird as shit. That is weird as hell. I'm going to marry the person that the ex used to be with, but I can't sit in the same car that she used to sit in. This bitch is weird as fuck. Sir, this is your future. This is your future. Do you want to deal with this for the rest of your life? Because me, I'm ready to end your engagement, and I'm not even the one getting married to this bitch. This is part of a bigger pattern. She's mentioned multiple times that she doesn't want to do things I've done with my ex, like cuddling on the couch during a movie or visiting places that I've been to before. I've tried to be understanding of her feelings, but I'm starting to feel like I'm being held responsible for my past, which I can't change. It's also confusing because she keeps in touch with her own ex, occasionally texting or calling, which I have no issue with as I trust her. She's going to cheat on you. You can't tell me that she's not. I don't give a fuck how y'all feel about that statement. She's 100% going to cheat on you if she's not already cheating on you. Because what the fuck you mean? You refuse to sit in the front seat of my car where my ex used to sit. You will not cuddle with me while we watch a movie on the couch because once upon a time in a land far, far, far away, I used to do that with a bitch I was fucking at the time then. But it's okay for you to call and text and keep in contact with your ex, but you won't even sit in a car reminds that? You can't tell me this bitch is not gonna spread her legs for probably her fucking ex. Whenever these situations come up, she tends to withdraw emotionally, avoiding physical affection and not saying goodnight or being distant. While I love her and I want to work through this, I'm starting to feel like I'm walking on eggshells around her emotions, especially when they're tied to things I can't control, like my past. I have so many questions. I don't even know how to put it together. Like, I don't even know how to get my words to fall into the right spot. So we're just gonna talk and y'all gonna get what the fuck I get. Bro, this is your fucking future. And I wanna know, how the fuck did we get here? How the fuck did we get to the point that you wanted to marry this woman if this is how she is? You mean to tell me from the moment you guys got together, she's never wanted to sit in the front seat of your car? She doesn't want to cuddle with you during movies. So did you guys talk on the phone? Did you guys exchange text messages? How did we get to the point that we were actually together in a relationship wanting to be fucking married when she refused to do the basic things because you've done them with your ex? Are you guys not intimate? Do you not plan to be intimate? Were you never intimate with your ex? Like, how is that going to work? How is that going to work? Does she expect you to write down every position that you did, everywhere you did it, to make sure none of those things are ever fucking repeated? That's weird. That's weird for her to be so fixated on the things that happened in your life well before she became a part of it. But you're expected to be okay with the fact that she still calls and texts her ex occasionally. That's weird. That's weird as fuck. Are you okay with this being your fucking life? Because you have to be, at some point, you have to be okay with this because you asked her to marry you. This is weird as fuck, sir. If I were you, I would leave. I would fucking leave. Or start doing the things that she's doing. Start treating her the way that she's treating you and see how long it takes for her to end the relationship. I truly feel like this is a situation where it's bigger than OP is making it seem, because this is going to dictate the rest of his fucking life. You can't eat your favorite foods anymore because you used to eat that with your ex. You can't have your coffee like that because she used to make it like that for you. I'm not going to go on birth control because your ex was on birth control and I don't like that. No, you're not going to be able to use condoms because you used them with her. Now you're married to someone who makes you fucking miserable. She's fucking pregnant and you're stuck. Bro, absolutely not. You need to leave. This woman is trying to control every fucking thing about you with the excuse of, well, your ex did it, so I don't like it. I don't like it. She refuses to give you basic fucking intimacy. I'm not going to cuddle with you on the couch because you did it with your ex. Bro, this girl is unhinged and insecure. Red flag, red sheet, red quilt, red fucking comforter. Get out of this relationship. Get out of this relationship as soon as you fucking can, because if she gets pregnant, bro, your life is over. She's not going to make shit easy for you. Not at all.
I got a bride arrested on her wedding day. Am I in the wrong? Because I don't think so. For some context, I am not close to my father's side of the family. We actually have this joke that weddings and funerals are the only things that bring us together. So this wedding was actually my dad's brother's son. So my cousin on my dad's side. I had only met his fiance once, and that was at the last funeral we attended. Yeah, really united family. Let's talk a little bit about my cousin's fiance, shall we? Let's call her Alice. And Alice, well, she was not my favorite person the one time I met her, and that's because for some reason, she doesn't really like me. Don't know why. Didn't know the girl, don't know what I ever did to her, but I think it's that she doesn't take me seriously. She spent the entire time I was talking to her making fun of my social media. She was like, you really do that? Like, as a job? Really? And let me tell you something. If I have one pet peeve, it's people that yuck other people's yums. So if somebody really likes something and it makes them happy, I hate when people just come and bash it. And that's what she was doing, all about my social media. I was like, girlie, I don't know you. So yeah, going into her wedding, she wasn't necessarily my favorite person, but I'm a nice girl. I wasn't going to start any drama or anything. I was just going to get through the day. I was going to be very cordial, and that was going to be that. But it wasn't. That was not that. About a month and a half before the wedding, I actually got a new car. That's right. I did it. And I was so proud of it. I bought it all by myself based on the money I earned. And honestly, I did not want to drive it to that wedding. I'm just so used to everybody on my dad's side of the family mocking me for my social media that if I pulled up in my new car, I knew they were gonna be like, oh, is that what social media is getting you these days? Like, I just did not want to deal with it. I thought all you did was make little videos. Okay, mind your business. The wedding was taking place a few hours from the town that my family and I live in, and it was in the middle of nowhere, okay? It was like in the middle of a farm. There were no airports, except the airport that was actually closest to the city we live in. So the only way we could get there was to drive, and lucky me, my parents' car had just broken down. So guess who had to be the chauffeur for my whole family? So we finally get there, and yeah, some comments were made about the car, like, oh, did you get a new boyfriend who bought that for you? No. I didn't get a new boyfriend who bought that for me, okay? I bought that for me. But surprisingly, Alice was being so nice to me the whole day. And I was like, you know what? Maybe the first time I met her, she was just kind of having an off day. No, because then the evening came and things really started to switch up. Alice asked if we could go outside and if we could talk about something. And I was like, yeah, of course, no problem. Now, it is the night before the wedding. So they are getting married tomorrow morning. So she pulls me outside and she asks if they could use my car to drive to the wedding venue tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, the car is like a big white car, so it would look good for a wedding. And even though I now realize that the only reason this girl's been nice to me all day is because she wanted to use my car, I want to make my cousin's wedding special. So I'm like, you know what? Call me your private chauffeur tomorrow. Anywhere you need to go, I'll drive you. That's when she goes, no, you're not going to be driving the car. John's going to be driving the car. John is the fake name I'm coming up with for my cousin. And maybe this was the wrong reaction to have, but it was just my immediate reaction. I burst out laughing because I know for a fact John does not have his driver's license. In fact, it is a joke in our family that John is the worst driver in the world. He has failed his driving test not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. That man cannot drive a vehicle. I was like, girl, are you trying to get your future husband arrested on his wedding day? Which, it was a funny joke I made at the time. I did not realize it was foreshadowing to somebody actually getting arrested. She completely ignores me and is like, you know, John does know how to drive, and no one's going to stop a groom in traffic when he sees that the bride is right next to him in the wedding dress, and she's just going on and on. I realized she's not kidding. Like, I thought she was joking at first because she was like, you know, getting in on the little family joke that John's a terrible driver, but no, she was completely serious. I was like, I'm so sorry, but absolutely not. I'm not letting somebody who does not have a driver's license drive my new car in any circumstance. Even though it's his wedding day, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with it. No. That's when she loses her mind. She starts screaming at me. She's like, you can't even do this one minor thing for your cousin. Yeah, like committing a crime is a minor thing. I'm sorry, no. And she's absolutely just in tears. And this whole thing seemed so ridiculous to me because I was like, I can drive you. Or if you don't want me to drive you, you can have somebody else drive you that has a license. Like, even if it's not me driving my car, if it's one of my family members that I trust, I'm okay with that as well. And at this point, because she's literally screeching, people start coming outside and, you know, they're trying to figure out what's going on. And of course, everyone starts taking sides. You know, there's the people that are like, come on, Cal, it's just like, let him drive the car. It's not a big deal. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. This is ridiculous. No, I'm not dealing with this. Okay? Good night, everybody. Good night. And on my way inside, I feel something just hit me in the back. She threw a beer can at me. Alice threw a beer can at me, and she's like, you're a terrible person for ruining my wedding. I'm sorry. You didn't even know about this car less than like 12 hours ago. And now it's some fundamental part of your wedding? And I am about to just leave, just go home. But John sits me down. He convinces me that Alice is just really overwhelmed, that he's really sorry for her behavior, and that he's going to talk to her, and he is going to convince her to let me drive the car tomorrow. Because I am still willing to drive the car. Because you know what? It's my cousin's wedding. Even though this girl is being absolutely bonkers and threw a beer can at me, I will still drive her to her wedding. Okay? I'm a good person. I wake up in the morning in a great mood. Naive. That's what I was. Naive. Because I thought that we were going to come to an understanding. The drama would be behind us. It would be a beautiful wedding. That's not what happened. I go downstairs, I make myself some coffee, and I go outside because I want to make sure that my car is clean so that in the photos of them arriving to the ceremony, my car looks nice for them. Yeah, my car being clean should have been the last of my concerns. I look at my car, all 4 tires slashed. The paint looks like it had been scribbled on by a 3-year-old, and not by crayon, no, but by some kind of sharp stone. All over it. I immediately go into my car and I check its surveillance system. Yep, it has its own surveillance system. And that is where I see high-def footage of Alice destroying my entire car. The video footage was so high-def that I even saw her little fake eyelash falling off. Now, there's absolutely no surveillance videos anywhere around the house we were staying in, so I guess Alice just didn't think that she would get caught because she had no idea that my car had its own surveillance system. And I was furious. I don't think I've ever been that mad in my entire life. And at that point, I didn't care that it was her wedding day. I called up one of my old friends from high school that happened to be a police officer now, and I told him about the entire situation. My friend said, yeah, Kelsey, you have more than enough evidence to get that girl arrested for vandalism. And I said, great. How soon can you be here? An hour later, there he was, my friend, ready to arrest Alice on her wedding day. And she did not go quietly. She was kicking and screaming, and she threw a rock at my car as she was leaving. Even more evidence. She was handcuffed. It was a big drama. And her dad ended up bailing her out 2 hours later. So she wasn't even that late to the wedding, but it's all anybody was talking about the entire time. Neither me or my parents ended up going, but we ended up hearing that she had at least 5 different episodes of screaming at a guest during the day. So I guess I wasn't the only person who ruined her wedding. Our family is completely split on this situation. Like, it feels like a 50-50 split on whether or not I should have just let it go for 24 hours, not done anything until the next day. No, okay? She knew what she was doing. She made that choice. She has to live with the consequences. That's not my problem. But we do have another family wedding coming up soon, and yeah, I'm gonna have to be face to face with Alice again. Not looking forward to that one.
My wife wants a divorce because I live an entirely different reality with my first love in my dreams. I, male 31, have been with my wife, female 28, for 3 years. We had a short engagement, married quickly, and have a perfectly ordinary existence. I love her, she loves me. We do taxes, housework, watch movies, all the normal things. No physical cheating on either side, as far as I know. But here's the thing. I am a lucid dreamer, which means I can, to an extent, control my dreams, which is something I find cool, as it allows me to go on adventures while I sleep. It also makes scary dreams not so bad because I can just wake myself up out of them. Over the last year or so, I've been having a reoccurring dream about my ex, my first love, female 29. Truth be told, I never got over her. We were together for 5 years, from 15, 17 to 20 and 22. We broke up after I graduated from college because she didn't want to move from New York to South Carolina with me, which is where the biggest industry for my field is. I was crushed, but moved on, and we've spoken sporadically over the years, although we never crossed any lines. I will admit that I've kept up with her own social media a bit, but nothing stalkerish. Well, a year ago, she announced she was getting married, and I experienced a resurgence of feelings for her, although I never acted on them or told her. My wife wants a divorce because I live an entirely different reality with my first love in my dreams. That same night, I dreamt about her for the first time in years. In the dream, she showed up at my door and asked me if I wanted to get coffee. I said yes, of course. The dream, which was not a lucid dream, ended there. It felt so real. I couldn't shake the feeling once I woke up. It felt like we were really connecting. Since then, I've dreamed about her several times a week, and I've practiced becoming lucid, so I've been able to control outcomes more times than not. We've lived a whole life together over the past year. Everything from dates to a trip to Paris together, which we visited while in college. We even rewalked the same paths we did in real life. I got to the point where I was looking forward to going to sleep to be with her. Fast forward to today, but my wife told me she felt distant from me. And I started to feel guilty because I thought what I was doing was harmless, but she's obviously noticed a change in me. So I confessed about all of it. At first, she thought that I was joking, but when she realized I was serious, she accused me of cheating on her and told her mom and sisters, who are calling me a cheating weirdo. She even threatened to tell my ex, so she'll know what a fucking loser I am. Now, I get that it's not anything a woman would want to hear, but it's not like I physically cheated. I don't want to lose my wife, but I don't think she can forgive me for this. My wife wants a divorce because I live an entirely different reality with my first love in my dreams. Update. 2 days ago, I posted about the fallout that occurred after I admitted to my wife that I've been lucid dreaming about my ex and first love over the past year. After a major blow up where my wife called me every name in the book and got her family involved, which I understand completely, so please don't take this wrong, my wife left. I didn't know her whereabouts for over 24 hours. Early this morning, about 3 a.m., she came home and told me she wanted to file for divorce. She didn't want to have to compete with a phantom and deserved better than a shitbag like me. But she doesn't want to move out or to start the process because it's a pandemic and she doesn't want to live on one income. We make roughly the same amount of money, me $90,000 a year after taxes and her $85,000. I tried to apologize to her for all the hurt I caused by making her feel like she wasn't enough, to assure her that I do love her even though I still love my ex, and explain to her that I've never physically cheated or had any inappropriate conversations with my ex, but she won't budge. She doesn't want me anymore, and I can't blame her. I was selfish and I shouldn't have carried on what I now accept to be a one-sided emotional affair. So, I agreed to stay together for financial purposes for 2 years or until the pandemic is over, whichever comes first, but she's kicked me out of our bedroom and basically claimed the second floor for herself. There's so much tension in the house right now, so I left as soon as the sun came up and went to a coffee shop to do some work. While there, I received a message on IG from my ex that my ex-wife sent her a long message from her own account telling her about everything that I told her. My wife wants a divorce because I live an entirely different reality with my first love in my dreams. Update. I froze because I hadn't spoken to her in a long time, but she saw that I had read the message and followed up an hour later telling me she needed to know the truth. So again, I confessed, expecting to be berated and called a loser again because I had nothing else to lose. But she didn't think that my dreams about her were weird or creepy. She thought it was sweet that I still loved her, especially with her knowing that I'd never tried to have an inappropriate conversations or force my way into her life. I'm aware that her not condemning my actions don't make them right or take away from the hurt that I caused my wife, but knowing she didn't think negatively of me made me feel better. We messaged back and forth for a couple of hours, talking about our relationship and how it ended and the choices that we made. In that, I learned that she and her fiance called off their engagement a few months ago. I also told her my wife was going to divorce me because of the revelation. She expressed her condolences, and that was the end of the conversation. I'm home now, and I can't help but wonder if this is the universe's way of putting my ex and I back on the path to reconciliation. Hate me if you want, but I made a mistake and I hurt my wife and my marriage is over now. Or it's going to be. But knowing that the person I ruined my marriage over doesn't think I'm the scum of the earth is worth its weight in gold. I don't know what will happen now, but I can't imagine a friendship with my ex won't blossom from this, at the very least. I know this won't make my wife happy since she contacted my ex to further shame me, but I may just not tell her. We are, after all, divorcing. I hope the next few months and years can result in healing from both my wife and myself, and that we'll both live happy, fulfilled lives.
Am I the asshole for refusing to donate my kidney to my estranged father who abandoned me as a child? Absolutely not. No. I, 28 female, was raised by my mom after my dad walked out on us when I was 5. He left to start a new family and had little to no contact with me growing up. He never paid child support or even called on birthdays or holidays. For years, I struggled with feelings of abandonment, but I eventually moved on and built a life without him. Good shit, girlfriend. Good shit. Fast forward to now. Out of the blue, I got a call from his wife telling me my father is very sick and needs a kidney transplant. Thoughts and sorrows. She told me that I'm the best match and begged me to get tested. Apparently, his other family members aren't compatible. Absolutely not. You're only calling me because you need something. You're only calling me because you need something. Because this person said out of the blue, they got a call, meaning either they already had OP's information or they knew how to get OP's information, but never bothered to get it to call to even check and see how they're doing. Absolutely not. Asking me to care for someone who did not give a damn about me as a child is crazy work. That's fucking crazy. I told her no, that I don't owe him anything after the way that he's treated me. He made his choices when he abandoned me and my mom, and I feel no obligation to put myself through a major surgery for someone who's essentially a stranger to me. Since then, I've been bombarded with messages from his side of the family, calling me selfish and heartless. Where were these people when he abandoned you? Did they abandon you right along with them? If so, well, hell, even if they fucking didn't, you are not obligated to go under major fucking surgery for someone who's not going to bother to sign or send a fucking thank you card when he wakes the fuck up. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely not. Hell no. They say that I'm letting him die out of spite and I need to be the bigger person. Even my mom thinks that I should consider it. Not for him, but to avoid carrying guilt if he passes away. I don't feel guilty. I feel like he's reaping what he sowed. But part of me wonders if I'm being too harsh. Am I the asshole for refusing to donate my kidney to the father who abandoned me? Absolutely not. You're not the asshole. One, because you don't even know if you're a fucking match yet. All of this has started because you don't want to get fucking tested. Two, these people don't give a damn about you. This is a major fucking surgery. A major surgery. They don't give a damn that this could have bad results for you. They just don't want the shit ass person that they call family to not die. Hell no, you're not wrong. And unfortunately, babe, you're going to have to distance yourself from your mom because she's not being the voice that we need her to be right now. You don't tell me that I should consider having this surgery so I don't walk around guilty if my father dies. The same man that abandoned you and me 23 years ago. I hold no fucking guilt for not helping someone who didn't give a damn if I lived or died. Why should you show this man more compassion and care than he's shown you in your life? Absolutely not, baby. You're not wrong for not wanting to put your health at fucking risk to get tested and have a surgery for a man who don't give a damn about you. Not at all. It's not your fault that none of his other fucking family members match for him. To me, that sounds like karma. Also, as a professional comment reader, scroll down to the comments, top comment says to call the hospital and let them know that you're being pressured into this because they take that extremely seriously. And I did not know that. All my years of watching Law and Order and Grey's Anatomy and shit, I did not know that. I didn't know that at all. And I 100% suggest that you do it. I suggest that you do it. You said you've been bombarded with calls and messages. Yeah. Do you have an email? Because I can forward all of this stuff to you, because I truly feel like I'm being pressured and I'm not allowed to make a clear decision on my own, because I feel like I'm being, swayed from the other side, from the patient's family. Yeah, call them. Call them real fast.
I think my wife might be cheating on me with a 17-year-old that she coaches. What do I do? So here's the update. I took some of your advice and reached out to a lawyer. The last 5 days have been absolute hell. Pretty much everyone who commented was right, and my own suspicions have been confirmed. After talking to my friend, the lawyer, we agreed that I should confront her with my concerns and suggest looking through her phone together just to put some suspicions to rest. When we sat down together, I told her how serious of a situation we could be in and that she must be completely honest with me. When I told her the concerns, she immediately got defensive and started denying everything. She called me a paranoid asshole for even suggesting that she'd be in a relationship with a minor. She said the fact that I would even question something like this means there's probably something wrong with me, and that I must be the one hiding something.
Oh, Uno reverse card.
I suggested that we look through her phone together. She screamed at me for trying to invade her privacy and that I had massively overstepped the line before storming away from me, back to the car and driving to her friend's house to stay for the night. I don't know what she talked about with her friend, but around 3 a.m, I got a really long text from her giving her view of the situation. I really don't think what I have been doing is wrong. It started with me just helping this kid with some extra practice because he was struggling to get the hang of some of the drills. We had been working on it,
I thought she said that he was talented and gifted. Now he's struggling on the skills?
I'm starting to think this pedophile is a liar, too.
Am I the asshole for refusing to share my bonus with my fiance's family? I, 30 male, work in tech, and I had a fantastic year at my job. I recently received a significant year-end bonus, $50,000, and I was thrilled. I've been saving for a house for years, and this bonus is going directly into my house fund. My fiance, 28 female, knows this, and initially, she was very supportive. Then, she dropped a bomb on me. She asked me if I could spare $25,000 of my bonus to help her parents pay off their mortgage. Apparently, her parents have been struggling financially, and she feels it's only fair since we're going to be married and they're going to be my family too. Absolutely not. Can you spare $25,000 of your bonus to give to my parents because we're going to be getting married, so it's only fair that you take care of them too? Sir, run now. Run now. This is your future. This is your future. If she's so willing to ask you for 25 grand to pay off the mortgage of her parents, eventually they're going to move into your house and you're never going to be able to get rid of them. You're going to end up taking care of her parents for the duration of your marriage. Run now. I told her no. I worked extremely hard for this money, and while I feel for her parents, I don't think it's my responsibility to bail them out, especially when I've never even been asked directly by them. Her response? She called me selfish and accused me of not caring about her family. She then brought up how her parents have sacrificed so much for her, and it's the least that I could do. Does girlfriend have a job? Does she have a job? If she has a job, she needs to get another one. That way she can pay her parents back for everything that they've sacrificed for her. It is not your responsibility to pay for her parents' mortgage because they made sacrifices for her. They are her parents. That's exactly what the fuck they were supposed to do when they found out they were pregnant and decided to keep her. That's their job. It's not your responsibility to pay back the sacrifices for somebody else. She's been cold to me ever since. She also told her parents about my bonus without my permission. And now I'm being guilt-tripped by them. They haven't outright asked for money, but they've made several comments about how lucky I am to have extra cash and how some people don't get that kind of opportunity. Oh well. And those that do get this opportunity are not obligated to split, share, or spare any of their money with anybody for any fucking reason. When I mentioned that I plan to use the money to help secure our future with the house, my fiance said, "What future? You're already showing that you don't care about the people who matter to me. I don't think I should have to justify how I use my bonus. But even my own friends are split, whether I'm being reasonable or stingy. Am I the asshole?" What the fuck you mean people are split on whether you're being reasonable or stingy? This is your money. You can't be told that you're fucking stingy for keeping something that's yours. You are not obligated to share this bonus that you worked hard for the last 12 months. Where were these people? Did anybody help you do your fucking job? I didn't fucking think so. None of these people are obligated to your fucking money. None of these people have fucking room to speak on what you should do when it comes to your fucking money. It's your money. Your money. This woman is not the woman for you. This woman is not the woman for you. Your fiance is supposed to support you in everything that you fucking do. You get a bonus, and all she's seeing was a possibility for her to put her family ahead. She don't give a damn that you want to put this into something that you've been working for years. Absolutely not. I want to save the motherfuckers who have a house that can't fucking afford it. Absolutely not. This is not a situation you want to be in for the long run. Not at all. You need to leave now. This is your future. It's not going to change.
Right, so the other day I blocked my best friend of 10 years for no apparent reason. I want to know if I'm in the wrong here. Speaking on technicality, there was nothing wrong with our relationship. There was no big argument, no drama. However, obviously we became friends just at such a young age. Just some stuff that now in my adult life just didn't sit right with me. I tell you, I'm always the person to reach out first with this girl. I actually did a little experiment this time last year. I didn't message first and we didn't speak for 7.5 weeks. And this is my best friend. Like, honestly, we're like this. Had to be one up as well. Like, I got engaged and suddenly she's buying a new house. Actually, on the date of our engagement party, I made the whole day about her because she also decided to go traveling. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that this was a little bit tricky because she didn't do anything for me to like cut her off technically. She was just so exhausting to be around and I really didn't want her in my life anymore. I decided to take quite like a slow approach. Like, I stopped messaging as much. However, of course, this girl suddenly got good on her phone when she realized our friendship started to like drift apart. Actually, she kind of said like, I've noticed you've stopped messaging me as much. Like, have I done something? Yada, yada, yada. I was like, oh no, you know, I just bad on my phone all of a sudden. And the other day I kind of just had enough of this, so I literally just unfollowed her on everything. Over the past 2 days she has been trying to call me, obviously, but I'm just not ready for that conversation, so I've been ignoring the call. And I don't know, I need to know if I'm in the wrong here because my fiance thinks I've been a little bit harsh.
Am I overreacting? My reply to my mom, who wants to stop my leukemia treatment so my sister can afford university.
This is even more fucked up than it feels. This is insanity.
I have leukemia. It's been a few months since I started treatment and it's been rough, but I'm still fighting. Yesterday, my mom texted me basically saying she can't afford both my treatment and my sister's future. My sister wants to go to Dartmouth. She even quoted a super fucked up Bible verse about sacrifice, John 15:13, and said that, quote, greater love is laying down one's life for someone else.
Wow.
Then she said I should, quote, be practical.
Wow.
Because my condition is worsening, and that I should, quote, consider sacrificing myself for my sister's dreams. What really broke me was that she said realistically, she's the one who will choose where the money goes. She also mentioned she talked to Jesus about it, and that's why she sent me the message.
Okay. Yeah.
A few months ago, she had me sign a contract about financial stuff, quote, for medical security to repay her when I got better. I low-key thought it was a joke at first, but realized, no, it's not. It's fucked up is what it is. She's always prioritized my sister, but this is unreal. Am I overreacting, or is this as fucked up as it feels?
That's sickening. This woman needs to be
Publicly shamed.
Yeah, like
Genuinely.
I think that's what Jesus would want. I just spoke with him just now. This just in. He said he would like for the mother to be publicly shamed. Sorry, I didn't make the rules. He did.
Little story is that my maid of honor just got back off my honeymoon with my husband and they are now engaged. I had the whole of my wedding planned. Me and my husband or fiance were very, very happy. But when I tell you about a month leading up to the wedding, I just saw some behavior like I've never seen before from my fiance. I don't know, things really started to change between us for the worse. It got to our wedding day and I just decided to back out. It was all way too much for me. I knew it wasn't the correct decision and I just weren't going to put myself through that. I did kind of make a little mistake and I kind of like ran from the wedding. I didn't really tell many people I weren't showing up, and it was actually a really weird feeling because I did feel bad for kind of like ditching my fiance at the altar, but at the same time, stuff he was doing and the way he was acting, not okay with it. Obviously, I was a little traumatized from the whole process. I decided to take just a little like break from my fiance. I did let him know I was okay, but that's the only communication we had for about 2.5 weeks. I then got back in touch with him just to kind of say like, do you want your ring back? Like, we should talk as well. I don't know. I've never done it before. How does this work? So I did meet back up with my husband, fiance, whatever we're gonna call him. And that's when he told me that he had already been on our honeymoon, which fair enough, whatever. I weren't going to go and we've already paid for it. But he went with my maid of honor. As I said, I detached myself from everybody. Didn't speak to my mum, my family, my maid of honor. 2.5 weeks. Okay, I was just so ready, like, to not speak to anyone. So I had quite a few questions at this point, and this is when he said that the ring I'm giving him is actually going to my maid of honor. Apparently they hit it off on the honeymoon. Great for them. And now they're engaged. And he actually thanked me because he agreed that this wasn't working and wasn't right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty speechless as well.
My sister-in-law went to unbelievable lengths to try and ruin my wedding. Y'all gotta hear about it. I just told y'all how my husband's little sister is currently trying to ruin our honeymoon. You can go watch that video here. But what she did during our wedding, honestly, way worse. The issues with the wedding actually began when we announced our engagement. She ran out of the room crying, like sobbing because she was so upset. She said that she felt like she was going to lose her big brother. Okay, like, cry to your pillow, not in the middle of an engagement announcement. There was absolutely no time for anyone to congratulate us because they were too busy comforting her. The next big issue is when she found out that I wasn't gonna ask her to be a bridesmaid. She absolutely lost her mind about that. I got so many texts from all members of my husband's family trying to get me to reconsider, but no. I knew how she would be and didn't want her around me on my wedding day. And at every single event leading up to the wedding, like engagement parties or the rehearsal dinner, she was making everything about herself, constantly throwing temper tantrums. It was a mess. Because I know this girl, I was already prepared for her to try and make our wedding day about herself, but nothing could have prepared me for the lengths that she went to. Everything was pretty peaceful the day of my wedding until guests started arriving, and that's when my maid of honor bursts into the room we're getting ready in, and she looks so flustered. I was like, what's going on? And she tells me his little sister's in white. My maid of honor had gotten a picture of her in the dress, and yeah, it was a floor-length cream. I will give her that. It was off-white, but it was covered in lace and sparkles, and it very much looked like a wedding dress. My maid of honor had already asked her to change, and of course, my sister-in-law was like, no, I got this dress specifically for this wedding. You're so dramatic, blah, blah, blah. The next thought that my maid of honor had was, do I spill something on it? Do I just get a bottle of wine and dump it all over the dress? My initial thought was to say, absolutely do it, but then I thought about it, and I realized that if this happened, his little sister would throw the biggest temper tantrum and it would probably ruin the entire day because she wouldn't stop screaming about it. So whatever, I just realized that she was the one that was gonna look stupid wearing this dress, not me, and I just needed to let it go. It wasn't the end of the world. But obviously this was not the only thing she did to try to ruin the wedding, because as I'm walking down the aisle, I'm walking past his little sister, and as I pass her, I feel like a tug on my dress and I hear a rip. I look down, her foot is on the train of my dress, and as I take in a step, it ripped. I make eye contact with her and she's mouthing like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, like, my bad. And I mean, she has a smile on her face. It was clearly on purpose. Feels like she's trying to hold back a laugh, but I just smile at her, try not to have a reaction because I am walking down the aisle to get married. But that wasn't enough for her to try and ruin the ceremony, because as I'm in the middle of my vows, talking about how much I love my husband, out of the corner of my eye, I see her get up. I was already thinking, what is she doing? Why is she getting up in the middle of my vows? And that's when I hear a giant crash. On her way to go to the bathroom, in the middle of my vows, she tripped and fell into a pillar holding a floral arrangement, and it crashed and broke all over the ground. Everyone turns, they're staring at her, and instead of just trying to play it off or being low-key, she says loudly for everyone to hear, so sorry, everyone. I am so clumsy. That is so like me. No, don't look at me. Don't even look. Turn back around for those vows. Just like, why? Why did she have to say anything? Why? But finally, my husband and I say I do. We're married and it's time for the reception. And at this point, I'm thinking, you know what? The reception, it's fun. Everyone's here to have a good time. What could she possibly do that's worse than what she's already done? But nope, she was not done trying to make this wedding about her, because it got to the point of the reception when we were supposed to do speeches. I think that you can kind of see where this is going, but you actually have no idea where it's going because it's way worse than you could ever imagine. We'd obviously already pre-planned who was going to be giving speeches during our wedding, and I made sure that my husband told his little sister that she would not be giving a speech because I did not want her to even think that that was something that she should do. But when the best man was getting ready to give the microphone over to my maid of honor who was going to give a speech, guess who jumped in and just stole it? Yeah, his little sister. She begins by saying, I wasn't originally supposed to give a speech tonight, but I have a really special surprise for my brother. That's when I see a video start to play on the projector in the reception hall, and I start hearing the track for Near, Far, Wherever You Are. Like, My Heart Will Go On, the love song. But it wasn't like the Celine Dion version. No, it was just the instrumentals because his little sister decided that she was going to be doing a cover of it. She was going to be singing that live and in action. And she's not a great singer. I'm sure that she's really good at other things singing. Not one of them. And then on the projector, there starts to cycle through photos of her and my husband growing up together as kids. And not just photos, there's captions. And these captions are weird. They say things like, a boy's first love is his little sister. There is no bond that can replace the bond between a brother and his little sister. Like, things like that. It was weird. There was also a photo of them hugging, and the caption under was, the only woman that will ever truly understand him. So, there's just nothing I can say about that. This slideshow is so long that she sings the song all the way through, and the slideshow's not over. So she doesn't even transition to another song. She just starts My Heart Will Go On over from the beginning. And I'm looking around and everyone very uncomfortable, except for his parents, because they love it. They think it's so cute. They think this is the cutest thing they've ever seen. But after it's gone on for over 4 minutes, I was like, you know what? No, I tried to be nice and, just let her do what she needed to do. But this needs to stop because it's horrible. So I texted my maid of honor, who then went up to the person who was in charge of all the video stuff and got it shut down, got it turned off, got her mic shut off. And when she realized that she was singing and there was no volume and that the presentation had turned off, she freaks out. And she didn't even need a mic for anyone to hear at this point because she's screaming about how selfish I am for getting her presentation turned off. She was like, weddings are about family and I'm family. I cannot believe you're making this all about you. Just freaking out, sobbing, like sits down on the floor where she's at, temper tantrum. She's 25 years old. I feel like I hadn't noted that. She's 25 years old. My maid of honor and some of my other bridesmaids literally picked her up off the floor and took her outside, and everybody just tried to get back to normal. And we did, for the most part, until it was time for my husband and I to leave. So everybody lines up outside for us to do our exit, to get in the car and then drive off. We start walking down. We're about to get in the car, and all of a sudden, my husband is not next to me. I was like, wait, what is going on? I see that his little sister has pulled him back as he was walking through the crowd, and she's just begging for him not to go. She's crying, absolutely losing it. She's like, no, you can't go. I need you. Like, do not leave with her. You are my brother. You're my family. You need to prioritize me. Everyone is just absolutely shocked. Then my husband turns around to me and he's like, what do I do? What do you do? You say, hey, I gotta go. Like, there's only one right solution. You get in the car and we leave. Luckily, my maid of honor, being the best, grabbed his little sister again, pulled her back, looked at my husband, is like, get in the car. You gotta go. And then obviously his little sister did send me a very long text telling me how I ruined the wedding day for her. Sorry. And if this story told you nothing, there is still a lot more drama to come with his little sister. So let me know if you still want updates.
Am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to stop using baby talk around my family?
I have questions, comments, and concerns.
Same. So this might sound small, but it's been bugging me and caused a pretty big argument. My girlfriend, 26 female, and I, 28 male, have been dating for about a year. She's funny, smart, and overall awesome. But lately, she's been doing this thing where she talks in an exaggerated baby voice. Like, I love you, and calling dinner nummies, kind of stuff like that. I didn't mind it in private at first, even though it's not my thing, but she started doing it around my friends and family. Last weekend, we had dinner with my parents, and she used that voice the whole time. My dad asked if she was okay, and my mom just looked confused the entire evening. Afterwards, I told her, gently, that I felt a little embarrassed and asked if she could tone it down around others. She got really upset, said I was being mean and not accepting her quirks, and now she's barely talking to me. I didn't insult her or raise my voice. I just asked if she could keep it private between us. But now I'm wondering if I'm the asshole for not just letting her be herself, even if it's cringy to me. Am I the asshole?
Okay. time and place.
You can't just go to a family dinner with your in-laws and start like, nummies?
Nummies?
Hey, like talking to your father-in-law. Hey, Bill, do you want a nummie?
No, that's so sick. Honestly, if I was his mom, I'd be like, you need to leave. You can't stay.
Am I the asshole for asking my sister-in-law to stop sleeping with my husband? Story time. So my husband and sister-in-law are very, very close. So let's call my husband Mark. I knew of Mark and his sister's close relationship before I got into a relationship with him. I didn't know the depths of it. Don't call me a weirdo. I didn't know the ins and outs. Pardon the pun. First time I realised they had a weirdly close relationship was actually at the first family dinner I was ever invited to. And bear in mind, I had not met any of Mark's family at this point, and his dad actually pulls me out a chair at the dinner table. I thought that was really, really cute. And then when Mark goes to sit down, he goes and sits the opposite side of the table away from me with his sister. So me and Mark eventually moved in together, and we actually moved a little bit away from both of our family homes. And I noticed that whenever we would get back from being with his family for the weekend or for the week, or just after we had been with his family, Mark suddenly had no drive. If you get what I'm trying to say, he had no want or desire. Obviously this raised a bit of concern. Obviously I thought he was just cheating on me. I thought maybe he had a girl from his old school that, I don't know, he used to know before me. I really didn't know, but I knew something was going on because normally there was no issues in that department. I was about to go and confront Mark about this. I'd been kind of thinking of something for like 2 weeks just to kind of think of what to say to him, and he goes and pops the question, goes and proposes to me, spill foundation down me, and I say yes. I'm so stupid and naive that I thought, oh my god, if he's proposing to me, whatever he's cheating on me with is going to stop. However, after this trip back to his family home, we come home and suddenly he had no drive again. I think for God's sake he's still cheating on me. Anyway, I bring it up to him. I basically say, I'm not going to marry you if you're cheating on me. And he said, I'm not. And he came up with some lame excuses that I didn't think were lame at the time. I just went ahead and married him. Never felt the way I felt for anyone, the way I feel about Mark. So I naively put on a dress, accepted a ring, and walked down the aisle. My whole world changed a few weeks ago when I found out the reason Mark never has drive when we come back from his family house for him and his sister. Not a random girl, his sister, who obviously I mentioned before that I knew they had a close relationship. I didn't think it was that close. Now, I brought this up to Mark and he completely brushed it off and was like, what you want about this is so normal, like I thought you did this to your brother and sister. No, I don't, believe it or not. Anyway, this started to really, really get on my nerves, and the next time I saw his sister in person, I lost it. Maybe I was the asshole for how I spoke to her. At the same time, you have been sleeping with my husband. So basically, at this family gathering, I was getting really annoyed with my sister-in-law, and I basically just said to her, like, can you stop sleeping with my husband? Like, can you and Mark just stop? This isn't normal. His whole family said that I'm the weirdo because I don't think it's normal. And I was getting called all the names under the sun. Everyone was sticking up for me, but this isn't normal.
Toxic? Oh girl, I've been that. Being so for real, my toxicity started in kindergarten back when I had 2 boyfriends. Obviously, I had my main stink and his name was Rudy, okay? And then the other one, his name was Sammy. Rudy was like the definition of perfect in my eyes. He was this cute little white boy that I was obsessed with. So he was my main boyfriend, okay? And anytime that he would piss me off or like we would go on a break or something, I would go running straight to Sammy. He was the side hoe. Bro, everybody knew these were my boyfriends and that they were not to be touched, okay? But Rudy was a little player and he had his little side hoe that he ended up choosing over me. Oh girl, and I was not having that. So I ended up switching to Sammy full time, and he was actually my first kiss, I think. I'm pretty sure. And if I remember correctly, me and Sammy were on and off for like 2.5 years straight up until like midway 2nd grade when I moved schools. So time goes by and I actually go back to that same school for 4th grade. But when I come back, that ship had sailed by this point. This one I'm using for blush, I forgot, my bad. But lucky for me, there were actually these 2 new boys that I became so infatuated with. So the first one, we're gonna call him Brent, okay? And he actually ended up being my on and off boyfriend up until 7th grade. Everybody knew we were together. Everybody knew that was my man and my man only, but for some reason, he was so fucking embarrassed of me and never claimed me. So at the same time that I was on and off again with this boy, I was infatuated with another boy, and we're gonna name him Jamie, but he also was my bully. But here's the thing, he was the head bitch of the boys and I was the head bitch of the girls, so eventually me and him became besties, okay? Frenemies, if you will. I was so fucking delulu over this boy. He made it so clear that he did not like me. But I was so persistent on making him mine. Like, anytime he would talk to any girl, I would throw a fit. I was like real toxic for this boy. And he was also real toxic and manipulative towards me too. Like, he convinced me that he was into me. He just didn't want to date me for some fucking reason. I don't know. This lasted also up until 7th grade. Eventually, me and Bart, what did I name him? Bart? Barry? So whatever the fuck. We're gonna rename him Bart. Me and Bart started fizzling out, okay? Like, that relationship, it wasn't done. We were so on and off here and there, but it wasn't as prominent in my life as me and Jamie were. So once like 6th and 7th grade hit, me and Jamie are having fights every other fucking week. And when I say fights, I mean like not physical, but we were like going at it real bad. He was the type of motherfucker that would get mad at me if I made friends with other guys or if I got a boyfriend, and he would like tell me that he felt like I was replacing him and make me feel bad about just like having other friends. And honestly, it got to the point where every other week we were breaking off our friendship up until I got really obsessive and really clingy. Honestly, around this time, me and Bartholomew, or whatever the fuck I named him, me and him tried it again in 7th grade and it just didn't work out. And then me and him honestly just stopped talking forever. Jamie actually ended up moving schools not too long after that, and I haven't talked to him or seen him since. We're 22 now. Bartholomew and I actually graduated at the same school, but we literally never talked since 7th grade. I don't know what he's up to anymore. I be checking up on Jamie sometimes just because I'd be curious, and honestly, like, he could still get it. But yeah, anyways, here's the look. I know nobody asked for this story time, but I didn't give a fuck. I wanted to talk about it.
Would I be the asshole if I asked my pregnant wife to move out because she and her best friend decided to test my loyalty? My wife is pregnant with our daughter. Initially, we were really happy and excited about it. But then she starts acting like a nut job. She gets angry and irritated for small things, insults me when she doesn't like the food I make, starts acting insecure, and accuses me of losing attraction for her. For example, she wanted to eat chicken sandwiches for dinner last night. Well, I made chicken sandwiches. So she eats all the sandwiches, leaves me nothing, and told me that they tasted like shit. I wasn't pissed because she left me nothing. But if she didn't like them, why does she have to eat everything? When I asked her this, she told me that she was hungry. Okay, fine. She does this every time. Eats everything I make and calls it shit. I don't argue with her because I work for more than 80 hours a week and I really want to have some peace when I'm home. So yesterday, a random girl starts out flirting with me after the gym and asked me if I wanted to meet up with her for some drinks. I rejected her and told her that I was married. And when I got home, my wife started to hug me and apologize. When I asked her what happened, she told me that her best friend suggested a test for my loyalty. So they asked a mutual friend to flirt with me and asked me out. And I passed. Yay. I'm really pissed. I'm done with her antics. Would I be the asshole if I asked her to move out?
My wife wants me to cut off my sister after she didn't watch our son last month. My wife and I have a 6-month-old baby, and he is the light of our lives. Before our son was born, my sister made it very known that she was not a baby person. Now, I've known this for nearly our whole lives. And even my wife knew, but I'm starting to wonder if she didn't take me seriously. My sister came to our baby shower, where she again made it known that she's not a baby person. That while she was happy for us, she would not have much to do with our kid until he was older. I remember my wife making a comment along the lines of, "Aw, he's gonna love his auntie, and you'll love him when he gets here." Now, my sister just laughed it off, but I saw the irritation in her eyes. I talked to my wife that night and I told her that my sister was serious, that I know her and I know that she doesn't really like babies or small children, and that we shouldn't try to force her to interact with our little one until she's ready. We went back and forth a little, but the conversation ended with us agreeing that we wouldn't force her. Now, fast forward a few months to about a month ago, and our son is 5 months old. I had planned a nice dinner date for the two of us at a very exclusive restaurant, a place where she had always wanted to go to, but it was always booked out. I surprised my wife with a reservation that I had booked a few months in advance for her birthday, as I thought it'd be a nice outing where we could take a quick breather from parenthood and also to kind of help us reconnect as a couple. But a few hours before our reservation, our babysitter canceled on us. My wife frantically suggests we call my sister and ask her to watch the baby. I already knew that my sister was going to say no, but my wife was very insistent. I did try calling a few friends first, but all of them were busy, or they couldn't since it was very last minute. Finally, after my wife insisting some more, I called my sister. I told her what was going on, But of course, I already knew her answer. She said that she was sorry, but she didn't want to. I told my wife this, and my wife asked me to put the phone on speaker. I was hesitant, but after I did, my wife loudly shouted into the phone, "Why don't you want to watch your nephew?" My sister was silent for a moment, but she told her she just wasn't comfortable with it. My wife responded, "Why not? He's your nephew." At that point, I just took the phone off speaker and I told my sister I would call her back. My wife was hysterical in tears, as we didn't end up making the reservation. I tried to comfort her by telling her we could do something that weekend and that I would reschedule the reservation for the next available date. But she wasn't in a good mood for a few days after this happened. And of course, I knew at this point that she really didn't like my sister. Well, yesterday was the day that everything went south. Well, I got a call from my sister telling me that it was an emergency and I needed to take her to the hospital. It was about 11 p.m. My wife and baby were both asleep, and my sister only lives about 10 minutes away. I texted my wife to let her know where I was going, just in case she woke up. Everything went well and my sister is okay. But we didn't get out of the emergency room until about 6 a.m. When I got home this morning, my wife didn't say anything to me at first. I asked if she got my messages throughout the night and if she was okay, but she didn't speak to me. I went into the office to work, and about 10 minutes later, she barges in. She starts yelling at me, telling me that it's insane that I left her in the middle of the night to help someone who doesn't even want to help us. She said that if it was that big of an emergency, she could have called the ambulance, and that I should have woken her up to tell her first. We went back and forth a bit, but it basically ended with her telling me that if I don't cut off my sister, that she doesn't know what's going to happen to our relationship, and that I need to prioritize our family. I know she's still upset about what happened last month, but to make me completely cut my sister off, I just don't think that's an appropriate thing to do at all. All she did was assert her boundaries. I won't lie, I was hurt and frustrated when we lost our reservation, but I got over it because I knew my sister's boundaries from the start. I love my wife and family more than anything, but my sister is also one of my loved family members. She has shown up in a way that she can, both to the baby shower and after the birth. Other than caring for the baby, my wife and I haven't spoken much today. But I don't want to continue things like this. She's still dealing with postpartum hormones, so I understand she may be on edge and feeling protective of the baby. But I feel like we should address this sooner rather than later. So what do I do?
Sad and disappointed on my 25th birthday, despite my boyfriend planning the whole thing. I feel guilty for being ungrateful. I feel absolutely terrible about this. I recognize it may seem entitled and ungrateful. I've scheduled a therapy session to discuss this issue, but I wanted to put my thoughts down here. My boyfriend and I have been together for 7 years, and he's a kind and considerate person. However, he's not the best at giving gifts and sometimes misses certain things. I recently turned 25, and I've expressed to him how important this milestone was to me. I've always been big on celebrating others' birthdays, and I usually go all out with gifts and celebrations. I didn't expect the same in return, but I didn't want to plan my own 25th birthday. My boyfriend agreed that I shouldn't have to plan it and offered to surprise me. I told him I didn't want anything big or fancy. I just want to spend time with my loved ones and feel loved by them that day. I didn't care if we all just went to a local soup dumpling place and had dinner and that was it, as long as my loved ones were all together celebrating my milestone age. Now some background on me. The last few months I've been undergoing therapy because I have an awful tendency of comparing myself to this one particular girl who caused me emotional trauma. I was jealous of her travels, of her boyfriend putting her on a pedestal, of her big friend group that used to be my boyfriend's friend group until she got everyone to hate him, of the cute birthday parties her friends and family would throw for her, and recently of her getting engaged. I've been trying to sort through this issue to always compare, but it kept coming back in the weeks leading to my birthday. I'd randomly break down over realizing I don't have people in my life who go through the same effort to plan things for her except my boyfriend. He's the one person who ever really put effort into making me happy and feel loved. But every now and then I'm reminded of my lack of community and I can't help but feel sad about it. I have my family and I do have friends, but none have really made an effort. More on that later. I've expressed these feelings to my boyfriend. We've talked about how nice it would be for this birthday to be different for me. For me to not feel alone and instead feel loved by my family and friends. He agreed and would sometimes even hint that I am more loved than I know and that maybe I don't hear about plans because they're keeping it a secret for my birthday. He even alluded to reaching out to people himself so I could have a separate hangout with friends or family without me having to plan it. So I built this expectation in my head that either my family or my friends were planning something for my birthday. Keep in mind, I wasn't hoping for a party or a celebration or anything extravagant. I was just really thinking they'd plan a simple dinner, nothing fancy, just somewhere I can casually eat with my loved ones. And the great thing about that surprise was that I wouldn't have to be the one to plan it, that my loved ones would have taken the initiative to be there and spend more time with me. My birthday comes around and my boyfriend really did plan a whole day. He got me roses, he took us to a mall we frequent, and we rode the Ferris wheel that overlooked the city skyline. He took me to an exhibit we found out was in our area. We walked around a museum, then he took me to the nicest restaurant I've ever eaten at and got me a custom ice cream cake with my favorite flavor of ice cream. It was a great day and I appreciated so much all the effort he put. Now comes the part where I was ungrateful and honestly a little hurtful to him. After that whole day, I kept thanking him for everything he did. But underneath me thanking him, it kept getting to my head that he was the only one who did anything. My family would have forgotten had I not reminded them. My family celebration was a last-minute dinner they asked me to plan, primarily focused on my sister's baby. Most of my friends forgot or asked me to plan something. I realized no one had anything planned. I mistakenly expected some sort of surprise and ended up with self-inflicted disappointment. So as I kept thanking my boyfriend, that gratitude turned into sadness because I realized he really is the only person who would make the effort. No one else did or would, and that was a really lonely feeling. He could sense my mood was shifting, so after we talked about it, I could tell I hurt him. His takeaway from everything I felt was that he wasn't enough for me, and despite him putting 100% of his effort in. This is where we established I needed therapy. Because when he said he put in 100% of effort, in my mind, I wish he had done more or done things differently. Because he planned a whole day for me, but what I thought was that he planned the wrong things. I felt guilty for thinking it. I was clear with what I wanted, which was just time with my family and friends that I didn't have to coordinate myself. I wanted to not feel alone or be reminded of my insecurities when celebrating my milestone. He had all of these big things planned. I love that he made the effort at all, and I love that he did make me feel special, but I feel like he got it wrong. It turns out he didn't reach out to anyone. He was just expecting they'd do something themselves despite me telling him multiple times in the past they wouldn't do that. I thought he'd help plan something for me that actually addressed the one thing I told him I really wanted. He gave me all of those other experiences, and as much as they did make me happy, I wouldn't have minded not doing any of it. I wouldn't have minded a cheaper, less eventful day as long as it had my loved ones in it. I feel horrible. I feel ungrateful for not appreciating what he did. At the same time, I feel frustrated that he missed the mark. He really does try. He just doesn't always do it right. And when I don't love the mistaken effort, it hurts everyone involved. I've told him multiple times I don't like roses. My favorite flowers are daisies. The mall he took us to is a mall we go to regularly. It's nothing special. The Ferris wheel was nice, but we've both talked before about what a waste of money it is to spend $30 a person on a partial view of the skyline. The exhibit he took me to was something I told him multiple times that I had been to already. He says he didn't know I'd already seen it. The museum was a kids museum. The restaurant was nice. I wasn't lying about that. But like I said, I didn't need a fancy restaurant. He tries, but I also feel like he doesn't listen to me, and I feel awful for feeling frustrated because I'm now getting upset over the one person who even did anything at all for me. Everything I'm feeling is so conflicted, and I know the root of it is my own insecurities and inability to deal with many of those issues. We're not talking right now. We agreed to talk once I speak with my therapist, but I just overall feel horrible about everything. Oh my God. Honestly, I feel that you are pointing the finger at the wrong person. Your family and friends are to blame here. It is not your boyfriend's responsibility to round them up and do all of these things that you wanted. They should also want to put their hand out and celebrate you. And if they don't, take that as a hint. Get better friends. Sorry, you can't change your family, but that was a lot. I feel like you also don't know what you want, but you just feel a certain type of way and you're trying to figure out that feeling.
Am I the asshole for demanding my girlfriend to change her dress for a wedding? This happened during this weekend, me being in early 30s and my girlfriend in her late 20s. I was invited to a wedding ceremony of a colleague and could bring someone with me. I asked my girlfriend that I've been dating for a year if she would like to join me, and she was really happy because she apparently loves weddings. Since we don't live together, I drove to pick her up so we'd have some time to spare before the ceremony. As she comes out, she looks really beautiful and has obviously put in time to fix her hair and her makeup. She's also wearing an off-white dress that was rather ornate. As she got in, I told her that she looked stunning, but I asked if she could change to a different colored dress for the ceremony. I'm not one for etiquette by far, but one of the few things I've heard everywhere is that you should not wear a white dress to a wedding unless you're the bride. She became pretty upset and wanted to know what was wrong with her dress. I said that it would be inappropriate to wear an off-white or white dress unless you're the bride, and that it's like wedding law or something, trying to be lighthearted about it. She rolled her eyes and said that it was an outdated tradition about women and virginity, and that when her friends got married, everyone wore white, and that it's not a big thing anymore. I told her that I don't know what the dress code for this ceremony is, but since it's not saying all white clothes, I still thought that she should change to another color, but white or almost white. Because my colleague was getting married and we had no idea how she felt about that. My girlfriend became really upset and told me that I was trying to control what she was wearing and that it was abusive, which honestly made me really upset and hurt. I said something along the lines of, F, well, you shouldn't go to a wedding with an abuser then. And then I told her to get the F out of my car. She began to cry and wanted to apologize and give me a hug, but I just told her to get out, which she did. Edit, to clarify, we never left the driveway by her home. I did not drop her off in the middle of nowhere or anything like that. I drove off and she called and texted me a bunch. I answered and I said, I don't want to talk right now. And then I turned my phone off and attended the ceremony. The bride was the only one that was wearing white, so I feel as if my gut feeling was in the right one. When I got home, my phone had blown up from texts from her and her best friend saying that I was being inconsiderate and controlling and should apologize for my behavior. I vented to a few friends about it, most of them agreeing with me, but some have said that I was an asshole for telling her that she couldn't wear her dress because it had nothing to do with me. I feel as if I was in the right since it was my colleague's wedding and it was better to be safe than sorry, but I'm also not sure if I was being an asshole about the situation. So Reddit, am I the asshole? I don't know where they are that she's saying that's not a thing anymore, but this is also in 2022 and I'm really confused because it's still wedding etiquette, at least in America, to not wear white to a wedding. Like, I get what the symbolism is originally. Am I the asshole for demanding my girlfriend to change her dress for a wedding? Okay, this is the next day and it's an update. I never expected this thread to get this many replies. I'm incredibly thankful for all of you that have reached out and commented, and I really appreciate that you've taken time to tell me. My girlfriend found out about the thread. I don't know if she knew my handle or if she just found it, and we talked over the phone. She apologized and I apologized, and it was a pretty good talk. She asked if she could come over, and I said no, and that it would be best for us to go our separate ways. She got upset and asked why I wouldn't even try to work it out. I basically just said goodbye, and then she said that my D was small, which actually made me laugh after what had been a pretty mature conversation, and then she hung up. I'm pretty sad about it. She really made me feel happy, but as many of you have commented, if this was our first disagreement and she called me abusive, how would future disagreements look? I was hurt, but if she did think I was being abusive, it would be the right thing to do. And if she did not think I was being abusive and said it anyways, I wouldn't want to be with her. So anyways, I think things worked out for the best for both of us. Again, thank you all. Definitely did the right thing there. For sure, because you sound like a good guy from what I can tell off this one story. But, like, not me being so, okay, girl, just calm down. I'm like, from what I can, like, okay, you sound like a good guy, period. Sorry, guys.
I'm going on my honeymoon without my husband, and I think we're gonna get divorced because of it. My husband has always been extremely close to his little sister. And at first, I thought this was really sweet, until it started becoming that anytime she needed anything at all, our plans would get canceled. One time, she literally needed a ride to the airport, so he canceled our anniversary dinner. Like, can she not Uber? Even though his little sister is married and fully has her own husband, it seems like she still calls on my husband to do any favor. Any fix around the house, my husband's doing it, not hers. Me and my husband got married last week, and what do you know? His little sister went into labor during our reception. I can't be mad about it. That's not her fault, obviously. But we did have to end the reception early, and we all went to the hospital to be there for her and to support her. Everything went great, and the baby is healthy and happy, and his little sister is already home. Now, me and my husband are supposed to leave for our honeymoon in 2 days. But yesterday, he comes to me and tells me that we can't go anymore. I thought he was kidding at first, so I started laughing, but he was not laughing. And he told me that his little sister called him and said that she really needed him to come stay at her house with her and her husband and help take care of the new baby for a little bit. And I'm so confused because she's taken maternity leave, her husband's taken paternity leave, both of their parents live close by and have expressed that they're more than willing to help. So why does my husband need to go live with his little sister to help take care of her baby? And I was like, absolutely not. We had a pretty low-key wedding because we spent the majority of our budget on our honeymoon, which is super non-refundable. I mean, tell her you'll be more than happy to help out next week when we're back from our honeymoon. So even though I'm furious, I'm like, you know what? Whatever. I'm gonna have a great time in Greece without you. And he immediately goes really quiet and says, what do you mean, go to Greece? I'm like, you know, where we're supposed to be having our honeymoon. And he was like, no, like, you're not gonna go on the honeymoon without me. That would be so selfish of you. You need to be here in case we need you. What? He told me that because I'm family now, I need to be on call for his little sister 24/7 whenever she needs me. Okay, listen, I'm more than happy to help her out when I'm back from Greece, which I spent so much of my own savings on, and I'm gonna enjoy. And I've never seen my husband this angry. He is screaming at me, telling me that I don't value family and that I'm being selfish and that I'm being disrespectful and not respecting his little sister, which I'm like, first of all, it was disrespectful of her to know we were going on our honeymoon and to even ask you to skip it and stay with her. But he told me, if I go, I will come back to divorce papers. And I said, okay, bet. So now my husband is at his little sister's. I'm packing for Greece, and I think I'm gonna be divorced when I've been married for less than a month. I really was thinking that I was in the right, but the more I'm sitting on the situation, the more I keep thinking that maybe I was too harsh. I don't know. I love my husband, and I don't want to get a divorce, but also I don't want to miss out on the honeymoon or lose all of our money, so I don't really know what to do.
My wealthy granny has a succession plotline. I come from a middle-class family. We grew up in a house that had as many bedrooms as family members, and there were no luxury cars or any occasions for a suit and tie. It's safe to say I had a very plain and lovely upbringing. My grandparents, however, are very rich. They came from nothing and worked hard to become the multi-millionaires they are today. The money never trickled down to their children, and no one really thought twice about it. It's their money, not ours, and we're all doing well for ourselves. So their wealth has never been a topic of conversation. Until the death of my grandfather.
May he rest. Yeah.
He'd been sick for a while, so it was expected. A little while after his funeral, my parents told me to visit my granny more regularly. I asked why, but they were very cagey about it. The way my family never spoke about money after his death confirmed something was up. So off I go and pay a visit to Granny. And to my complete surprise, she presents me with a check of $30,000.
Holy!
I went into complete shock. I cried and thanked her for how this had changed my entire year. A year later, the same thing happened.
Oh, cha-ching!
I was summoned to her home and given another $30K. Cut to now, Granny's health is declining and she's not exactly herself. We still make our regular visits. However, this year I was taken aback to receive no check.
Oh.
Girl, accept the fruitcake and cup of tea.
When I asked my mum about it, she told me there wouldn't be one. Apparently, Granny thinks we didn't act to suit her this year. We all know she is on her way out with millions sitting in the bank, so none of it really makes sense.
None of it really makes sense.
If you're 60K up, leave the roulette table.
Exactly.
The idea that we haven't behaved correctly is a bit confusing. My parents visit her frequently. All of us grandkids are married with great-grandkids. We've all worked hard and become successful in our own right. And since the death of Grandpa, we've all pulled our weight. There's been no drama that any of us can tell. The reason I'm writing in is to get an outside opinion on several things. One, is this situation as bizarre as it feels? I told my husband that I feel trapped in the TV show Succession.
Yeah.
It feels like my granny has engineered a prize system so that if we make her mad, she can punish us. Isn't that cruel, or am I overreacting? And two, how should I move forward with her? I still went to visit her to give her... Sorry, I can't stop laughing. I still went to visit her to give her space to tell me she was upset with me, but she didn't. So I don't think I'm the one who made her mad. And finally, 3, is it immoral to take the check if she offers it again next year?
Girl.
Partaking in a corrupt system that hurts my family and honestly feels cruel. Please help me work through this. It's not something I can speak about with my girlfriends because boo-hoo, I didn't get a juicy check from my granny. I'm aware it can sound a bit pathetic. Hannah.
I found my wife's secret Google account and I'm sick to my stomach. I, 36 male, met my wife Bailey, 33 female, 9 years ago through mutual coworkers and we hit it off immediately. I fell absolutely head over heels with this woman. She was everything I was looking for. I had gotten out of a toxic, dare I say abusive, long-term relationship right before that with the woman Bailey had been acquainted with, but not friends with. I had her blocked on everything and had no contact with her since breaking up. We got married right after the tail end of the pandemic, bought our first house together, and started trying to conceive. That was difficult because Bailey has PCOS, but last year she finally gave birth to our first daughter. I'm having a blast being a dad. It's kind of a dream come true. I finally got my happy life with my perfect wife. My perfect wife until last Monday. My laptop's battery shit the bed, so I opened up Bailey's work tablet with an attached keyboard. You could set it up like a monitor to check on some tax stuff. He wasn't home. It was just me and the baby, but we've never asked permission to use each other's devices. We've always been open like that. There's nothing for us to hide. That's what I thought. When I opened up the internet, I noticed she had the incognito tab open. Never in a million years did I expect to discover what I did. So many things running through my brain. What could it be? I don't want to say them out loud because they're all bad. And what if the one thing he found isn't as bad as I'm thinking? My wife has a secret Google account with a photo album saved called XX. So I clicked on it. Did I discover an affair? Nudes? Nope. In this Google album were over 300 photos, 348 to be specific, of my ex. The woman I was with right before I met Bailey. The woman who tormented me and made me feel worthless. The album said it was started back right around the time Bailey and I started dating and was updated as recently as 2 weeks ago. The photos range from candid shots with family to pictures at her work functions. There were even pictures from her yearbook. I don't know how Bailey could have found her high school yearbook photos. Photos from vacations, ID photos from work, pictures of her in crowds, screenshots of videos and screen recordings of videos. Just her. The other people in the photos would be scribbled out, or the photo would be cropped and zoomed in just on my ex. There was another disturbing thing I found too. There was another album with just zoomed up pictures of my ex's hair. Come to think of it, Bailey had recently started wearing her hair different and my ex had a very identifiable hair type. There was another album with screenshots of comments on social media. Of course, I can't find them because I have her blocked, like Facebook groups she's in and public posts. And my ex is very low-key on social media. I can't imagine the lengths Bailey went to find them. My ex literally lives in another country now. There were also different links to the exact outfits she was wearing, like very specific blouses and trousers you'd have to really go looking for to find. A specific water bottle I remember her purchasing, and identical hiking boots and sandals. Oh my gosh, your wife is a grade A stalker. So basically, my partner of almost a decade has been single white femaling my ex-girlfriend, has secretly stalked her to the point of buying her exact clothes and changing her hair, and now I'm just starting to realize Bailey's new interests over the years were just my ex's. Bailey has turned herself into my ex. Everything feels like a lie. Our love feels like a lie. The things we share feel like a lie. I threw up and had a panic attack. I looked at our daughter and felt betrayed. I haven't confronted her yet. I don't know if I want to. I want to run away with our daughter. I want to print out all of her pictures, leave them on the table, and disappear. I don't know what to do. I just want to throw up. This is really, really scary. I would realistically, oh man. Something like that happens, you literally question the sincerity of your entire relationship. I think you need to get away and situate yourself alone with your daughter and then eventually have a conversation and be like, what the fuck? What is this? You have some explaining to do and see if, would you guys think this is like repairable and after a conversation, or is this something that you just gotta run? I don't know. It's hard because you have a kid involved, but why would you do that? If you knew he has such a bad relationship with her, what made you think that copying her would be what he would want, especially if he has her blocked? Oh, I wish there was an update, but there's not.
Am I the arsehole for refusing to talk to my fiance after they swapped out my wedding dress with a cheaper version so that they could save money? Story time. So in our tradition, there is a custom in which the man will buy the bride's wedding dress and the bride will buy the man's wedding dress. So the groom wears a shawani and the bride wears a lenga. And to keep things fair, the price is agreed in advance. Now, we're a little sentimental about wedding clothes, so we wanted to go somewhere a little bit more higher end. She found an amazing lenga and I found the most beautiful shawani to wear. Now, my outfit was definitely more expensive than hers, however, it was still within the budget that we had set. We finalised everything, but we didn't actually end up bringing anything home that day because they needed a couple of customisations. So she said that she was going to pick them up when they were ready and she was going to post them to my family home, which arrived 2 days ago. My entire family was so excited to see it, so I unpackaged everything, and that's when I realised that something was just off. Although it was very, very similar, this was not what I picked out. You could just tell that the quality was not there at all. The stitching was all wrong. The fabric was just not the same fabric.
Also, there was no label on the collar, and I was genuinely just assuming that we had been played by the seller. So I told my future wife that I was going to confront this seller. But she was like, no, it's the exact same. You're just imagining things. It's because you've not seen it in a while. Now, Amy was getting super restless when I became adamant that I would be going to confront the seller at the showroom. And this is when Amy confessed to me that it actually wasn't the correct garment. And it also wasn't the seller's fault. She had swapped out what I was going to wear on our wedding day because she didn't want my outfit to be more expensive than hers. She didn't believe that the Shawani that I had picked out was worth the price. So I asked her why she hadn't shared these views before we paid for it, to which she had absolutely no solid answer. Now, once again, just a reminder, our budget was agreed mutually and we both earn very good money, so we can spend like this. Also, she is buying a full new set of makeup for the wedding as well, so the prices would have equaled out in that aspect. Genuinely so upset by this entire thing. I just can't believe that she has gone behind my back like this. And I'm just genuinely so confused by this whole situation, because if she wanted to spend more, she could have spent more. So I ended up dropping the new dress at her house because she said she was going to sort it and get the original one for me. And since then, we have been no contact. My family were initially hurt too, but now they're saying, like, don't overreact. I have other friends that are like, no, you literally didn't react enough. What do you guys think?
Would I be the asshole for suing my sister over something her daughter did? I, female 43, have a daughter, female 16. My sister, female 40, has a daughter, female 15, and always had the idea of having both our daughters be the best of friends. She would only schedule playdays with my daughter and not any of her daughter's school friends. It kept going on, and her daughter began to resent mine. She would start off by stealing things here and there and went on by lying about her. My sister coddled her daughter her entire life and had one of those weird relationships with her daughter like the ones on TV.
Okay.
She had a real-life brat as a daughter, but everyone in our extended family would brush it off as just a fiery personality. Now on to what happened yesterday. My daughter won a school raffle and got the grand prize, which was a MacBook. My daughter got praise from nearly everyone. Everyone except my sister, who I didn't mind. On my dad's 78th birthday, I sent out invitations to everyone and said gifts were optional, as I had already bought him quite a lot of gifts. My sister and her daughter show up with this juice maker and some fruits and rush to my kitchen. While everyone was getting settled in, my daughter yells from her bedroom. I got scared and ran up to see what was going on, and saw my niece with her juice maker and my daughter's laptop covered in a smoothie-like mixture. I yell for my sister to come upstairs, and she just comes out the bathroom next to my daughter's room. She said it's no big deal and that the computer was probably waterproof.
No.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. If you ever used a computer before, playfully spilling a smoothie on your computer.
This is weaponized incompetence.
This is very much weaponized incompetence, yeah.
It isn't. I said, what was that smoothie doing out of the kitchen, and why didn't my sister use the downstairs bathroom since the upstairs is off limits? I told her that she would be paying for the repairs, but she just brushed it off and said that it was fine, and family doesn't work like that.
Whoa, okay. I was worried at the beginning. I was like, I didn't know where this was going, but now this seems this is starting to get a little more cut and dry.
Yeah. She headed downstairs, but I called the police on her and her daughter and got her daughter kicked out.
All right, let's rewind a little bit. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. That's the part that I'm weird about.
That's, yeah.
The rest of the party was awkward and tense. After it, all I got texts from everyone that saw that happened asking for me to just drop it. Some even called me entitled. I was thinking on serving her with court papers. Would I be the asshole? Here's the update, though.
Okay.
Update. It was intentional. While I was away, I took the computer to a repair shop. I asked if they could fix the water damage. They said yes, but it's not easy. While they were trying to fix the computer, they opened the back and saw there were multiple punctures in the wires and other delicate parts.
What?
I've decided to file a lawsuit. What the extended family thinks of me is irrelevant because my sister allowed her daughter to destroy it on purpose.
Yeah, wow, okay.
I'm getting in touch with a lawyer. Thank you all. I'll be sure to keep you all updated.
Am I the asshole for kicking my brother's girlfriend and her kid out of my house at Sunday dinner? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 31 female, have a great relationship with my family. We get together on most Sundays to do an early dinner. We alternate between my parents hosting or hosting at my husband and I's home. I also have a younger brother who's 27 who lives alone. So yesterday I was hosting dinner. It was supposed to be my parents, mom's best friend who was visiting, my brother, my husband, and I. I planned a nice meal: roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, asparagus, roasted squash, stuffing, cranberry sauce, roasted Brussels sprouts with apples and bacon. About an hour before we planned on eating, my brother texted me to let me know his girlfriend Becky, 32, was with him along with her daughter Jessica, 9. Not a big deal, but a little more notice would have been appreciated because his girlfriend and her kid are vegetarian. I set 2 more places at the table and figured they could eat the sides. I'll be honest, I don't really care for his girlfriend, but my family has a rule: we don't mess with other people's relationships. Becky just seems very opportunistic and her kid is very weird. Am I the asshole for kicking my brother's girlfriend and her kid out of my house at Sunday dinner? Disclaimer, this is not my story. We sat down for dinner and Jessica asked where April was going to sit. I looked around confused. Bianca then said that April is her imaginary friend. Her daughter is 9, turning 10. She started crying that April needs to eat and having a total tantrum. My mom tried to calm things down, suggesting she share her plate and seat, which she refused, demanding a chair and a plate. Becky said to just set a spot. My dining room table has 8 chairs, all in use. The kid got louder and everyone else stared in shock. She tossed herself on the ground. I got flustered and told her to please get her to stop. Becky called me rude and heartless for not giving in to her kids. She also said that she knows I hate kids and that's why we don't have any. She then ranted about how I knew they were vegetarian and it was rude of me not to offer a main that was vegetarian friendly and that I put bacon and Brussels sprouts. I said I didn't know they were coming and I wasn't the one who invited her. I told her if she can't respect me in my home, she should leave. She screamed at my brother that they're leaving, but he said he was staying. Everyone was in shock, but we all ate, and my brother silenced his phone because she was blowing him up.
Storytime. I was 11 years old and I sent my neighbor to jail. This is not my story. It was sent to me on my email. Trigger warning. When I was 11 years old, me and my little sisters would go visit my grandma, and my grandma lived in Mexico. It was about a 4-hour drive to my grandma's house. Me, my mother, and my little sisters lived in the US. My grandma didn't have a visa to visit us in the US, so we had to drive about 4 hours to see my grandma. My mother loved driving down to my grandma's house, so we saw my grandma about 4 times every month. My mother and my grandma were very close. Plus, I always wanted to hang out with my little cousins, and altogether we just loved spending family time. My grandma used to live down a hill, and me and my little sister and all of my cousins would go up the hill in skateboards, running. We would play hide and seek. We played a game called Los Colores, and all I remember was my grandma and all of my tias anxious when we would go up the hill because there would be cars coming by and they never let us out of their sight. There was a lot of little apartments called vecindades. I remember my grandma would say that those houses up the hill were apartments, but they looked totally different from the ones that I would see in the US. I remember there would always be older women sweeping the concrete outside of the houses, throwing water on the concrete, and all of them saying hi to each other. There was this lady called Doña Bimbo, and she was the lady that was in charge of the vecindad, of the little apartments. Well, Doña Bimbo let a lot of people come and go from her apartments. Usually in Mexico, people lived in houses that their old generation created, and families after families live in those houses. My grandma's house, she basically built it with her husband, my grandpa. And her other kids, my uncles, would also live there. My young mentality thought that all houses in Mexico were like that, but I was wrong. Doña Bimbo had a lot of people in her apartments, obviously. There was a lot of different men, a lot of people renting the little rooms. I remember this summertime, I think it was in 2008, there was this brown man, skinny, with a small face, always winking at me every time I would go up the hill. He would always stare at me and just wink at me, or he would also raise his eyebrows at me. This happened every time I would go up the hill with all of my little sisters and my cousins when we were trying to play. I thought I was going crazy and I knew this wasn't right. Every time I saw this man, I was scared and I had a bad feeling in my tummy. And I just kept going up the hill to check if this man was actually winking at me. This man was alone, always smoking a cigarette. I guess since I was the oldest out of all my cousins, and my body was a little bit more developed, he had bad intentions. So I was getting scared every time I went up this hill. Since it was a 4-hour drive all the way to the US again to our house, we would have a lot of sleepovers. So the next day, I decided to go up the hill around the same time in the afternoon and check out if this man was actually there and confirm that he was winking at me. This stuff has never happened to me, so I knew this was wrong. I saw the man up in the hill and I decided to confront him what he wanted. He pulled me inside the apartments and I started screaming. This is when Doña Bimbo comes outside with a broomstick and a mop and starts hitting the man. That man was able to take me all the way inside his house, but Doña Bimbo broke his windows, got inside and saved me. This man was arrested. We never saw him again in our neighborhood.
I'm losing my husband and don't think I can do anything about it.
Oh no.
I'm 39 female, my husband is 39 male. We've been married for 13 years. After struggling with infertility for a few years, we realized early in our marriage we would not be able to have kids of our own. It was a tough realization, but we both decided to dedicate ourselves to our jobs and spoil the nieces and nephews and young cousins we have. A few months ago, a young woman, Kaylee, 26 female, moved into the house next door to us. She has 2 twin sons and is recently widowed. She's lovely and completely overwhelmed. She has no family in the area, so my husband and I, of course, offered to help her with anything she needed. She'll come to us for help with little things. She'll ask my husband to fix something or ask for an ingredient for a meal along those lines. You have sugar?
Yeah.
I don't know if people still did that.
Yeah.
My husband is always respectful and I don't think he would ever cheat, but I see how he reacts when Kaylee calls or rings the bell. His eyes light up, he gets excited, he loves her twin boys, they play and roughhouse with him all the time. Our driveway runs along the side of her yard. When he used to come home from work and they would be outside, he'd take a few minutes to play with them before he came in. So now they're out there every afternoon waiting for him.
Oh no.
My husband has admitted seeing them run up to him after work brightens up his whole day. I know my husband would never cheat or betray me, but I see him losing himself in this fantasy of what if this was my family? What if these were my kids? I know he wouldn't cheat, but I have this fear he's going to realize what we have isn't enough and he's going to leave me for the ready-made family next door. I don't want to discuss these concerns with him and sound accusatory, but yesterday I saw him and Kaylee talking outside and I wanted to cry. They looked like a happy family. They were on her deck talking and laughing. He was holding one twin boy while the other was climbing on her. I feel like I'm losing my husband and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I don't know what to do.
This is a recipe for disaster. Oh, this is horrendous. Step 1, you do have to talk to him.
Yes.
I don't think you can keep hiding your feelings, especially if like boundaries need to be set. I definitely don't think you're losing your husband unless you don't put in the effort to have these conversations and really put in the work on the relationship and say, honey, like this is making me uncomfortable. I know I love you and I trust you and I know you wouldn't cheat, but I'm feeling like I'm being replaced. I'm watching this life around me kind of form and it's just not making me feel good. You don't want to sound accusatory or insecure. Like we've all been there in situations with a partner where it's like, you know the worst and you don't want to assume the worst is even possible, but sometimes it just helps to get it out there and say it.
Especially with the narrative that's building up inside
oh my God.
in your mind and just like that can take over you. Aside from this, like you can think your partner's cheating and then you'll start to look for reasons to like make your insecurity get stronger. And then at the end of the day, you can find out like, no, they haven't been doing a single thing, but I've built up this whole narrative and getting myself wound up to where I'm like, yep. And you almost start to believe.
My wife, 35 female of 10 years, left me, 36 male, after I discovered I had a son from a previous relationship. She wants to move with our kids. I have been unable to sleep and really struggling. I feel emotionally drained. My wife, Amy, 35 female, left me, 36 male, after I was contacted by an ex and discovered I had a son. I tried to post his age, but my post gets removed, so I just want to clear up that he was born 3 years before I married my wife, and there was absolutely no overlap or cheating in my wife and I's relationship. This happened a month ago and I requested a paternity test. Amy didn't say much while we waited for results, but agreed that if I was the father, I needed to be in my son's life in every way possible. 2 weeks ago, the results came back that I am the father, and immediately Amy said she wanted a divorce and began packing her and her children's belongings. I was confused and asked her why, but she just cried and said she loved me. Amy and I have been married for 10 years. Okay, so that means the son is 13 years old. Our marriage has been pretty damn close to perfect. No serious arguments, same goals, we've traveled the world together, we have a beautiful home, rewarding careers, and fantastic children together. I'm so heartbroken that she's thrown everything away. I feel like my life has been destroyed. I have no clue what to do. I have begged and pleaded for therapy and my wife refuses. She has started the divorce process. The next issue is custody of our children in terms of divorce. All 4 of our children are young, not even in school yet. She says if I agree to give her primary custody, she will let me have the house and will not want child support, and will give me all of our savings so I can raise my son as his mother is struggling. She also agreed to pay for some home help for me. I am disabled and need some help occasionally during flare-ups, which she usually provides. I told her I could afford it on my own, but she insists as she says she wants to help out since she won't be there. She will move across the country with our 2 children, but said she will bring them for at least 2 weeks every 2 months so I can have a relationship with them and will pay for me to fly out to see them whenever I want. I don't know what to do. I have no family to discuss this with because 2 of mine and Amy's children are adopted. And my parents and extended family think my biological son is more important than them, which is obviously untrue. It makes me feel horrible, but I don't even know my son. It feels like I'm losing everything for a person I don't know. And I know he's a child and I shouldn't feel that way. But all I ever wanted was my wife and kids. And while I love my son and take care of him, I don't feel like he is my kid yet just because I haven't really had time to get to know him. A month ago, I wouldn't have recognized him if I saw him on the street. I feel so much guilt for feeling this way. Amy and I are fairly well off, but she is more so than me. She offered to hire me a lawyer of my choosing if I don't agree with her terms. I told her again I could afford it, but she says she just wants to make sure I get a fair deal. But I just can't. I don't want to divorce or lose my children. I love my wife and children more than anything. I just don't understand her motives or why she is doing this. It feels like I have to pick my son or my wife and our shared kids. I keep trying to make sense of it in my mind. She will not tell me any reason for wanting to get divorced. She's even being incredibly nice to my son. His birthday had recently passed and she got him a new game system. They haven't met. She said it was from myself and his siblings. She even told me what her nephew, who is the same age as my son, is into so that I can get things my son might like. I don't even know what advice I'm looking for. It feels like my life has been completely ruined. I'm in therapy, but it doesn't seem to help. A month ago, my wife and I were planning or trying for another baby and picking our next vacation spot. And now I'm going to be divorced? How do I move on? How do I not unfairly resent my son when I know it's not his fault? I keep hoping there's a way to convince her to stay, but I don't even know what the problem really is. I'm hoping someone else has been through learning they have a child after 10 plus years and know where to start or what I can do to either move on or convince my wife that this doesn't have to happen. Any advice at all is appreciated though. I think this is really bizarre. While every person is entitled to their own right, she's well within her means to want to leave. But if he did, this happened before you guys were even married or introduced. I don't understand why the first thought is divorce. I mean, you already have adopted kids. What's the difference by having one more? You know, that's the way I'm trying to think if I was put into my situation, right? Like, I feel like divorce is kind of extreme, especially since she seems so sympathetic and everything. I feel like we're missing something. This can't be the entire story.
In case you need another reason why not to follow your boyfriend to your high school boyfriend to college, let me give you one, okay? So I've been dating this guy for kind of like junior and senior year, freshman and sophomore year. I had a huge crush on him. He didn't like me. He was dating this really bitchy girl who hated me. And anyway, we got together. We were dating for a while. Things were going really good. We both, let me emphasize that, both got into a car accident together and kind of scarred me for life. And he made it all about himself because he couldn't play football. So he was being like a little crybaby. So we were all at this party one time, this like field party. We were all out there together with our friends, and I had gotten my acceptance letter to where he got into college, and I was really excited to go tell him. He was actually supposed to meet me at a school function, but he decided to ditch to go to this party, which was stupid anyway. So like an idiot, I go out there to like tell him about it, and come to find out he actually had slept with my best friend's sister, and he insinuated that I couldn't afford the college that he was going to. So
Story time about how I married a married man.
Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Years ago, I met this guy that I thought was really cute. Stupid and naive, and I believed everything he said. I worked in customer service. He came into my job one day and just started flirting with me, and I was like thrilled. My job was really boring. Cute guy comes in and just starts talking to me, and I just fall in love. I'm not exaggerating. I know it's pathetic. I couldn't believe that he was talking to me and that he was interested in me. The next day, he asked me for my phone number, and I gave it to him. Went on one date, and I was legit in love. It starts to get creepy. He was 20 years older than me, and you could say he GROOMED'd me. I didn't know what was happening. I was 19, I had never had a boyfriend, and I barely had ever been kissed. Played me like a fiddle. After 2 weeks of going on dates, he finally kissed me. I knew that he was the man I wanted to marry. But when I told my coworker about him, she told me that he was married. I asked him about it. He told me that my coworker must have been mistaking him for his brother, because his brother and him had similar names and the brother was married. 2 days later, I asked one of his friends about it. That's when his friend tells me that he doesn't even have a brother and that he had been married for 15 years to a girl that was also 20 years younger than him. Even knowing this, I still married him. And you'll never guess how. Part 2 is already up. Story time about how I married a guy who was already married. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's gonna be on Instagram. Even though I knew he was already married to somebody else, and even though I knew he lied to me about already being married, I still went ahead and married him. I was completely obsessed with him. Because he was already legally married to somebody else, we decided to use a different name for him, and somehow it worked. We actually drove 5 hours away to get married, used fake names, filed in a different state, and then we drove back to our hometown, where literally no one knew we were married. It was our little secret. But then the poo hit the fan. He kept promising that he would leave his wife. But one day, I'm having dinner with my parents at a restaurant, and guess who shows up? My husband with his wife. And boy, did they look happy. He was all over her, kissing her neck and her hands. Not only until he realized that I was in the restaurant did he stop. Then he actually had the audacity to come to my table, introduce himself to my parents, and tell him that he knew me from my job. All the while his wife was sitting at the table looking at me. And in that moment, I knew that she knew something was up. It's like she stared straight into my soul. She must have seen the way that I was looking at him, because she ran up to the table and introduced herself to me and my parents. When she tried to shake my hand, I didn't shake it back. My parents told me I was being rude, so I forced myself to shake her hand. 2 days later, she calls me and asks me what's up. But I lied and said that her husband was just a friend. Then I got an idea. I decided to be her friend. I asked her out to coffee and we had a great time. And little did she know that she was sitting with her husband's new wife. I feel like this way I can try to control their relationship from the inside. I confessed everything to my mom and she thinks I'm crazy. I think I'm a little crazy too. Am I completely wrong for this?
This man survived 24 days lost at sea by eating only ketchup and seasoning. Elvis Francois was repairing a sailboat on St. Martin's Island and was dragged to sea by bad weather. He tried to get back to the port, but he couldn't because he had to mount and fix the seal. He tried calling friends and coworkers but couldn't because there was no signal. He also had to constantly remove water from the boat to keep it from sinking. He even tried to light a fire to send a distress signal but was unsuccessful. So the only thing he could do was wait and eat ketchup and seasoning. He had to collect rainwater anytime it rained with clothes on board the ship to stay alive. He was very resourceful. He engraved help on the boat's hull and just waited. Eventually, a container ship spotted him and seen the word help and stopped and led to his rescue. He was 1,000 miles away from where he started. He said there was plenty of times where he almost lost hope, but he kept going. So that's a reminder, you guys, never give up.
Am I in the wrong for defending my wife after she purposely dumped coffee on a kid? My wife and I are both 34 and kid-free. My brother Mac, 28, started dating 30-year-old Heather roughly a year ago, and she came with 3 kids. 12-year-old Anna, who's 100% the problem child. The boys 6 and 8 are great. Anna, on the other hand, purposely does shit to piss people off at every turn and is extremely defiant, and her mother lets her get away with it. We own a camp on the lake, and once a year we host a large barbecue and a weekend stay for the entire family. Mac brought Heather and her kids. Anna was a shit all weekend, picking fights with people, throwing tantrums, hitting, etc. And Heather just stood back saying, I don't know why she acts like that, rather than doing anything to correct her kid. My wife was getting noticeably more pissed off as the hours progressed, but nothing like yesterday. Yesterday, we were all sitting out on the deck talking and enjoying coffee, and Anna was underfoot. She was told to go play with the other kids several times and she refused, finding excuses to be involved in the conversation, which included picking up a fly swatter and swatting at flies all around the adults, knocking over our coffee several times. She was also smacking my wife with the swatter, repeatedly saying that there were flies on her when there wasn't. My wife at one point looked at Heather and said, either you get your kid the F out of here or I'm going to lose my shit. I also spoke to my brother several times about him stepping in. This was following Anna dumping my wife's fresh coffee all over the place, including on her. And for the second time, cold coffee. My wife doesn't drink hot coffee. Heather said it clipped Anna go play, and that was it. No follow through. Well, Anna comes right back in and slaps my wife on the forehead with the swatter and says, Bug, missed him. My wife took her coffee, her third one that she just made, again, cold, and flung it at Anna, covering her. Anna immediately starts crying and Heather flips out. So does my brother, saying that my wife is an immature C word and that she's just an effing kid. My wife calmly puts her cup down and continues the conversation like nothing happened, as Anna, Heather, and Mac are all flipping out. But then Heather says, do you have anything to effing say for yourself? And my wife says, don't let the door hit you and your demon spawn on the ass on the way out. Some of the adults are saying that maybe an apology is warranted and that we're the a-holes for not giving one. I personally don't think so. Also, there were plenty of times that my wife specifically had told Anna to stop, and she had even taken the fly swatter from her at one point. Anna went in and mocked my wife and then grabbed the new swatter, while Heather and my brother ignored Anna and what she was doing, hence why Anna kept doing it.
I found out my boyfriend cheated on me, so I slept with his dad. Let's talk about it.
Okay, so it didn't exactly go down like that, so let me explain. Boyfriend and I were like best friends growing up, so my parents found each other in college. They were like college sweethearts, and my dad had this best friend who he like grew up with, and so they all became best friends. And my boyfriend's dad had a one-night stand, and that is how my boyfriend was produced, okay? Are you with me? So he and I are just a couple months apart, and when my parents moved into this house, my boyfriend's dad moved into the house right across the street. So it was like almost destined that we were going to be together because we were like childhood sweethearts, best friends. We finally like got together in high school, blah, blah, blah. Tale as old as time. My boyfriend's dad never remarried. That's just something for later. So it's around spring break, and I was coming home early for something, and he was still at the dorms, and I was going to surprise him. I surprised him alright, because when I opened the door to his dorm, I walked on him having sex with another girl. Obviously, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm freaking out. The girl's like, I'm so sorry. He's been after me like all semester. I had no idea he had a girlfriend. And we immediately break up. Now, this is tricky because I don't know if I should tell my parents because I'm like, they're gonna hate him. And I don't want his dad to be upset with him because him and his dad already kind of have like this strained relationship. I'm a few weeks shy of graduating from high school, and the college that I chose is the college that he goes to. It wasn't the only reason, but I knew if I told my parents this, they would push me to go to the one that's closer to home. And I was right, because not too shortly after I had told them about the breakup and they kind of saw that like we were not getting back together, like Taylor Swift, we're never getting back together, they started pushing me to go to the college that my mom worked at. So we kind of got into this big fight where I yelled at them, and then they were like, all right, well, we're going to be right back. Like, just take some time to think about it. And then they got into a horrible car accident that night. They ended up passing away. It was horrible. I had to graduate high school without them. I had to start the summer, before my college year without them. It was really hard. During all this time, the person that I can count on the most is my ex-boyfriend's dad, because he was their best friend and he was like somebody I knew growing up, and I feel like I can't go to my ex-boyfriend because of everything that went down between us. And the dad was like, you shouldn't be alone right now. Like, why don't you move in with us? Because I was supposed to start an internship with my dad and him that summer. And he was like, we'll just ride to work together. It'll be fine. It'll be good for you. And call it trauma bond, call it now daddy issues, but he's starting to look real good to me. Like, this man who I've known my whole life, he is starting to just look so fine. So because we now live together and work together, I just feel like the lines are starting to get blurred a little bit between the both of us. And then one night where I know he's having a particularly hard night, we're in there talking, I'm comforting him, and it went from comforting him to kissing him. I put my mouth on his mouth. He pushed me away immediately. He was like, this cannot happen. What are you doing? I'm like, don't you feel this too? He's like, no, absolutely not. That can never happen again. But it did in fact happen again.
Storytime on how I put a camera in my best friend's bathroom and found her doing the dirty with my senior citizen dad. Okay, so boom, let's jump right into it. So I'm 14 years old and very much gay, or lesbian rather. I have a huge crush on my best friend who's 16 years old, and I'm fascinated by her. She's just the best. I haven't come out yet, so no one knows, but I'm planning on coming out soon and expressing my love to my best friend shortly after. We also change in front of each other, so we're already quite comfy. Well, I saw a video on TikTok that made me buy a cute little bear, and I gave the bear to my best friend. The bear ended up having cameras in it, and I swear I didn't know. Maybe I did. Anyways, I logged into the camera and my best friend had put it in her bathroom. So occasionally I would just watch her brushing her teeth, doing her hair, cleaning up in general. But anytime she showered, I swear I wouldn't look. Yeah, it's a little creepy, but no harm if I don't watch her change, right? Anyways, a week into me watching, one day I called her and she didn't answer. My parents were at work and I was home alone, bored. And since she didn't answer, I decided to just check the cameras to see what she was doing. But this particular time when I looked at the camera, I didn't have to wait because she was already in the bathroom. There's no sound on the video, but I could tell she was laughing and talking to someone, and she was literally naked. I thought, oh, she must have made up with her ex, and I got a little jealous. But then, quickly to my surprise, I found out that wasn't the case at all. A man ran into the bathroom after her, picked her up on the wall, and they started making out. Then he carried her back into the room. I can only imagine what then went on in that room. Well, that man was my 56-year-old dad. I dropped my laptop and my jaws dropped. I was just shocked. Lost for words. My 56-year-old dad is cheating on my 36-year-old mom with my 16-year-old best friend who I stalked with the hidden camera in her bathroom? So I can't really even say anything, right? I don't know.
Let's
What should I
organise
do?
my sister's pantries.
Am I in the wrong for not inviting a family member with a service dog
First
to my
stop
wedding?
Kmart.
I, 27 female, am getting married in August. It's not that lavish, but we wanted to be a party for all to come. We are paying for the whole thing ourselves. I prefer to keep the wedding smaller, and 90 is actually a cut down list from 180. One of the people cut was a cousin, 27 female,
Here's
I grew up with,
everything
who
I
if didn't
got.
have a service dog would be invited, and honestly could have been in the running to be a bridesmaid. We grew up together and we were close growing up. Sometime during college she got a service dog. This is when I stopped hanging out with her outside of family functions. It's a dog for PTSD, and I don't know what the task is it's trained for. I don't know what the cause of her PTSD is either. I just don't like dogs, and I don't view any dogs favorably. My family knows this, and until now have never had an issue. Because of her service dog, we just grew apart. There was never any argument or event that happened. Our lives just went separate ways. I also met my fiance, and I had a group of college friends and I started hanging out with. Before these questions come up, I'm not allergic, I was never bit by a dog, and there's no trauma. Dogs just aren't for me. So invites were sent out and I got a message from my cousin asking where her invite was. My aunt, her mom, was talking about my wedding. I told her that she wasn't invited and we had to cut the guest list down. She said that I don't know why she didn't make the cut. We were close for a long time and kept pressing. Finally, I told her that I don't want a dog at my wedding. It took her a day to respond to that, but by that point, I had heard from my mom and my aunt and several family members. I held firm. I'm paying for the whole thing. I'm controlling that day and who's there. I finally compromised and texted my cousin saying that she could come but her dog wasn't invited. That set off a shitstorm for her that came down on me. I answered a call from her and all I heard was yelling on the other end. I hung up. This was followed by many text messages calling me an a-hole, I'm ableist, etc. This drama has been going on for over a week now and it's a few months until the wedding. There's a fraction of family that have said that they are declining now. They're using my mom to pressure me or pressuring her into not coming. My mom is supporting me because it's my wedding and I'm paying for it.
I broke girl code and started dating my best friend's ex-boyfriend. Let's talk about it. You know that couple in the friend group who is like very toxic on and off again, like fights in the middle of a party but like can't stay away from each other? That was my bestie and her boyfriend, and they were together for a really long time and they went through like a lot of stuff together. They were the it couple for a while, but then they just became that like really toxic couple that you didn't even want to be around anymore. But we all grew up together. We like would always hang out at somebody's house, especially her house, like on a Friday or Saturday night. We would all get together. We've all been friends since high school, like just one of the best friend groups you could ever have. Finally like broke up officially, and she started dating this like really nice guy, and she brought him around to our friend group, and our friend group was one of those that's like kind of hard to infiltrate, and everybody like really likes him. He's like the nicest guy. But obviously this was like really hard on her ex-boyfriend, and it was kind of hard for all of us because we could see how much he was struggling with it, and some temper tantrums were thrown. He like loved her so much that at one point he literally like bought this old house and fixed it up, and he like wanted them to live together. It was like his way of trying to get her back, and obviously it didn't end up working. She's Anyway, time goes on, people move on. It's becoming less and less awkward for them to be around each other, mostly because they really aren't in the same place at the same time. It's not like they avoid each other and like we can't all hang out as a friend, but it just doesn't, they don't cross paths as much as they used to. During the same time, I get an eviction notice. I'm getting kicked out of my place. It's just become too much and I have to find somewhere else to live. Everybody else that's in our friend group does not have a place for me to stay except for, you guessed it, ex-boyfriend. Like I said before, we've always been friends. He offered me a place to stay. I go and stay with him. Things are kind of awkward because like I don't know if he still has feelings for ex-girlfriend. Like I don't really know how to like talk about that or like hang out with her, and like it's not like we're like see each other every day best friends, just we all grew up together and like I consider all of them my best friend. I just don't ever like want to step on his toes or make him feel uncomfortable or make her feel uncomfortable. And he and I have always been friends, but never like super close friends. And so I'm really getting to know him. And he's like really nice. And he's like one of those people who are very handy. Like, so like he can fix anything. And I always thought that's like such an attractive quality. And I find that really attractive about him. And did I mention that he's like stupidly good looking? Anyways, one night we're like talking about our the sex lives and how long it's been for both of us. And the conversation kind of takes a turn. We end up kissing, do a little bit more than kissing, but he like abruptly pulls away. He's like, I'm so sorry, like I lost control, that can't happen again, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, awesome, because he probably like still wants to be with her, his ex-girlfriend, and like I'm just never going to like measure up or compare to her. He has like put her on this pedestal. Now we're living together, I have to see him every day, and I don't know if I should tell my friend, I don't know if it's ever gonna happen again, I don't even know if I should just move out and completely be done with the whole situation. And it happens again. And it's like we can't stay away from each other, so now I think we're like kind of dating, but not really. I'm just curious of what's gonna happen when we officially have to tell her like we're kind of something. I'm terrified that she's gonna hate me, and I'm also terrified that I'm never going to live up to her in his eyes. What do I do?
The other day, I was hanging out with my ex and I did something bad, and I've literally thought about it at least 5 times a day since. So I feel like I just need to confess. I feel like I just need to get it off my chest. And honestly, it kind of serves me right that I haven't been able to forget about it, because why would I do that? So he was over at my place hanging out, and I think he asked me to get something from his backpack. I don't know why, but I had to get it. I think it was his AirPods. I think he wanted his AirPods from his backpack while I was up. So I'm like, okay. I open his backpack. I'm like looking for the AirPods, and the first thing I see is this notebook, okay? It's like a notebook, and on the front there's all of these like doodles. There's like drawings, and I was like, oh my god, like I pick it up and I'm like, all this time, like you've been a doodler? Like I didn't realize that. I was like looking at the drawings, and I think I even talked about them. I think I even said it out loud, like something about the drawings, and he's like, oh yeah. So I'm like, what else is in here? And I open it up thinking it's just gonna be like more doodles or like his work stuff, and I open it up and I'm like, hold on a second, is this a diary? Are these journal entries I'm seeing? So I'm like going through it, and these are like dates like dating back to like 3 years ago. And I'm like, oh my god, like this is his diary. To be fair, it's not like I like snuck into his room and was like, I'm gonna find his diary because I know he has a diary and I'm gonna read it. I didn't know it, but even if I did know it was his diary, if I'm being really honest with myself, actually, I would have read it. Like I would have read that shit. Like I know I should have respect, but like that went away a long time ago with us. So he's probably like in the other room wondering like why I'm being so quiet. Like what is she up to? I was up to something, let me tell you, because I was flipping through it, and one of the first entries I found is literally the date we met, or like the day after our first date. And I literally see my name. I see my name in it. Like, do you know how thrilling it is to be going through someone's diary and see your own name? Like, anyway, so I start reading it. First few sentences are like normal, like, oh, I drove to Marie, like where I used to live. And then just like some like recap of like our day. And I'm like, this is cute. Like, damn, like maybe I was too mean to him. Like, this is actually starting really sweet. And then like the fourth sentence, this is why I shouldn't. Anyway, the fourth sentence was it literally said, she's definitely not my soulmate, but, and at that moment I screamed, like I let out an audible scream. I was like, oh, and he's like, what? And he like comes in and he took it and he's like, oh my god. And I'm like, oh my god, like, why would a man have a diary? Like, how was I supposed to know? But that's all I needed to see. She's not my soulmate, but then why did you give me attention? And I just think it's so funny that affected me so much, considering the amount of shit I've written in my notes app, like the literal poems I've written about him in my notes app. And also I'm acting like it wasn't 100% true. Like, bitch, I know that, we've known that, but like, oh, didn't need to read that.
Story time about how my husband stole my dog because I told his family that he's gay. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. My husband and I had been married for 6 months before I realized he was gay. The way I found out is horrendous. Husband, almost ex, he has a gardening business. This means he works with a lot of guys. The guys that he started hiring were all very young, very attractive. Obviously, I didn't care because I never thought that he would be gay. Well, I come home one day early from work, only to find him and 3 other guys on the couch, doing different things to each other. I was horrified. I was seriously triggered and traumatized. You see, I had been essayed by 2 boys when I was in college, so walking into this literally made me vomit. I even got flashbacks. What did my husband do? The man kicked me out of the house. He closed the door on me. So I proceed to start ringing the doorbell. So I decide to call 911 and say that there's 2 intruders in my house, which I mean there are. By the time the police come, they're all dressed up. Of course, it was my word against theirs. The police told me that all I could do was get a divorce. At the time, I had a 2-month-old puppy. My husband didn't really like the puppy. He was a lot of work, but it was my responsibility. After I caught him, I ran straight to his mom's house and spilled the beans. His mom and dad were furious. They called him, but he wouldn't answer his phone. Called my sister and she told me that I should just go live with her. I go home to grab my things and my puppy, but my puppy is nowhere to be found. That's when my husband told me that he probably ran away. This man refused to help me look for him. I'm filing a divorce, but it's been a month since I saw my puppy, and I know the puppy's somewhere in the house. My husband doesn't let me back into the house though, and the cops were absolutely no use. I'm planning on breaking in. I mean, what should I do? Give me advice.
I kissed my brother's best friend and it went so wrong. Let's talk about it. Growing up, my brother always had this friend, let's call him Joe. Joe was my biggest crush. I had a crush on him from as far as I could remember, like all the way back. I even made him marry me one time. Fake marry me, of course. Do you know how much it sucks to have unrequited feelings for somebody? Like when you just feel like you are so in love with somebody and you know that they don't feel the same way. Seeing him have girlfriends and me being too young for him to even recognize me and acknowledge me was like just a shot to the heart. But around Christmas time, my senior year, I turned 18 and I finally kissed him. And for the record, he kisses me back. Says that can't happen again, we can't do this, it'll never work. We don't talk about it again. I graduate high school. He comes back from his job, and I guess he quit his job, and I'm really curious why, because his job was like his life's goal. He has been working for this his entire life, and I'm kind of worried about it. So I go to his house, knock on the door, he answers it, he's asking me like, what are you doing here, why are you here? And I'm like, I just came to check on you. I heard what happened with your job. You seem like yourself. What the hell's going on? And he is just being very dismissive of me, like really trying to get me out of there. So before I leave, I'm like, does this have anything to do the way you're treating me with the kiss that we shared? And he actually laughs. He's like, the kiss we shared, you kissed me. I didn't kiss you. Already, I can tell that this conversation is not going to end well. He goes, I was hoping you didn't bring it up because I was trying to save you from the embarrassment. He's like, just like I said, you kissed me. I didn't kiss you. You think I've never noticed your little schoolgirl crush on me? Everybody noticed. And then he proceeded to like kick me out of his house. Which, first of all, rude. You are embarrassing me right now, and you're hurting my feelings. But my feelings are hurt, and I'm like, whatever, fuck him. I just won't have anything to do with him anymore. I will banish him from my existence and from my life, but that's kind of hard because he is my brother's best friend. I'm telling my best friend all about this, and she's like, fuck him, like, let's go to a party, let's have some fun, let's dance with some cute boys and forget about him, as all good best friends do. So I go to this pool party with my bestie, the drinks are flowing, I'm having a good time, I'm dancing with this cute boy, I'm talking with this cute boy, I'm kissing this cute boy. I have a broken heart, leave me alone. As I'm kissing cute boy, my hand gets tucked to the side and I get pulled away. And words are exchanged between, guess who? Joe, the guy I was kissing. What the F are you doing? Blah, 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 blah. And then he pulls me away to talk to me. He's like, I've been trying to call you and text you. I'm like, what do you need from me? Like, I'm doing what teenage girls do. I'm having a good time. I'm kissing somebody that actually wants to kiss me back. Then he has the audacity to go, well, do you like that he's kissing you? Excuse me? Then he proceeds to tell me he doesn't want me kissing anybody else. What do I do about that?
When I was in grad school, I worked as a tutor for undergrad students where I met my boyfriend who's 5 years younger than me. We had an amazing relationship. However, my parents are a little on the conservative side, and as soon as my mom learned about the age difference and his various tattoos, she was livid. They gave me an ultimatum. I would have to break up with my boyfriend or they would kick me out and stop paying for my education. My boyfriend told me it was okay and that my education was more important. He said we could always get back together after I had my degree, and despite hating it, I agreed with him. We broke up but kept in touch over the next year. He graduated and moved to a city a few hours away where my sister was going to school. 2 years after our breakup, my sister told me she'd been seeing someone for 7 months and sent me a picture. I could not believe my eyes. It was my ex-boyfriend. I texted him asking if it was true and I got no reply. I called my mother who told me it wasn't a big deal and that they're letting her have her rebellious phase. I avoided my family and threw myself into work thinking this would help me forget. I found out they got engaged through our mother and later received a wedding invitation. The wedding is less than a month away and I'm clearly not over him. I tear up at the thought of watching him say I do to my younger sister. I don't know what the right answer is. Do I smile and stick it out because it's my sister? Or prioritize my mental health?
I accidentally had a one-night stand with a stranger who ended up being my stepbrother. Listen before you judge me. I know that it sounds like something that you watched on one of those websites where it's like, help me stepbro, but that's not it, okay? Okay, it didn't happen like that. It didn't go down like that. Let's talk about it. You need to have all the facts before you judge me, and then after that, feel free. My friends are begging me to go out. Let's go out, let's have a good time, and I did something that I don't ever do. I saw this guy, we were kind of vibing, he's so cute, and he's like, you know, we ended up going home together, okay? And the one night stand was the best of my life, okay? I'm just gonna be completely honest with you, it was amazing. And like right before I went out, my mom had called me and told me that she wants me to meet this new guy that she's seeing, and my mom is like kind of fickle, and you know, she always falls hard and fast, and I'm like, okay, sounds great, like I'll see you tomorrow. So even though I'm like, have the hangover from hell, I've got to get ready and go meet her and this guy. My mom said this guy had kids. I'm thinking these are like toddlers or like younger, like middle school age kids or like elementary age school kids. Boy, was I wrong. So my mom leads me into like the sitting room. She's like, hi honey, all these pleasantries, hello, hello. And she's like, oh, I want you to meet his kids, blah, blah, blah. And I go to meet them. Mind you, I'm thinking these are gonna be like little kids. Not only is the hot guy that I had a one-night stand with there last night, his friends that I met last night are there too. And I am like spiraling. Like I still have a hangover, mind you. So my brain's just like not computing the way that it's supposed to. My jaw's on the floor. I don't know what to do. I am basically just frozen. So when the friends start making introductions, I'm like, oh, okay, this is how we're gonna play it. We're gonna pretend like we don't know each other. Turns out this asshole knew who I was the entire time. He knew that our parents were together. And if this isn't awkward enough, I hear some girl as we're talking going, hey baby, and she walks in and she kisses him. So now he has a girlfriend all of a sudden, and this is just getting worse and worse and worse. And this isn't even the worst part, because when we all sit around at the dinner table and we're gonna talk to each other and have lunch like a happy little family, turns out that our parents have known each other a lot longer than we like since we were kids. And apparently his dad was having an affair with my mom on his mom.
Am I wrong for letting daycare call CPS when my soon-to-be ex-husband failed to pick up our toddler from daycare? We're in a trial separation. He wants half custody. It's been several months and it was the 8th time daycare has called me because he was unable to pick up our toddler. Sometimes he was just a no-show and the daycare would call me because it's already been half an hour since their official close time. Every time the daycare is pissed at me for making them stay overtime and we're charging $2 per minute for being late. They threaten to call authorities and CPS if we keep doing this. I tried to explain the problem, but daycare doesn't care, as they shouldn't. Well, last week it happened again, and I told daycare to go ahead and call the authorities and CPS. My soon-to-be ex-husband showed up an hour late and met our toddler there with the cops. Daycare also threatened to kick our toddler out. Again, understandably so. My soon-to-be ex was so mad and said I was a cruel mother for abandoning our toddler. I told him I warned him multiple times in the past, and issues only arise when he has custody. We switch with each week, trialing house swap too. I told him if he cannot get out of work reliably, he needs to hire a babysitter or a nanny, and he cannot rely on me as his primary backup. I'd get it if it was like once or twice a year, or if the babysitter or nanny has plans that fell through. But I'm his ex-wife and he has custody. He shouldn't depend on me as his primary backup. And I also felt bad about leaving our toddler, but if we separated, this would only keep happening and I felt short-term pain might be worth the long-term gain. I feel bad our toddler is caught in the middle, but was I the asshole for letting daycare call CPS? Relevant details. We both have high-paying jobs, but I intentionally do not schedule myself to work late on the days I have him, or I have a nanny or babysitter ready. Now, with the trial separation, I have cut down to half-time. I work half days on these days I have our toddler so I can spend time with him, and work long days on days I'm child-free. He has made no changes to his schedule. No, definitely not the asshole. If he wants shared custody, he needs to do the work, what you're doing, work half-time or whatever, or deal with the consequences like an adult. I don't know how you could leave your child. I mean, I understand your frustration because it's like, why am I letting them call CPS? But it's not your job. At this point, it's like, hey, we're doing shared custody. This legally is on you right now. Our child is on you. And how can you be late? I don't understand people who are late to pick up kids like that so many times, constantly. Being an hour late, okay, what is that? $2 a minute? $120 extra that you had to pay to pick up your kid late, inconveniencing other people who work there. Your child's just sitting there like, did my family forget about me? Why am I still here? And being met with the cops. You're not to blame at all. It's definitely your ex. He needs to step it up and feel the heat. This is what the future is going to be like unless he makes changes to his current schedule. I see this happen a lot. Okay, people somehow like all of a sudden like, I want to do 50-50, but they put in like 5% of the effort. When couples separate, I think that's when they truly realize how much one parent does over the other. And like, you don't get a gold star for saying, oh, I want to be a dad and I want to show up. You got to actually put the effort in instead of just saying, well, I tried to pick him up, but I was an hour late. Like, no, that doesn't count at all.
Am I the asshole for not wanting my boyfriend to factor my son's survivor benefits into our new household budget? My 38 female, son 15 male, receives $1,100 a month in Social Security survivor benefits from his late father, who passed away when my son was 5. My boyfriend 40 male and I have been in an on-again, off-again relationship for a long time. Things have been good recently and he's proposed. We're planning on getting a house together. I have my son and he has 3 children, but only one of his kids will be living with us full time. The house that we're looking at is $2,500 a month. My boyfriend's proposed budget is for him to pay $950, for me to pay $950, and for us to use $600 from my son's check for the household. He suggests we can then put the remaining $500 from the check into savings. No. It's not your place to make any types of suggestions for money that my son receives. Sir, you're not even really a fiance because she still calls you a boyfriend. This is not your place. My finances and those of my son are none of your business. My question, how much rent will his child be paying? He's trying to get your son to pay $600 a month rent for the household. How much is his child paying? Absolutely not. Either you guys pay $1,250 a pop or you need to go look somewhere else. My current practice is to give my son half of his check, $550 for his personal use, and save the other half for him. I think because he's almost 17, he should have some control over his money. My boyfriend disagrees completely. He thinks that since we're gonna be a family, all the money should be pulled together for shared expenses. You know who thinks like that? Broke people. Broke people. A broke motherfucker will come to 2 motherfuckers who have money and say, hey, you should put your $100 and you should put your $100 and I'll put my $3 in this bowl. We mix it all up and then we even it all out between ourselves. Only broke people think like that. Man, get this man the fuck out of your house and away from your son. My boyfriend thinks I'm wrong and selfish for not wanting to include the survivor benefits in the main budget. It's not a part of the main budget. It's not. Like, it's not a part of the main budget. Your son is 15 years old. How long does he get these benefits? We're just going to guess and say 18 because I don't know for sure. So let's just say that he gets these benefits until he's 18. You guys start factoring his benefits into the main budget. And in 2.5 years, when bro starts taking all of his money because he's about to go to college, what the fuck are you going to do then? You're not going to be able to pay your motherfucking bills. And he's going to expect you to continue to take this money from your son because we're all family. Girl, nah. Again, get this man the fuck out of your life and away from your child. We've been going back and forth on this, and I'm feeling incredibly uncomfortable with his expectation. I feel like the benefits are my son's, and they should not be used to reduce the adult's portion of the bills. It feels like he's trying to make me subsidize the household using money that was meant for my son's care and future, not to pay his own share of the bills. Am I wrong here? Is it selfish to keep my son's check separate and manage it for his benefit alone? Or is my boyfriend's financial expectation a red flag for our future together? Is this red enough for you? How much red do you need to see for you to see that this is a red flag, since this man is a walking, talking, lying, breathing red flag? Now that we got that out of the way, sis, this man, like I said, is a walking, talking, breathing red flag. He is expecting you to pay $1,550 a month for you and your son in this house, while him and his child just coast along paying $950, and you're wrong for not wanting to do that. Question, if you guys are buying this house, I'm assuming that you are, will your son's name be on the deed? Since he's paying part of the mortgage, will his name be listed as part owner on this house? If not, I think that's the answer to your fucking question. What the fuck your son's benefits get spent on is up to you and you alone. As his mother, you have the final say on what that money is spent on. And if you want it to be solely spent on your son and nothing else, that's what the fuck it's going to be spent on. How he feels about it is fucking irrelevant. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck what a broke person wants to do with somebody else's money, because if you were good with money, you wouldn't be the broke person in the conversation. How long do you think that savings account will stay a savings account specifically for your son? He's already trying to take the benefits that your son has been receiving his entire fucking life. He's always been receiving this money, but now it needs to be put towards family expenses or the household budget. How long do you think that savings account is going to stay strictly for your son before that money needs to be spent on family stuff, on household expenses? How long do you think it's going to stay there? Not fucking long. I can tell you that right goddamn now. This man don't got no fucking money. He's trying to squeeze every last penny that he can out of you and your son. Again, for the third and final time. Get this man the fuck out of your life and away from your child.
I don't think I want to marry my girlfriend anymore. Do I break up? I, 28 male, have been dating my girlfriend, 28 female, for over 5 years now. We met each other senior year of college and have been together since. At first, our relationship was going pretty great. We generally match well together, but more introverted, have similar interests, and had good sexual chemistry. I admire her and respect her and love her. We've been through a lot together. COVID-19, deaths in the family, job and career struggles, family issues, and we still stuck together. But certain things are popping out more than before, and I'm beginning to want to leave rather than hold on to hope things will change. There was a time I wanted to marry her, but there are reasons I'm reconsidering. For instance, comparing our relationship to my friends and her friends. Comparison is a thief of joy, my friend. Don't do that. Our friends are either engaged or are living together in their own apartments. However, due to my girlfriend's circumstances at home, we are unable to do so. Her mother had a stroke and had the beginning stages of dementia before she started college, is bound to her bed, and my girlfriend is her primary caregiver. My girlfriend's father left and moved to a different state and can't help her. She stated that if we move in together, that her mother would be living with us in a spare room and we'd have to care for her. I feel horrible for saying this, but I just don't feel comfortable with that idea. Oh, bro, I'm not on your side anymore. No, I don't like you right now. Her family also just doesn't like me. My girlfriend's mom likes me. However, her sister has never liked me. Same with her aunts and some cousins. My girlfriend recently said it's because they are racist towards me because I am white. I don't want to marry into a family that completely prejudges me based on my race, and to possibly bring children into that. My girlfriend, and part of caring for her mother for so long, has sacrificed so much. Her career goals changed. She was never able to get a driver's license, so I have to drive her almost everywhere. We live about 45 to 50 minutes away from each other.
Even though we went to college and we both walked at graduation, she never got her diploma, and it's been 5 years and she still doesn't have her degree. Therefore, she can't use it to get whatever job she's qualified for. She's working part-time jobs and using the money on food, her mom, and her house, and the rest I chip in. Again, I feel bad, but it all feels like so much of a burden. But then again, I can only imagine how she must feel. Whenever we call each other, it's always something negative or sad. We talk about our days, interests, what we want to do, etc. But for the past few years, she's been more anxious and depressed, and it's starting to really affect our relationship, which she acknowledges. And I understand it's not her fault, of course. Issues with her family not helping or supporting her, and her mom, her dad trying to help her from states away, other things. Because of work and our distance, it makes it difficult to be with one another a lot. Maybe seeing each other 1 to 2 times a week. My friends and family have noticed a change in my overall attitude, and I've mentioned maybe my girlfriend and I take a break. I've just been more unhappy and uncertain for the future, and I feel myself falling out of love. I can't help but wonder if it's better to move on. I guess the grass isn't always greener and all, but this grass just seems more yellow, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna read this comment that I like. It's pretty clear what happened. Your girlfriend went home to take care of her mother and honestly believed she was going to finish her degree, get her driver's license, and grow into independence as she found alternate care options for mom. And then the crippling burnout of being a caregiver to seriously disabled adult kicked in, and all of those routine things got further and further away. Now it's been 5 years and she's further down the hole than ever. It's easier to do the bare minimum, taking care of mom, than to take care of mom and take all of the actions required to get mom the long-term care she needs. It's tragic, but you can't form those plans for her and execute. She needs to decide what she needs to do and actually do it. I think it's time for a very difficult conversation. Tell her that if you are going to be with her, there needs to be a plan, a distinct series of achievements and steps to her independence. You can support her in her plan, but she has to decide what she wants and start to execute. And if she can't do this, then you'll have to end it. Okay, yeah, I know I don't know, I feel like people who haven't taken care of a parent, it's hard to put yourself in the shoes of those who do. Because I do have an elderly parent, but I'm not by myself, and my dad has a really good support system. I understand the need that it takes for that, but at the same time, like, we're all proactive in making sure that we all still have our independence and we're all still able to take care of ourselves before taking care of someone else. I think if you do love her and you do see a future with her, I think this is your biggest hiccup, is just her sick mom is really the cause of a lot of your issues. Then you just need to have that conversation and see what are the possible outcomes for you guys to help get out of this rut for her and gain that independence and maybe move on with life. It is hard. It's like going to be a really difficult conversation, but I think when you're in the thick of it, you don't really notice, and you're just focusing on your mom, and you just feel all this guilt, like, you know, one day she'll pass away, and I want to make sure that I did everything I can to show how much I love her and take care of her and make sure she passes in like the most calm and easiest way possible.
Am I the asshole for doing a group Halloween costume with my stepdaughters that their mother doesn't approve of? I, 35 female, am the stepmother to 2 lovely 10-year-old twin girls who I adore. I've been married to their father, 38 male, for 5 years. We dated for 2 years before that. I consider myself very close to them, and we always have fun whenever they stay with me and their father. They recently asked what kinds of movies I watched when I was their age, so it led to me digging out some of the old classics, most notably The Parent Trap. Of all the older movies I showed them, this one was their favorite. I think they got a kick out of seeing a movie about twins. That's so cute. They even delighted in the fact that, in their opinion, I look like Meredith Blake. It's the hair, I think. There's no way I'm as gorgeous as Elaine Hendricks. It's become an inside joke of us, with me often putting on her voice and acting the part, while they fall into hysterical giggles. My husband has even gotten into it, playing the clueless Nick when we get into this playful spirit. This is so cute! I think this is adorable. The girls are staying with us for Halloween. They alternate who has them on holidays, and whoever has them for Halloween is in charge of the costume. The girls asked if I would do a group costume with them. I was touched, and I told them of course, and I asked them what they wanted to do. I should have seen it coming. They wanted to do The Parent Trap, with them as the girls and me as Meredith. I found it harmless, and I agreed. My husband found it funny and said he'd even dress as Nick for them. I love it! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness. I got a call from their mother today, telling me that she'd heard of the costume and that she didn't approve, and that she felt like it wasn't appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? She doesn't want her kids to think of you as the evil stepmother? Like, I mean, I get it, but it's one night. It's Halloween. You've been around these girls for years. I at first was touched. I assumed she was worried about their stepmother being portrayed as a wicked gold digger. I told her that it was fine and it was just an inside joke that had occurred that sparked this. That wasn't the issue. She didn't think it was appropriate for me to do a group costume with her daughters at all. She's insecure. She's insecure and she's jealous that her girls asked you to do a group costume. Has she ever been asked by her daughters to do a group costume? No, you're not the asshole. You're absolutely not the asshole. I do want to say that you and I were on the same page. Like, I thought she thought it wasn't appropriate because she didn't want them to think of you as Meredith Blake. Come to find out, this bitch is just in her fucking feelings. She didn't think it was appropriate for me to do a group costume with her daughters at all, and that it was clearly lazy and I was forcing it. Why else would her daughters want to do a costume from an old movie? Because regardless of how old the movie is, it's new to them. It's something that they like. Also, kids are some of the most outlandish things for fucking Halloween. Y'all remember that little girl that wanted to be a fart? If you don't, you know what? I'm gonna find a picture. It was a little girl that was a fart for Halloween, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it, baby. Let your freak flag fly. That's why. Because it's something that they like and they wanted to do that. She's jealous. I got rather upset, but I tried to stay calm on the phone, and I told her she might not approve, but it was harmless, and I'd been in the girl's life for 7 years at this point. That's kind of null and void. That doesn't really fucking matter. All that matters is what you said earlier. Go back. You said the girls are staying with you for Halloween. They alternate who has them on holidays. Whoever has them on Halloween is in charge of the costumes. If dad agrees this is absolutely okay, how mom feels about it is fucking irrelevant. My husband, who was in the room during the call, could see that I was getting upset. So he took the phone from me and he began to get into it with his ex-wife. He told her that she could have all the issues that she wanted, but it was an entirely proper costume for their age, and it had been the girls who suggested it. He also reminded her that it was up to him what they dressed as this year, and he'd approved of it. I got him to calm down as he was getting upset, and the call ended rather tersely. I just feel awful about this whole thing, and I wonder if I should just bow out of matching the girls in costume, if it will prevent further problems. I just know this will be a bigger thing down the line. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. I don't think you're the asshole at all. I think you showed your girls what is a classic. Like you said, a classic. That movie defined my childhood. Absolutely love The Parent Trap. They loved it so much that out of all the things they could have chosen in the world to be for Halloween, they chose The Parent Trap because they wanted you to be included. That's amazing. That shines a beacon on the relationship that you've managed to build with these girls in 7 years. Don't give that up simply because their mom is in her feelings. She definitely is, but that's got nothing to do with you. That has absolutely nothing to do with you. That has everything to do with her and the relationship that she has with her daughters and her insecurities and how she's going to handle them. But she can't tell you to make yourself smaller to make herself feel better. No. My daughters love you, and I don't like that. So I need you to step back and not do that costume with them because that makes me feel some type of way. Bitch, it's a good thing you won't see them on Halloween. If you don't want us to send you no pictures, just let us know because we won't. But what I'm not going to do is hurt their feelings, break their heart for your grown-ass fucking insecurities. Your insecurities are your own to deal with. Do not project that shit on me. At the very end, you said that you were thinking about not doing the costume with the girls because you fear that if you do, it's just going to cause a lasting issue later on down the line. Let me tell you right now that regardless of what you do, whether you choose to do this costume or not, there will be an issue later on down the line because this lady has issues and she's not addressing them. She's putting them off on other people, expecting them to go away. So no matter what you do, there's always going to be an issue. You said that you guys alternate holidays. So if you guys have them for Halloween, I'm going to assume you're going to have them for Christmas. You're going to give those girls something for Christmas that they're going to absolutely fucking love. Mom's going to deem it inappropriate because she probably didn't think of it. They wanted it and she couldn't afford it. Something's going to come up that's going to cause another issue. All of that to say, there's always going to be issues. As long as you're not stepping on anybody's toes, you're not doing anything purposely that could be harmful to the girls and the relationship that they have with their mother and or their dad, and dad is not disapproving of anything that you're doing, girl, do you? Do you? It's a fucking Halloween costume. The girls are over the moon. This is the joke that happens in your household. Have fun and enjoy the holiday. Fuck mom. Let her stay home and miserable by her fucking self. I told you guys I was going to find that picture. I think it's a little boy. Yeah, I think it's a little boy, but that baby wanted to be a fart for Halloween and his parents made it happen. This is fucking epic to me. I love this.
Storytime, my best friend and I did a loyalty test on my man and he failed. So a little background information, there was this guy, Jalen, who kept liking all my Instagram stories. Honestly, I thought he was ugly at first, so I didn't pay any attention. Then one of my friends was like, OMG, he's a professional dancer. You should feel lucky that he wants to talk to you. Like, okay. So I decided to hit him up, and right away he answers. And he ended up being a vibe. So we started talking, but the only issue was I kept getting my phone taken away. And we couldn't talk at school because we didn't even go to the same school. Once word got around that him and I were talking, everybody started telling me that he was a hoe. Like, he would dance and flirt with a lot of girls, but he said that was just part of the job. So I brushed it off. Fast forward to his birthday. He tells me some sob story about how he has no friends and nobody to celebrate with him. So I go over to his house, I celebrate his birthday with him, and then fast forward the next week. He texts me, I need to focus on myself. A relationship is too much for me right now. Obviously, I get emotional over this and I block him. That same day, my ex, Marcus, crawled out of the hole that he lives in. Then somehow he ended up at my house, we hooked up, and then the next day he ghosted me. Could've saw that one coming. Anyways, Jalen comes back and apologizes. He also blamed me for everything, but I still took him back. Clown behavior, I know. While we weren't together, he saw that I was talking about Marcus to one of my friends. It seemed like he dropped the whole situation, but I know he never did. Because fast forward to my quince, Maya and I made a catfish account and we followed him on it. Well, immediately, his dumbass followed it back and liked all the pictures on it. And then we DM'd him, hey, are you talking to anyone right now? First, he said yes. Then he unsent it and said no. Fast forward, I pull up to my party. Then he pulls up 30 minutes late and drunk. So I confront him and then he plays dumb until Maya shows him the combo. His response was, I don't care, you messed up first. So I slapped him in front of everyone. And I'm not even joking, the whole room went silent. That night, I cried myself to sleep. And he blocked me the next day, but I can't tell you how much happier I am now that he's out of my life.
Am I the asshole for not letting my sister announce her pregnancy at my wedding? I got married last month and it was supposed to be one of the best days of my life, but it turned into a bit of family drama and now I'm being accused of being selfish and an asshole by my little sister. But then she asked me if she could announce her pregnancy at my wedding. She said that it would be the most perfect time ever because all of our family and friends would be together and she wanted to be able to share her joy with everyone. I thought about it for a little bit and then I told her no. I explained that my wedding day was supposed to be about my husband and I really didn't want any overshadowing moments. I suggested that she had her own party to make the announcement or just wait till the wedding was over to tell everyone. She obviously seemed disappointed and she said she understood, but I thought that was the end of it. Fast forward to the wedding day, my sister stood up to make her toast. I didn't think much of it since we hadn't really made a planned out schedule for speeches. However, during her toast, she none other than announced her pregnancy. Am I the asshole for not letting my sister announce her pregnancy at my wedding? However, during her toast, she none other than announced her pregnancy. Everyone cheered and congratulated her, and the rest of the night, everyone was more focused on her news than our wedding, and everyone was talking to her about her pregnancy. I was obviously furious about this, but I really didn't want to cause a scene at my own wedding, so I waited till the next day to confront her. She said that she couldn't keep it in for any longer, and she thought that the wedding was the perfect moment to share her happiness. I've heard that before. I told her that she was out of line and honestly super selfish for doing that without my permission. Now she and some of my other family members are calling me an asshole for not understanding her excitement and being selfish myself. They think that I'm really overreacting and that weddings are the perfect time to share happy announcements like this. So please, let me know, am I the asshole for not letting my sister announce her pregnancy at my wedding?
Am I wrong for offering my wife a loan? I, 35 male, am married to my wife Ava, 30 female, for over 10 years. I love her very much and we have a good marriage, but recently a pretty big issue came up. Ava has a dog that's pushing 14 years old. She got him as a puppy in high school and she's always treated him like her child. We have been holding off on having kids for so long, partly because I know she will give the dog more attention than our real baby. Anyway, the dog has some health issues because it's older and it's a breed predisposed to certain health issues already. It's on death's door, but Ava won't let him go. She took him to the emergency vet a week ago and they convinced her to let them do all these tests and procedures to help him live longer. I really think that they're just trying to profit off her grief, and the bill came out to several $1,000s. My wife makes decent money, but she cannot afford to pay the bill without either going into serious debt or dipping into her personal savings or retirement. For some context before I continue, Eva and I agreed prior to marrying that we would have separate finances. We would open an account we both can equally contribute to for our shared bills, but anything personal, clothes, cars, etc., or maintenance of premarital assets or debt would be paid with our own money. Ava's dog, of course, was a premarital item, so financing him is entirely 100% her responsibility. She signed a prenuptial agreement settlement with me, agreeing on these terms. Now, as a result of the financial strain the dog is putting on her, she has come to me asking that I split the vet bill with her since I could easily cover it. I reminded her of our prenup, which is where things got very heated and she called me selfish, cheap, and greedy. I'm sorry. Why would you bring up a prenup during this discussion? I would get mad too, like my dog is dying, like, you remember that prenup we signed? Then I did not snap at her in return, as that behavior is childish and I understood she was very emotionally distressed. Instead, I offered her a loan to cover the entirety of the bill at a 6% interest rate, with 3 years to pay me back starting at the end of next month. She called me a few other names and said that the fact I was offering her a loan when I could just help her pay it was terrible. I decided to leave the vet clinic and give her some space and wait for her to calm down and see reason. She got back to me the next day, only to tell me that she was going to be staying at her mother's house for a while. She insists that I acted poorly, but I think I did the best I could in our situation. Was I the asshole here? Yeah. But, okay, I'll give you both sides, okay? I would not pay that much. I would not pay $15,000 for my animal that is past 10 years old and reaching the end of life stage. Let them go peacefully. That's the best you can do. You can just say that. Why did you have to say, hey, I'm only going to give you the money if you pay it back as a loan and here's interest for it? It became transactional. You should have spoke reason to her and just, you know, in that state, like, calm her down and explain to her, like, listen, he's in pain, let him go, instead of bringing up your prenup and making the situation that much worse. She's grieving.
Am I in the wrong for not wanting to go to my sister's wedding after she secretly dated my fiance and got engaged to him? Story time. So I was engaged to my ex-fiance, who we'll call Steve, for 2 years. We were together for 5 in total, and we were supposed to get married last summer. And about 3 months before the wedding, I found out he had been cheating on me with someone. It was honestly devastating, as I'm sure you can imagine, and I called off the wedding immediately. Steve moved away shortly after we ended it, and I thought that was that. I thought he'd be gone from my life like a rat. And honestly, I was absolutely heartbroken, but slowly but surely, I've moved on with my life. We fast forward to last month, I get a call from my sister, my little sister, who we'll call Amy. She says she has exciting news and she wants to come to my parents' house to tell everyone what it is. And that's when she drops the absolute bombshell that she is engaged to Steve. My head was spinning. What makes this all so much worse is that my parents had known for months. They had not told me to protect my feelings, and they actually thought I would feel happy for them eventually. Amy tried to justify it by saying her and Steve had fallen in love after we broke up. I don't think that makes it any better. And on the spot, I told them that I wanted absolutely nothing to do with their wedding, and I stormed out. Since then, Amy has been bombarding me with calls saying that true love is hard to find and it's rare, so when you find it, you've got to keep it. Well, girl, I tried to keep it, but he cheated on me. So now the wedding is in a couple of months, bearing in mind this is only a year after he was supposed to marry me. The parents are threatening to cut me off financially if I don't attend her wedding. And to add insult to injury, Amy recently asked me to be her maid of honour. Are you dumb in the brain, Amy? What the heck? Good idea. What the? These stories, man. She thinks that this will help rebuild our relationship. Now, the request has left me really torn. So what do you think I should do?
Am I the asshole for not allowing my ex-fiance to continue living with me after she broke off our engagement? No, because why the hell would I want my ex living with me after we broke up? My ex-fiance broke up with me because she felt that we barely saw each other, which is a lie. I work in a family restaurant, and by the time my fiance gets off work, I wouldn't make it home until 3 to 5 hours after her, depending on the day. She's been wanting me to find a new job because she felt that it wasn't fair she worked longer hours than I did, and that since I worked in the evenings, she didn't feel like we had enough time together. I've always told her that I had no desire to quit and that I think it'll be beneficial for us if she were to work with me because we get more time off and we get to spend it together. She told me that she didn't feel comfortable working for my parents, and I accepted that. She'd still complain from time to time, but I never thought she'd break up with me for it. Well, she did, and she said my work schedule was the reason. This upset me deeply because I didn't understand. I don't work Sundays or Mondays, and I get to spend time with her Tuesday mornings and Saturday mornings before I go to work. I thought we were past it, but I was wrong. When she broke up with me, I was hurt. She was apologizing, but told me that with our work schedules, she didn't see how we could get married if I wasn't going to try and find a job that was better for all of us. Why are you the only person that has to make a change? Our marriage isn't going to work out because you're not willing to find a job that fits my schedule, and I don't like that. Sir, red flag. Red flag. She told me it would be better if we just stayed friends. I told her that she knew before we got engaged what my schedule was. That was going to be my next question. Did you just get this schedule? But apparently, no, because she knew before you guys even got engaged that this was your schedule and that you worked for your family's restaurant. All right, moving on. I told her that when she knew before we got engaged what my schedule was. She shouldn't have accepted it in the first place. She told me that she accepted it because she thought that over time I would try and find a different job. So she accepted your schedule despite not liking it because she thought that over time she'd be able to throw the cat at you enough that you would decide, I'm no longer going to work for my family's business. I'm going to go somewhere else, even though I'm satisfied, I'm happy, and I'm making enough money right the fuck where I am. After our breakup, I avoided her after that because I didn't really want to see her anymore. But then I felt that I shouldn't have to be uncomfortable in my own home. It's not big enough to avoid her completely. The fact that she really truly thought she didn't have to move out is fucking crazy. That shit's fucking hilarious. It's not big enough to avoid her completely, and I felt like she needed to move out. I told her that I felt that she needed to go, and since we weren't getting married anymore, there's no point in us living together. She asked me if I was serious. As a heart attack, bitch, what do you mean? Yes. Why are you here? The fact that she's still there, I am embarrassed for her. Like, I am so embarrassed that this conversation had to happen and you're not even talking to me. She asked me if I was serious, and I told her that I was. I asked for the ring back as well. She got upset by this because she said that I gave it to her and I shouldn't ask for it back since it meant something to her. It meant something to you? Bitch, give my fucking ring back. We're not getting married no more. I told her that I bought it so we could get married, but since we aren't getting married, I wanted it back. She told me that I could easily afford to get a new one and that I was greedy. This girl is fucking insane. So you are making so much money that apparently you can buy this engagement ring 2 times over, but she wants to break up with you because your schedules aren't that good. So she likes your money. She likes living in your house, but she doesn't like your schedule. She's cheating on you. She's cheating on you. My ex said that me trying to kick her out and asking for her ring back after we've been together for so long was insensitive and I should be ashamed of myself. I didn't budge and she ultimately gave me the ring back and moved out 9 days ago. But she told me that if I truly loved her, I wouldn't have asked for the ring back and I would have allowed her to continue living with me. So she's asking you for a whole fucking lot, but ended your engagement over a work schedule she knew was already established when you guys first got together. Sir, you dodged a bullet. You dodged a fucking bullet. She said she had a legitimate reason to call off our engagement and that she shouldn't be made homeless because of it. She said that it was her home too, since she lived there with me, and she shouldn't have to live with her parents. I don't fault her for calling off our engagement. I just wish she would have told me sooner. What I have a problem with is the fact that she still thinks she has the right to live with me and gets to keep the ring that I bought. Am I the asshole? I don't think you're the asshole at all. I don't. Because who the fuck thinks it's going to be okay to live with your ex after you break up your engagement? Who the fuck? No. The only time that situation happens is when both people are on the lease and neither one of them can afford to break it. This is this man's house. I don't know what the fuck made you think you were going to be able to stay here after you've ended your engagement over a situation that was already well established when you guys got together. OP made an edit and he gave his work schedule. He says that he works Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 4:30 to 9 p.m. And then Friday, he works 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday from 4 p.m. to 11. And the restaurant is only open during the evenings. He says that she works 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. She's off Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So they have one day off together where they're both completely off all day. And that is on Sundays. When she's off Tuesdays and Saturdays, he doesn't go in until 4 o'clock in the evening. 4 o'clock in the evening. When she gets off of work at 6 o'clock, he's been at work for about 2 hours. Honestly, to me, this is fucking normal. With the way things cost nowadays, you need two motherfuckers to bring income into the house to make sure everything is flowing smoothly. And I feel like this is fucking normal. I truly feel like it was a situation, if it was a situation as to where like we need to go out, we don't do anything anymore, this could have been a conversation. But she didn't bring that up at all. It's just, I need you to get a different work schedule. She doesn't like the fact that she works longer than he does. And I think that's fucking crazy because it's not a competition. We're teammates. OP added, I'd like to add that she's not a bad person. We're both very good friends before we started dating. This has definitely ruined our friendship though. But I still think she's a good person who was just hurt by the situation. I didn't have to force her out. She moved out on her own. I received 2 messages from her and they weren't kind. I'm not sure what other people think, but I'm just trying to clear some things up because I don't want other people to assume the worst. Okay, I'm gonna take back what I said. I truly don't think that she's cheating on you. I don't. That was just me talking out the side of my ass. But I truly feel like this girlfriend is only hurt because she hurt herself. One thing you never, ever do in a relationship is give your partner an ultimatum. Try to blackmail them into doing what the fuck you want them to do, because one of you guys is gonna end up hurt, and 9 times out of 10, it's gonna end up you, because you thought you could force his hand. She thought he was going to tell her, okay, I'll look for another job. They'll get married and sail off into the fucking sunset. And it didn't happen. So now her feelings are hurt. She's upset. If you loved me, you wouldn't do this to me. Ma'am, what about him? What about him? You broke up with him for something you knew before y'all got together. And you're worried about how hurt you are. What about him? If you truly loved him, why would you do this to him? If you truly loved him, why are you fighting so hard to give this man his ring back? If that's what he wants, why are you fighting so hard? Give it to him. Like, she is extremely selfish. I'm not going to say that she cheated. I do take that back. But I 100% feel like this girl is selfish as fuck. She's only worried about how the fuck she feels about certain things and if she's comfortable with things. She doesn't care whether he likes it or not.
I was almost a murder victim. I, female 27, had a one-night stand with male 34. He had said he had just broke up with his girlfriend due to fertility issues and he wanted to be a dad 5 days prior. This should have been my red flag, not to even sleep with him. Fast forward 10 weeks and I found out I was pregnant. I was a little under 7 weeks pregnant. He ended up going back to his ex. I reached out to him and informed him of the fact that I was pregnant with his kid. Come to find out, he was married to the girl and had lied about just dating. We met up and had coffee to talk about, and he brought his wife along. He had told her he wanted a divorce to go be with me and his child since she couldn't provide him one. She told him, okay, but I'm taking you for all you're worth in spousal support. I just got up and left because their marriage argument was none of my business. He decided to stay with her and wanted to co-parent with me. I told him I'll be okay with co-parenting if we had a lawyer go ahead and write out a custody plan and we sign it at birth, and that he signs a contract stating he'll sign the custody plan at birth. It included his wife will not be around my child and he'll come to my house to see the baby. She found out about this and went insane. She kept calling and texting me saying she has to go to an appointment because she is their stepmom and it's her right. I told her she's nothing to my kids, hint the custody plan. I was almost a murder victim. She would send me charts of what I can and can't eat. I ignored everything she would text me. When I started ignoring her calls and texts, she started showing up outside of my doctor's office waiting for me. She got appointment times and where off his phone that I texted him. She was denied access to go back, and then when I came out with an ultrasound, she demanded to see them. At this point, I had enough. I yelled back at her and said, no, I'm not your surrogate. It's not my fault you can't carry a child and your husband lied about being single. You'll never be around my kid. Come near me again and I'll have you arrested and put in the crazy house. I thought after that she'll leave me alone. Not. She threw a gender reveal for her baby she's having by surrogacy. After I had mine 2 days prior and had a baby shower a week after I had mine, I had found out she was posting my ultrasounds claiming my baby as hers, going as far as removing my name off of it. She had shown up to my work trying to get me to go with her. There was a rumor that she was going to harm me to take my baby. At this point, he had decided he had enough as well and served her divorce papers and asked her to go get some mental help. She had been pulled over and a gun and knives were found in her car near my house. I went and got a restraining order, but she still tries to get in contact. Learn from me and don't sleep with men unless you know that they're single.
I secretly wish that my cousin wasn't related to me so I can date him. I'm currently 19 female, he is 22 male, and the most beautiful person on the planet, both inside and out. We first met when I was 16, and I had an instant crush on him. I didn't know about him, but when he turned 21 and our family went out to drink, he told me in secret that I was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Although I was so happy, I knew better than to do anything, and then chalked it up to him being drunk. The next day, he sent me the text, "Drunk talks are sober thoughts," and that he didn't regret telling me that. Now, we have this weird thing where we meet up, talk, and pretend like we're a couple, after we drive away far from our hometown and drive back home low-key disgusted with ourselves. Every family meeting is super awkward because we're paranoid our parents can sense what we're doing and we act super distant. They have no clue though. I wish I could just turn this off because I know it's wrong, but I can't. I sent an application for a college out of state, so maybe I can get out of this situation. I know this might gross people out, but I just needed to get this off my chest.
Am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas as planned because my sister cheated with my soon-to-be ex-husband? My sister is a single mom to a 5-year-old daughter. In April of this year, I found out that my sister and my husband have been sleeping together for at least 3 months. I ended my marriage with him and am in the process of getting a divorce. I also stopped helping out my sister, which I had done since she had her daughter. I told her I never wanted to see her again and to not ask me for help. Our parents are both disabled and live together in a nursing home. They were upset when they heard what happened, but they told me that they would not cut off one daughter for the other. I told them I understood and I would never ask them, but they needed to understand I will not be there for my sister anymore. I don't care how bad her life gets or whether she needs some life-saving blood or a kidney from me one day. They told me that they understand, but now that Christmas is approaching, there is a big deal being made out of the fact that I am not welcoming her or her daughter for Christmas like I normally do. I always brought my niece gifts and gave them some place to go for Christmas. And now that I'm not opening my new home to them, my parents told me how it would be for my niece and not my sister. I told them being there for my niece means having contact with my sister and that I do not want to see her again. My sister begged and pleaded with me to let them come. She has apologized multiple times. Part 2. Am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas as planned because my sister cheated with my soon-to-be ex-husband? My parents told me how it would be for my niece, not my sister. I told them that being there for my niece means having contact with my sister and that I do not want to see her again. My sister begged and pleaded with me to let them come, and she has apologized multiple times for what she has done. But I do not care. I never cared. She was getting so much from me, and then she goes behind my back like that. She disrespected me. She made a fool out of me. This is not me saying she is only to blame, but my ex will soon be completely cut from my life, and I want the same to be true for my sister. My sister sent me messages saying her daughter misses me, etc., etc. How she'll be heartbroken if it's just them for Christmas with almost no gifts. I told her that was her problem to fix and not mine. My sister and my parents are saying I'm being cold-hearted towards the wrong person. Just before I forget, I'm planning to change my number, seeing as how she still continues contacting me despite me blocking her and unfriending her from all social media accounts. So, am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
My baby was just delivered by the woman my husband cheated on me with. Story time. Nothing in my life can be good. It's this primer. So me and my husband have just had our first baby and we were just so excited, and I know everyone always says these in these stories, but we really had no issues. We were perfectly happy, and a lot of people actually up to our relationship in a way. So my husband does work away a lot. However, when I told him I was pregnant, he immediately changed position in the company. I remember, I don't know if it was the pregnancy hormones, but I literally just cried to him. I was like, I'm just so lucky to have you. And his reaction really worried me. He went, haha. I just thought, why is he reacting like that? It's almost like he felt so guilty. But I was like, what does he have to feel guilty for? However, I got to 6 months. We obviously knew the gender. We had all of our parties, and we were definitely in full swing of getting the nursery sorted. And I noticed when we were doing things and would plan to do things oh, today we're going to do this part of the nursery, or today we're going to go shopping for these items, today we're going to go to this class, when we had stuff planned, he would either bail on me last minute whilst I was pregnant and getting quite far along, or he would just be on his phone the whole time, which was just such just not him. I just thought, this is so weird, and I didn't know. I was so confused. I didn't know if it was my pregnancy hormones or if it was generally him being weird. I was so confused. So obviously I started talking to my friends and family about this, and they were all kind of raising eyebrows and being if it's just not him, look into it. I did. I've never been the type of person to look through his phone or do anything along pregnant as such. It's just never been me. And by this point, by the way, I was about, well, I think I was like 8.5 months pregnant. Like I had my due date close in hand. I could hold it basically. So we were getting very, very close at this point. And I found texts in his phone from this girl who we'll call Hannah. I saw texts from Hannah and it was basically saying, I just knew from them texts, I knew they were spending the night together. I knew where he was going and I knew who he was texting from the dates and like the time. So obviously I brought it up to him. This didn't stay a secret. He was well aware I knew and he was very, very apologetic. And he did generally seem to care that I knew. And literally during this conversation, I went into labour early. So on the way to the hospital, he said, I need to tell you one thing. And I thought, oh my God, like, I just want to have this kid with you. And then he drops the whole, by the way, Hannah is a nurse and she delivers babies. And then he also said that she works at the hospital we're driving to. And I thought, oh my God, right, how many people are on this ward working? Like, nowhere are we going to get Hannah delivering this kid. We did. We walked into the room and I think I knew before seeing her name. I just knew by the way she looked. So she was about my age and we did look quite similar, to be fair to my husband. Her face dropped, by the way. So she did end up delivering my baby, however came out safe and healthy because I had a really, really short labour and Hannah was really, really professional. And I really don't hate the girl because from conversations after, she had no idea that my husband was married. She also had no idea that wife was pregnant apparently. So I did hear that argument in the hallway. They did break up, but no, I'm not taking my husband back.
Help for an old guy. I'm a widower who is approaching 80. My wife died about a year and a half ago. We were married for over 50 years and I miss her very much. I live in a large retirement community and I recently received a note from a woman who lives here who told me she was done with me. I barely know this woman. We have had dinner twice. Once I was assigned to a table where she was sitting and once she asked me to have dinner with her. I accepted. I suspect now that was a mistake. I'm not ready for a new relationship and frankly, I doubt I ever will be. I think about my late wife every day. Sometimes I think about her every hour. I do not believe that I'm depressed. I can carry on with my daily life pretty well, actually. I keep busy. I have family in the area and I see them often. I manage my own affairs and I have other friends. I just do not want to deal with a female companion. I've been thinking of answering her note as politely as possible, explaining my situation, but I do not want to give her any hint that I'm trying to start a relationship. I just want to say I'm sorry if I offended her, but I meant no harm. It is just that I intend to go through life single from now on. Should I do this or should I just ignore the letter and hope she goes away?
Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? My brother recently got engaged. Although I'm close with him, I didn't know his fiancée very well since I currently live in another state. I probably met her about 10 times, give or take a time. Each time has been fine, cordial, and friendly, but I'm not calling her just to chit-chat. After accepting, I received a package in the mail from my sister-in-law. It was an outfit. Sweater, jeans, shoes, and a jacket from a fast fashion brand that looked pretty cobbled together. She left the price tags on them and all of them were discounted. I texted her asking what the package was for and she told me it was for me to wear to the party so I wouldn't upstage her. I asked her if other attendees received outfits and she said no. I asked her if I made her feel uncomfortable because why else would she do this? And she said no, but she just wanted to make sure that I didn't look better than her. The whole thing didn't sit right with me, and I told her I wasn't comfortable being the only person wearing a random outfit. It didn't seem like it would fit me well, and I asked her if maybe I could send her a photo first of my outfit for approval. Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower, and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? I asked if I could maybe send her a photo first of my outfit for approval or buy something myself that she liked. It was all no, no, no. So the day of, I decided to just go with a similar outfit like she packed, but in my own clothing. Example, she sent me a blue sweater, so I wore a similar blue colored sweater from my own collection. I made sure that I had no visible logos and I did not bring one of my designer bags. Instead, I opted for a simple tote. When she saw me, she was livid to the point that she took me to the kitchen and read me out. I told her she was being unreasonable, but she told me that because she is the bride, nothing could ever be unreasonable because it was her special day and her way or the highway. I decided to leave because I clearly wasn't welcome and she wouldn't be reasoned with. But on my way out, she threw her iced coffee at me, ruining my sweater. I had originally promised my brother a $15,000 check as a wedding gift. But now I told him that unless his fiance apologized and paid for a new sweater, $100, then I would not be attending their wedding nor giving them a check. They are currently fighting. Some family members are on my side, while others are calling me an asshole for not just wearing the random outfit to make the bride happy. It's turning into a huge thing. I know I could have sat out of the event, but I wanted to be there for my brother. So, am I the asshole for not adhering to the dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Today I fucked up by helping a woman jumpstart her car. The other day I got home late at 11:30 p.m., exhausted after a work meeting, and I just couldn't find a parking spot near the building whatsoever. At some point after circling hopelessly around the building and at nearby streets, I saw a woman sitting in her car parked, and I couldn't tell whether she's about to leave or just got in. So I asked her, and she said, "I need to go out, but I just can't start up my car. Would you please help me?" So of course I said yes. I needed the parking spot, also why not be nice? She said that she had forgotten the light is on or something, and the battery died, so she needed a jump start. Now the problem was that the front of her car was not easily accessible since she parked between two other cars perpendicular to a wall, and the space between the cars and the wall was very narrow. I had an idea on my mind to have her put the car on neutral and let it slide backwards, but for some reason she managed to convince me that there's enough room for my car to go in the narrow space to get close to the front of her car and attach the jumper cables. So I was stupid enough to trust her, and she started instructing me how to go in. I just listened to her and did as she instructed. And she was like, go on, you have plenty of space." Needless to say, I ended up scratching the wall and leaving damage on my car and definitely couldn't reach her car. Since it was too dark and I was too exhausted, I couldn't tell how bad it was until the next morning. At the end, we reverted back to my method, pushed her car backwards, and blocked the one-lane street, which made other drivers mad, and I helped her jumpstart the battery. She went off and I took the parking spot. Now I gotta fix up my car because I tried to help a stranger. But hey, I got the parking spot.
My 3-year-old little brother is actually my fiance's child. Yes, I know this is really messed up, I'm aware. My fiance and I are 24 and 25. We've been together since we were about 17, 18 years old. And he's always been handsome, funny, kind, all of the good things. Everyone's always said that I'm so lucky to have the full package. I really felt so lucky too. He always treated me with love and respect, so this is why this is just so shocking for me to even find out at this point. I have always had such a good relationship with my mom. It's always been her and I against the world. My dad unfortunately died in an accident when I was little, but me and my mom have always joked that we're the real life Rory and Lorelai from Gilmore Girls. My mom dated guys on and off, and they were usually really cool, but nothing ever ended up passing the early stages of the relationship. Around 4 years ago, my mom told me that she was pregnant, which was a huge surprise to me. My mom was 42 years old at the time, and although she had been dating someone recently, I had never met the guy. It was a huge shock. She never thought that she could get pregnant at her age. She had me at a really young age. I was an accident child. I could tell that she was really stressed and worried when she told me that she was pregnant. I decided to support her since she always supported me in everything, and I tried to reassure her about the whole situation. She then had my brother, who is now 3 years old, and me and my brother have always been close since he was born. I've taken care of him a lot since the day that he was born, and I just love the little guy. My fiance was always super helpful with my brother. We would take him out for ice cream, pool time during the summer, playtime, but nothing was weird about this. It was just my then boyfriend helping me take care of my brother. Now to how I found out about this whole bizarre situation. Me and my fiance have lived together since we finished college. My fiance wasn't home at the time because he was hanging out with his friends, and I didn't really feel like doing anything, so I just chilled out on my sofa. I was binge watching a Netflix series on my laptop when my laptop died, and I didn't know where the charger was, so I just ended up grabbing my fiance's iPad. I knew the password, but I had never used it before, and I opened it and put the password in, and then all of a sudden I got all these messages pinging, so I guess he hasn't used it in a while either. This really got my attention, so I went to check it out, and that's when I found out everything. My mom's phone number was not under her name, but I verified it with my phone and made sure that it was the right number, and it ended up being my mom. My 3-year-old little brother is actually my fiance's child. I was telling him that she felt guilty and thought that I should know, and he said he felt guilty too, but he couldn't lose me and they fucked up. She said that it was unfair for my brother to not know who his real dad was, and asked him if he could live with the fact that he was around my little brother acting as a brother-in-law and not like his father. At that point, I literally broke down because what the actual F is going on. There weren't a lot of older messages, but there was a photo album of my brother when he was a newborn baby, my mom when she was pregnant, and just photos of my little brother growing up. I couldn't even look at it anymore, and I felt like I was crying for hours at this point, but I was just waiting for my boyfriend to get back home. I wish that I was one of those women that could just get everything together before confronting the cheater, but I am just not. He came back later that night around 1:30 a.m. and I just handed him the iPad with the conversation open, and he looked at it and his face went so pale. I asked him for an explanation, and he really didn't want to, but he knew that he had to, so he started explaining to me. He said that a few years ago when I apparently was on a girls' trip, him and my mom went to dinner together, which is not abnormal at all. He's been a part of the family for so long, and this would happen often. Somehow, and he couldn't really explain it, so I'm not really sure how this happened. One thing just led to another, I guess, and they ended up sleeping together. They felt really guilty, but apparently not guilty enough because they did it 2 to 3 times after that, using the excuse to meet up to discuss how they were going to tell me. Apparently, once my mom got pregnant, they stopped sleeping together and they decided not to tell me because my fiance couldn't lose me and my mom didn't want to lose her daughter. So here we are now with 2 of the most disgusting humans I've ever met. Obviously, I broke off the engagement and I told my mom to never talk to me again and ended up moving in with a friend. I feel so bad for my little brother because I love him so much, but I just cannot be around him now. I really can't. I feel like it would just remind me of all the times we talked about having kids together, and we've been talking about having our future together since we were literally 17 years old, and how I would be the mother of his child, but I just feel like I can't be around my brother without thinking about how I'm taking care of his child with somebody else, and it makes me want to puke.
Am I the asshole for rejecting my sister's fiance's job offer and ruining everything? I'm a 23-year-old female, and I'm not sure if I'm the asshole in this situation, so here it goes. My sister Anna, 27 female, has always been the golden child. She's smart, beautiful, and now engaged to a wonderful guy named Mike, 29 male. Mike is the kind of guy who makes everyone feel special. I thought he was the best thing that ever happened to Anna. I couldn't be happier for her, until recently. 3 years ago, I started my dream job as a graphic designer at a prestigious company. It wasn't easy to get in, and I had to work my ass off to prove myself. Fast forward to a few months ago, our company started a big project. I was chosen as the lead designer. This was my big break. One evening, Mike dropped by my apartment to discuss something important. I assumed it was about the wedding, but I was wrong. He told me he had a business proposal. Mike had recently started his own tech company and needed a creative mind like mine. He offered me a position as the head of design with a significant pay raise and promised equity in the company. It was tempting, but I politely declined. I love my job and I didn't want to mix family with business. I agree. Working with your family is extremely hard, and if given the opportunity, I would pass on it too. Here's where things get messy. Mike didn't take my rejection well. He became pushy, trying to persuade me by any means necessary. I stood my ground thinking it was over. But then weird things started happening at work. Rumors about me slacking off and missing deadlines spread like wildfire. My boss, who had always trusted me, started questioning my work ethic. Projects were reassigned. My reputation took a big hit. Last week, I was called into a meeting with HR and my boss. They had evidence of me leaking confidential information to a competitor. I was in shock and I denied everything. They showed me emails sent from my work account, which I had never sent. I was suspended pending further investigation. Devastated, I went to Anna's place to seek comfort. As I was explaining everything to her, Mike walked in. He looked guilty and it hit me. I confronted him, demanding to know if he had anything to do with this. After a tense standoff, he admitted to hacking my email and sending those emails to sabotage me. He thought if I had no job, I'd be forced to join his company. Anna was horrified and broke off the engagement on the spot. Good shit, Anna. Good shit. Good shit. Now my family is divided. My parents are furious with Mike, but are also blaming me for provoking him. by rejecting his offer. They think I should have accepted the job to keep the peace. There was no disturbance of the peace. Mike asked a question. You gave an answer. Mike should have been big enough, big man, grown-ass man enough to walk the fuck away and go and find somebody else. He thought he was entitled because he was marrying your sister that you should work for him. This man would have fucked you over 7 ways from Sunday if you would have went into business with him. Anna is supportive, but she's devastated. My friends are telling me to take legal action, but I'm scared of the repercussions. So Reddit, am I the asshole for rejecting my sister's fiance's job offer and causing this mess? First of all, you are not the cause of this. You do not have to accept a job offer just because somebody offers it to you. That's why it's an offer and not a demand. They can't make you do anything. He said, I just started a company and I would really like for you to work with me. You said, no, thank you. No, thank you. That's where the fuck it should have stayed. You didn't cause the mess. The person that caused the mess was the jerk that hacked into your work email and sabotaged your job. You should 100% take legal action against this man. Get this business of his destroyed. Take it the fuck apart. Put your goddamn name on it. Don't stop until you own it. This 100% needs to be put out there. Do not think that you can keep this under wraps. Fuck the repercussions. Anyone that he is potentially going into business with needs to know that he is capable of hacking into their emails and doing whatever the fuck he wants to do with them. The people that you work for, your employer, 100% needs to know that their business is in jeopardy of being hacked and all of their private information being let out to any fucking body that's willing to pay for it. Even anybody that's just willing to send out an email to receive the information. You 100% need to take legal action and make sure this shit is known. Clear your name. Even if nothing else comes from it, clear your fucking name. This will stop you from ever working in your dream job ever fucking again. Take the fucking legal action. Take legal action. This is a situation where I advise go scorched earth. Real shit. I'm always the one like, we don't need to go scorched earth. Fuck that. I need you to tear down everything in your path. Be a woman on a fucking mission and do not stop until this man has nothing left. I'm telling you, tell your company because they have the means to sue him. They can tear him fucking apart. They can find out where this shit was signed in from and if it was hacked and all of that shit. They can find that shit out. You can't do it by yourself, but the company that you work for 100% can. Girl, scorched earth. That's my advice to you. Am I the asshole for going nuclear on my aunt at my own wedding after her son harassed my sister-in-law? Update. So I'm trying to write this without getting emotional, but I'm failing. I've just been sitting here with tears in my eyes watching this post blow up. It might sound small, but seeing this level of support, even from strangers on the internet, has genuinely helped me see this whole situation with so much more clarity. Thank you. I'm not even exaggerating when I say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Y'all are wonderful. For those who thought it was fake, honestly, I get it. But all I can say is this is my life. I know it's obvious I'm not the jerk for defending Layla. She deserves the world, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. No regrets. I just wanted to ask for advice because when you grow up in a certain way, it's hard to trust your own judgment. My parents are masters of making you feel like you're the crazy one. Their family motto might as well have been, if we think it's good, then it is. If we think it's bad, then it is. The lines between right and wrong were always blurred for me, and unlearning that has been a lifelong project. Meeting my now husband was the turning point. He's so kind, respectful, and supportive. He showed me what a family dynamic actually looks like, and I really can't wait for a future full of him and our shared happiness. Now for the important part. Layla is doing better. I called her a few hours after the post, and she immediately started apologizing and saying she felt bad for ruining the night. I immediately shut that down and told her what happened was 100% Mark's fault. His behavior was awful, and she did nothing wrong. I actually apologized to her for him even being there and for him putting her through that at my wedding. We talked for a while and she told me she's been seeing a therapist for a while now to work through her trauma, which I think is just incredible of her. Honestly, she's so strong and amazing. While I got some truly vile DMs, the overwhelming majority have been incredible. I want to especially thank the hijabi and Arab women who messaged me. Hearing your stories and how you felt for Layla and understood her experience just made me tear up. It's painful, but the support I saw gave me so much hope for a world where girls everywhere can just exist without being harassed. It's a beautiful contrast to the one guy who DM'd me to save me and Layla from my supposedly oppressive in-laws because according to the natural law, Muslims just get more conservative after message. His message was just a sad reminder that some people will use any tragedy, like the suffering of women in Iran, to fuel their own racism while pretending to be a hero. Just to be clear, I've known my husband for 8 years. I've traveled to his home country with him multiple times and met with his huge extended family. Some of his cousins wear the hijab, some don't. They're all devout, happy, and would have a good laugh at the idea that they're being secretly tortured by evil Muslim men. I absolutely hate it when people weaponize the very real and horrific struggles of others to push their own bigoted worldview. Please don't make assumptions or project weird racist fantasies onto my family and my sister's lived experience. Very well said. Like I said, Mama, you are a hell of a lot stronger than you think you are. That brings me to one last thing I really want to make clear. I've been on this earth for 28 years and I've met every kind of person imaginable. Bad people are just bad, and good people are good. It has nothing to do with their faith, their race, or where they come from. I would hate for my post to become a platform for any kind of bigotry. The focus here is on my parents and aunts enabling a harasser and a young woman's trauma being dismissed, not on inventing weird scenarios about a family I see, love, and laugh with regularly. As for my parents, I took your advice. I sent a final, very short message and blocked them. The only response was a predictable email from my dad saying that he'd be ready to listen when I was ready to apologize. Yeah, he'll be waiting a very long time. Thank you all again. You've given me a sense of peace and validation I didn't even know I was looking for. I really appreciate it. I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Like I said, baby, you are a lot stronger than you think you are. And it's right here. Whenever you feel like you're starting to doubt the strength that you have, reread this post. Reread it. You don't even look at the comments. Reread your words. The strength is right there. I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. An absolutely beautiful update.
My sister stole my wedding ring so she could pay for her honeymoon. Storytime. So my sister and I never ever got along. She was always the golden child. She was the type of kid that would just constantly cry to my parents to get her own way. And it was all learned behaviour because my parents spoiled her like there was no tomorrow. Growing up, I always hated the way she acted, but I tried to ignore it and just get on with my own life. So one day, my parents were both driving to work and they got into a really, really bad accident and we lost both our parents that day. This sounds awful, but I was kind of glad now that my sister was going to have no one there to spoil her. However, sure enough, she found someone else to leech off. She found a boyfriend. When she said jump, Steve said how high, and eventually they ended up getting engaged. Poor guy. And my sister had big plans for this wedding. I'm talking big budget, big dress, big flowers, the lot. They were topping it off with a honeymoon in Hawaii. However, with all the spending she'd been doing, Amy had run out of money. Who did she call to bail her out? 10 points if you guessed me. I do quite well, and my husband also has a very well-paid job. She came round the other week and asked if I would pay for her full honeymoon as her wedding present. And listen, to flex, I could 100% afford it, but was I going to do it? No. There was absolutely no way I was doing that for her, not after the way she treated me and my parents growing up. This woman begged and pleaded, but there was no way I was giving in. So a few days later, I walk in the door and I just felt like something was off with the place. I realised that my ground floor window was open and I never opened that because next door neighbour's cat tries to get in. So I'm looking around just making sure like, oh, TV's still there. So then I saw that the lid on my jewellery box was open and there was quite a few things out of place. And on further inspection, this is when I realised that my wedding ring and my engagement ring are missing. And let's just say it did not take long to work out who the culprit of the theft was. Now, I wasn't about to confront her straight away. I wanted to get evidence. I was taking screenshots, photos, I even bought a fingerprint kit. Fingerprint kit is really hard to say. I used my little kit to test the area. All of this went on a week before her wedding. So a week later, I attend Amy's wedding without saying a word. Yeah, the wedding was really nice, but she spent a lot of money, so you'd kind of hope at that point that it would be nice. The next day, she gets on a flight to Hawaii, her dream honeymoon destination. But who was on the flight out afterwards? I was. So the first thing I did when I landed in Hawaii is get in touch with the police and gave them all the evidence I had collected. And they said, oh, do you know where she's staying? Like, where can we find her? I said, of course I do. Amy had told me everything. I knew the whole itinerary of this trip, so I made sure to arrive at this fancy restaurant
about the same time as the police were. I sat in the corner of the restaurant like a little detective. I had my hat on, my sunglasses. I was taking all of the pics. Them having starters, them having mains, them getting arrested, them getting carted off in handcuffs. Honestly, it was a full album. And the final moment, as she is in that police car, she looks out the window and sees me waving back at her. And as if it couldn't get any worse for Amy, apparently her husband had no clue what she'd been doing and was that mortified by her behaviour, he has annulled the marriage. My mother-in-law secretly sent out my wedding invitations with the wrong date and dress code on. Story time. So me and my fiance Steve are getting married in October. A few days ago, I get a message from my cousin on Instagram asking what she can actually wear to the wedding. Now, I was really confused by this because we'd included on our invite months ago that it was going to be semi-formal, and we'd even given some ideas as to what people could wear. So naturally, I asked what she meant, and she sent me a picture of the invitation. However, this was not a picture of any invitation that I have sent out. Now, despite it looking like our original invitation, it had the complete wrong dress code and the wrong date and time on it. Apparently, the wedding was starting an hour later than we had suggested, the venue details had been shortened, and the dress code had been changed from formal to black tie. At first, we thought it was a mistake on our end. We were like, maybe it's just an outdated mock-up. But no. Just turns out that my darling mother-in-law thought that our wedding invitations weren't up to scratch. So she had taken it upon herself to just send out a updated form of the invitation to her side of the family, because she thought that ours were too casual and people will be underdressed. Right. So I decided to confront my fiance on this to see if he knew. Turns out my guy had no idea. He was just as shocked as I was. So I was like, listen, Steve, this is your mum. You need to fix this. Steve calls his mum straight away, and this woman doesn't even try and deny it. So her reasoning for all of this was that she was protecting the family image. And she said she didn't think that we would mind because we kept the same vibe of the invite. I'm not quite sure that's how it works, Bertha. And then I asked her why she thought it would be okay to change the time, to which she says, well, I just thought that your timeline was running a little bit rushed. What? That is genuinely one of the most barbaric things I have ever heard. But naturally, I am absolutely livid. Not only is this incredibly disrespectful, but it is going to cause so much chaos on the day. And I was like, right, well, if she's going to act like a child, I'll treat her like a child. So I very, very calmly explained to her why this was unacceptable. This woman got so defensive, spewing all of this shit about how I'm overreacting and I'm not taking into account family preferences. Well, my preference would be that you stop acting like a bitch, Bertha, but we don't all get what we want in this world, do we? So now here's the thing, I do not know what to do about this moving forwards. Do I send a third invite to Steve's side of the family just clarifying everything? Do I send out an updated version to everyone? Or do I just let the awkwardness and chaos unfold throughout the day? Thankfully, I have the full support of my Steve on this one, and he wants us to have a proper sit-down chat with his mum before the wedding arrives. I just feel like she could double down, and I hate confrontation, and she might make all of this 10 times worse. I never ever imagined that anything like this could ever happen. Like, how do you even move on from something so passive-aggressive? Please, if you have any suggestions, leave them in the comments. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for not answering the door when my ex's mom showed up at my apartment unannounced? No. My mama knows not to show up at my apartment unannounced because I will open the door, look her in her face, and tell her that I'm not at home. I have sole custody of my children. My ex and his family live about a 9-hour drive from me. One day at around 9 a.m., there was a knocking on my bedroom window. I peeked through the bottom of the blinds and just seen a woman's sneakers. So I peeked higher and made eye contact with my ex's mom. All I could think was, what the fuck? The apartments where I live are not gated, so anybody can just drive onto the property, but they can't go into the building without a key, which means my ex's mom couldn't knock on my door because she couldn't enter the building. Okay, because I was going to say, the fuck you mean she knocking on your bedroom window? But I see why she on the window. I mean, it's still fucking weird, but thank you for the clarification. Anyways, now that she's seen me, I get changed and go see why she's there. The only reason she has my address is because a few months ago, she asked to mail some stuff for the kids. And stupidly, I gave her my address. She tells me that she was in the neighborhood 9 hours away from home. Okay. I asked her why she didn't call me before she arrived. She said it was a last-minute decision. I let her in and she's seen the kids for a bit. Before she left, I told her the next time she needs to give me a heads up before coming. And I'm not talking 10 minutes before. I need at least a week's notice. No, for real. No, for real, because you came 9 hours. 9 hours. And never once did you pick up the phone to let me know that you were coming to my house, but you showed up knocking on my bedroom window at 9 a.m. because you were in the neighborhood. This lady's so fucking full of shit. I can smell her from here. I know she not gonna give you that week's notice. No, you're not the asshole. You're not. You're not, because you asked her. You told her what the fuck she needed to do. So if she ignores you, everything that happens after that is her fault. So this is where I might be the asshole. You're not. About 4 months later, she pulled this stunt again. When I heard the tapping on my window, I knew exactly who it was. I didn't bother looking out the window, and she started calling me. After the 5th call, I answered. She told me to open up because she wants to see the kids. Girl, ain't nobody home. This why you supposed to let me know that you were planning to come out here so I can make sure we were all in one place, because ain't nobody home. I just said, what? I'm not even home. Why didn't she tell me she was coming? I'm 45 minutes away visiting my dad with the kids. She demanded my dad's address. Absolutely not. This is his time to visit with my kids. You should have told me that you were coming like I asked you to 4 months ago. You're bad. You're bad. I refused to give his address to her. I told her that I had no idea when I was going to be home. Yeah, it was a complete lie, but she didn't believe me anyway. She thinks that I'm home and again says that it was just a last-minute decision. Well, now you got time to find something else to do, because we not here. You're bad. I hung up on her. I started getting texts from my ex demanding that I let his mom see the kids. I told him what I told her. I wasn't at home. Imagine my surprise when I hear the police banging on my door a few minutes later. I don't answer. I get a call from a random number. The police officer. He's there to perform a wellness check because my ex's mom hasn't heard from me in 3 days and she's extremely worried. This bitch. Absolutely not. Also, according to him, it's illegal not to answer the door when a police officer knocks. I tell him that she's lying. I just spoke to her on the phone. She showed up unannounced. I made it clear for her not to do that and that I'm out with family and I don't need to come back just because she showed up unannounced. She's my ex's mom and I don't have to talk to her. Period. This bitch really did the absolute fucking most. After that phone call, I got a text from my ex calling me an asshole, asking how hard it would have been to let his mom see the kids when she drove all the way there just to see them because your mom's a lying sack of shit and she thinks she's in control of the situation. You showed her better than you could tell her. Absolutely not. It's extremely hard because I asked her for one fucking thing. Let me know before you come out here. Your mother made a 9-hour drive to see her grandkids. So at some point, she knew she was coming out here before she fucking got here. Never once did she pick up the phone to call me and let me know that she was planning to come out here. But that phone magically fucking worked when she got here and I refused to open the door. Her bad. She fucked around and found out I was not playing with you. I want to make it clear. I don't mind her visiting. I don't mind her being around my kids. But I can't stand her showing up unannounced and demanding to see my kids like that. It's like she's on a weird power trip. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. The simple fact that one, the bitch lied talking about I was just in the neighborhood when it's a 9-hour drive and your ex told you she made that 9-hour drive specifically to see your children. Also, the fact that the bitch had to call the police and lie thinking that was going to get her what the fuck she wanted. No, babe. That just goes to show you were doing the right thing. You didn't ask for anything that was over the top. You asked her to give you at least 1 week's notice before she makes that drive coming to your house to see the kids. Not that she couldn't come. Not that she had to jump through all types of hoops and ropes and all types of shit. No. Call me. Text me. Bitch, send me an email at least 1 week before you come out here. That way I can make sure everything's clear. There's time and everybody can hang out and be around each other. But no. She thinks she gets to show up whenever the fuck she wants and she learned the hard goddamn way. No. You show up when the fuck I tell you it's okay to show up. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you.
Am I the a-hole for not checking up on my friend after her miscarriage? Hear me out. Okay, a little bit of context. Long story short, my friend is going through a tough time with her miscarriage. She called me last week, told me the news, and my heart really went out for her. Now, last time she had her miscarriage, she felt I was too much, and she asked me to give her some time and space to deal with it with her husband. Of course, I respected her decision. At the end of the phone call last week, I specifically asked how I can best help her at this time. That's super nice and a green flag. We love that. To which she said the same thing. Give her and her husband the space and grace to deal with this hard time. It's been weighing heavily on my mind and battling with myself whether or not to text her. And on top of all this, unfortunately, I had some personal problems that I had to deal with, so I wasn't on my phone much at all these past few days either. Well, I get a text from her today saying, it's really sad how I told you what happened to me and you didn't even text me to check up on me. I feel defeated, almost like I'm danged if I do, I'm danged if I don't. I would love somebody's opinion. Just to insert my opinion real quick, I have an opinion. What the heck? You did everything right of like respecting her decision last time, asking her this time, and then respecting her decision this time. And it just sounds like to give her grace, right? Benefit of the doubt and grace and everything. This is an extremely physically, emotionally, everything traumatizing event. So I understand her not being in the best mental place, but she's gonna have to like apologize for that at some point. And if she can't see your side or see what happened, if you guys can't talk about it, I personally wouldn't be friends with somebody like that. Just my opinion. What do you guys think?
Am I the asshole for not buying snacks for my daughter's best friend at a play date? I have an 11-year-old daughter, Ellie, and she has a best friend, Sophie, who's 12. Both girls have special needs and are around 6 years old mentally. Sophie's mom called me yesterday, said that they were at an indoor playground and that Sophie wanted to know if Ellie could come and play. Sophie's mom offered to put me on her punch card. She prepays for 10 to 20 visits at a time because it's cheaper, so it would be free for me. So I got Ellie in the car and we met them at the playground. After about an hour of playing, the girls started to get hungry. I packed a snack for Ellie, but Sophie's mom didn't have any snacks for her. I told her they sell snacks at the front, but she claimed that she didn't have any money on her and asked me to buy Sophie some goldfish. I said no, I took care of my kid. It's not my job to take care of hers too. She said she paid for my kid to get in so I could cover the $2 for the goldfish. I told her if she wanted me to bring snacks, she should have told me when she invited me, but I won't be wasting $2 for a 50-cent bag of goldfish because she was unprepared. She went up to the front and I don't know if she lied about not having money, but she came back with goldfish and fruit snacks. Now she's being petty by asking me to pay her back for all the times we've used her memberships and guest passes, so we're not getting along. I'm gonna have to see her at school drop-offs and pickups, ballet class, gymnastic class, and the girls' weekly play dates. So I want to know if I'm the asshole for not buying her kid a snack.
Would I be the asshole if I break up with my girlfriend when her dad died because of me? Let's just get right to it.
She should break up with you.
What?
You don't get to do the breakup. So you are the asshole.
You're in this for life.
Yeah.
Unless she breaks up,
She
you're in
has
it.
to break up with you.
You either got to get married or she has to break
Yeah,
up.
if you kill someone's dad.
Okay, so her 19 dad was my 20 male godfather. When I was 8, I really wanted this brand new toy that my parents wouldn't buy for me. They said it was too expensive. He drove to the mall to go buy it for me and was killed in a car accident on the way back.
Oh.
I started dating her last year. I thought she was the one
This
for
happened
me.
when they were young?
Mhm.
Oh, man.
I started dating her last year. I thought she was the one for me. Funny, kind, and someone who I have common interests with. Made me feel really special. But then she cheated on me with another guy.
Oh.
When I told her that I'm ending it, she just mumbled, "My dad is dead because of you."
Oh my God.
And now you're leaving me?
Oh.
It really just rattled me. I don't know what to do about it right now. She said I should be decent enough to give her a second time after the pain that I caused her family. Would I be the asshole for ending our relationship?
No!
Run!
This chick is evil, man.
Run,
This chick
bro.
is crazy.
You changed so quick.
That is
Rightfully
such
so.
a red flag. Run,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
Run.
yeah.
Don't ever look back.
Am I wrong for refusing to clean my room after my parents dumped my brother's trash in it? I have a decent room. I keep the trash out, but I'm not that organized. My brother is almost 20 years old and still lives at home, and I'm 15. My parents are nice, and thankfully there's no golden child thing going on. So last week, one of the outlets in my brother's room sparked and shut down the power in his entire room. And as a result, his room had to run off a generator or something. So on Friday, the electric guy came to fix his bedroom, and my brother had a bunch of boxes and trash in his room. So my mom and my brother made the absolutely genius decision to dump all his trash into my room. When I came home, I was pissed because there were 3 boxes, 2 trash bags, one that fell and it was open, and trash spilled all over my room. Needless to say, I was really pissed. So I decided I was just going to ignore all the trash in my room. And yesterday my mom came into my room and told me to clean my disgusting room. Am I wrong for refusing to clean my room after my parents dumped my brother's trash in it? When I came home, I was pissed because there were 3 boxes, 2 trash bags, one of which fell down and it was open, and trash spilled all over my room. So I decided that I was just going to ignore all the trash in my room. But yesterday, my mom came into my room and told me to clean my disgusting room. And I told her she needs to clean my room because she's the one who made the mess in my room. And she responded that it's my responsibility to clean my own room because she's giving me housing and food. I told her that I didn't ask to be born and she threatened to take away my computer. I told her she can pay me $1,000 for it because I paid for the whole thing. Now my mom thinks I was being entitled and she's all mad and my room is not clean. Am I wrong? Top comment says, not wrong, why isn't your brother cleaning up the crap in your room? Another comment says that he's not wrong and to dump it in his mom's room, which I would not recommend unless you want to be kicked out.
Am I the arsehole for letting my husband's party go horribly wrong? So my husband threw a barbecue party for his friends and it was a complete disaster. So my husband likes to invite his friends and note his friends around for barbecues. I'm not close with them at all. And this man prides himself on his barbecuing skills. But the thing is, I'm the one that always ends up doing everything. So all he ever does is sort of just buy and grill the meat and then he collects praise for the whole event. Whereas it's me that buys the drinks and then it's also me that has to clean up and tidy the patio and decking area. I prepare all of the sides and vegetables for him and his friends. And then throughout the night, I'll make sure that everyone's drinks stay topped up too. We don't use like plastic paper cups and stuff like that because I find it a little bit wasteful. So I wash up at the end of the night as well. And I'm not gonna lie, it just kind of feels like non-stop work for me all night. And literally last week he was like, I'm having all my friends around this Saturday. I was like, okay. And I said like, do I know anyone? He quite abruptly said no, and that it was all of his friends from work and none of their wives were coming. It was just a boys' night. And I was like, fine, guys' night, fine. So I said, if you need me, I will be in my craft room with a bottle of wine. Do not disturb me, but you enjoy yourself. And he was like, yeah, I can handle it. Spoiler alert, he did not handle it. From what I can tell, he did the meat all fine, but he just didn't do any of the other preparation. I was so sick and tired of being taken for granted. And to be fair, he never actually asked me for help. I just do it, but it kind of felt expected. So I just sat back and did nothing. The patio was an absolute mess. All the upholstery on our furniture was so messy from the dogs. There was stuff just absolutely everywhere. The table was messy. So they all arrive, I welcome them, say hi, and then I excuse myself to my craft room. So I just popped some music on, I drank my wine, and just worked for a little bit. Cue the messages. He started asking for help. He's like, where are the plates? Context, we only keep a small amount in the kitchen. The rest of them, they're in the basement. Where are the cups? Why isn't the beer chilled? Where's the non-alcoholic beer? Did you not buy it? The sides. And I just replied and said, you were handling it. So this is where I feel like I might have been the arsehole. Let's face it would have taken me literally minutes to tell him where everything was. I checked on the guys a little bit later and it was an absolute disaster. Everything was everywhere. The table was all cluttered. They had to order takeout so they could have some sides. There weren't enough silverware or dishes. Someone literally had to go and drive to get more drinks. Today, he's been super grumpy all day and he has said that he's disappointed in me. He said he's sad that I didn't pull my weight and that I was the one that had made our family look really sloppy and bad. I told him that I am not his little housewife. I said if he embarrassed himself in front of his workmates, he's a big guy and that's on him. He got really mad and went for a run to blow off some steam. Oh, and the patio is still full of dishes. So what do you think?
Am I the asshole for fake sleeping all night to see if my wife is lying? The past couple of months, my wife has been complaining about our cats. She's been claiming that the cats wake her up constantly and that she's frustrated every night that she has to get up and open the door for the cats. Or the cats keep making noises, or the cats keep jumping on her. It got me to the point where she started saying she wants me to get rid of them. I've told her I've never seen or heard any of this, but she claims I sleep through it all. She kept telling me that she was getting less and less sleep and kept acting aggressive, blaming lack of sleep from the cats and that if I didn't get rid of them, she'd leave me. I legitimately started considering giving the cats to my sister until I noticed something. One morning, she claimed she had gotten up multiple times throughout the night to help the cats. She listed a bunch of times. I thought it was weird because I had been up until 4 a.m. and she claimed that she got up at 1 a.m. to open the door for them and a few times around 3 a.m. because they were meowing and jumping on her. I was in the bedroom the entire time while she slept, and I know none of this happened. Things weren't adding up, so I decided to run a test. I waited until she said she was going to bed, then I let the cats out of our bedroom. I lowered my phone brightness and faked going to sleep. I just laid there in my bed for the entire night bored, but I definitely did not fall asleep. I made sure to make timestamps every 30 minutes on my phone through Discord just to be sure. I marked down every noise my cats made. One cat had jumped down from something and made a little noise around 3:18 a.m. and one ate food relatively quietly by the bedroom door at 4:57 a.m. Other than that, nothing happened. Sure enough, my wife slept from 11 p.m. until 9 a.m. and that morning she claimed she had woken up at least 7 times to open doors from the cat noises and cats jumping on her. At this point, I was pissed because she was clearly lying to me. I was exhausted and fed up with the lies, so I bluntly called her out on it. I told her, "That's funny. I stayed up all night to monitor the cats and they weren't even in the room at all last night. I have timestamps and everything, so you've been lying to me and trying to convince me to get rid of my cats? Why?" She just sat there quietly shaking and looking pissed, then got up and left without answering. She came back hours later and ignored me whenever I talked, and when I asked her how I'm the bad guy in the situation, she finally said that I was treating her like a child by lying about sleeping and staying up all night just to see if she was lying or not. And that making timestamps and everything as if I was an investigator was going too far and makes me an obsessive asshole. I did it because she was threatening to make me get rid of the cats or she'd leave me, and her claims didn't add up. So am I the obsessive asshole here? Update: my wife has been Baker acted. She did not hurt herself, just said something concerning in public. I got a call from the hospital this morning asking me to head over to some family therapy. Apparently she finally wanted to talk. I'll be honest, I'm pretty pissed at the reason why she's been so hateful towards my cats. It's absolutely insane. It's nothing that anyone has suggested. She's not cheating, she's not sick physically or mentally, she's not bored of the relationship or looking for an out. According to her, one of the cats stepped on her laptop and ruined a story she was writing. She's hated both cats ever since. I mean, that sucks, but it's not worth trying to emotionally blackmail me into getting rid of them. I asked her why she didn't just tell me the truth and why she'd been lying and refused to talk about it when I asked. Her answer was, because you wouldn't have gotten rid of them otherwise, and explained that when she saw I wasn't willing to abandon them for her, she took offense and made it a goal to have me pick her over them. Sickening. Don't know why she actually admitted to it all. The woman with us asked me how I felt about all of it, and I just told the truth. I told her it was a nice run, but I'm probably going to want a divorce. I was asked why, and I told them. I've seen a new hateful, malicious side of her that I want nothing to do with. She was so set on getting rid of the cats over a fan fiction being ruined that she manipulated her husband. My wife started shouting at me that I betrayed her and that I'm a scum for choosing animals over her. At least cats don't give ultimatums like she gave. It sucks that she's been Baker acted and all, I guess, but it's for the best right now. She'll have time to process it in a safe environment and hopefully come to terms with it. Bad husband, I know. I'm almost sure I'm going for divorce. I'm very worried about having her in the same house as my cats. I want my cats safe and I don't want to worry about them being harmed or disappearing. Screw that. I guess I'll do what almost all of you suggested. Keep the cats, rehome the wife. Not how I wanted it to end, but life isn't always nice.
Am I the asshole for pulling out of planning my sister's wedding, causing her to lose the venue? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. As a wedding planner who has been in the industry for many years now, my 31 male party trick amongst close friends and family is being able to guess how long my clients' marriages will last with pretty alarming accuracy. If you ask anyone in the industry, there are specific indicators while working with a couple that will allow us to be able to gauge compatibility. I can usually get down to a 6-month window when predicting when photos of each other will disappear from socials. This is not me taking joy in crashing and burning of relationships. Working in this career field can actually leave you feeling jaded about relationships in general, which is why I'm reluctant to work for family and friends. The specific stress wedding planning puts on some people and couples can bring out the worst in them that you don't see in them in everyday life. My sister is getting married early next year and practically begged me to plan her wedding. Despite my stance on clients I know personally, I finally gave in and we began the process back in March. Last week while we were meeting and finalizing a few things, she asked me about the party trick I mentioned. She said since I had been working with her and her fiance for months now, I could give my prediction as to how long they were going to last. I laughed and tried to move on. I thought she was joking, but she continued to press the issue. After her continuously bothering me about this for at least 15 minutes, when I'm trying to move on, I do have work outside of this specific appointment with her that I needed to get to. I finally told her that I thought that they would last forever. She claimed that she didn't believe me and wanted my real number, so I shrugged and I told her the truth. 1.5 years. She was livid. I felt incredibly uncomfortable with the whole ordeal, especially with how little she respected my boundaries in what was supposed to be a professional setting, and just tried to usher her out of my office. Instead, she began ranting about my own marriage and said she gives us till the end of the year before we break up, and accused me of being a homewrecker. She finally left and I emailed her saying that I would no longer be involved in the planning. I gave her the contact information for all of the vendors we were working with, but I told her that the venue would no longer be available as they only book to the people they have existing relationships with, and my involvement was necessary. I have had to break up with clients before, but this felt particularly rough. She has now told our parents that I'm purposely sabotaging her wedding, and that I was unforgivably rude to her when she just asked a playful question. I feel very silly for letting a person disrespect my boundaries over and over again, something I typically wouldn't tolerate, but now I'm wondering if I'm in the wrong.
My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. So I, 18 female, have had a boyfriend, 25 male, for about 9 months now. I could stop there, honestly. We met off of our mutual friends and instantly hit it off. He's perfect to me. Chivalrous, caring, honest, attentive, etc. But before I met him, I had serious problems with my weight. You see, I have PCOS, and I've gained a lot of weight because of it. I was 5'3" at 153 pounds, and now I'm 176. I became really insecure about this. I did tell him I was basically infertile in case this means anything to anyone, and he was okay with it. So to combat it, I started wearing a corset. Over my clothes, under them, it didn't matter. At first, it was hard to breathe and extremely painful to wear, but after a while, my body got used to it. However, I avoid doing exercises or whatever when I wear them because it starts up again. Anyways, it made me feel really good about myself. But when I met my boyfriend and on every date we went on, I would wear this corset. And he didn't seem to notice or even care, so I thought it was alright. And I never mentioned it explicitly because why would I? But about 3 months ago, we actually went all the way and took off my corset, and he stopped and stared at me like I'd grown a second head. When I tried to keep going, he sort of pushed me away and said that he wasn't in the mood, and I soon went home after that. We didn't really talk to each other for a few days, but a few days later he asks to meet up, and I do. And when I arrive, he tells me he had to stop because he, quote, wasn't used to seeing me that way. When I asked what he meant, he said, "I thought you were a little skinnier." My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. I thought he was about to break up with me, so I said I would do whatever it took to lose the weight, and he said wasn't possible, so I should just keep the corset on if we ever did it again, so I agreed. Which brings up the main issue. About 2 weeks ago, we were going at it, and we soon stopped. I couldn't breathe. He asked why I can't keep up, and I say it's because it's hard work with the corset on. And I say, I'll take it off. And he says, quote, don't, or we won't go on. So I keep it on. But at this point, I get extremely sweaty. I swear I smell, and honestly, my body has been hurting me so bad since we started. I try to lightly bring it up each time we do it and send him signals, but he's totally dense. When I tell him I'm not in the mood, he says I'm never in the mood. When I don't moan enough, whatever the hell that means, I'm not enjoying it enough. I'm just not sure what else to do. I get more pleasure just doing it myself, honestly. I don't want to break up with him over this. I truly do love him, and I believe he's the one. Other than in bed. He's amazing outside of it, and I don't want to give that up because of something as material as sex. So, please Reddit, what do I do? P.S. This is a burner account. Well, the first problem we have is that a 25-year-old is dating an 18-year-old. And some of you might say, well, she's 18, she's technically legal, right? But you have to think about the difference of being 18 and 25. My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. Edit 1, when he said it wasn't possible when I told him I'd lose the weight, he just meant because of the PCOS. I did share in the past that I tried to lose weight and saw no progress. Edit 2, it's only been an hour, but after reading all of your comments, I realized I may be way younger than I think I am. I've decided I'll speak to him this weekend. I wear a corset, and I'll tell him I'm not going to do that anymore, and I'll see what happens. Honestly, I'm extremely terrified that he'll leave me. You all have expressed that it would be the right thing, but I truly thought that he was the one, and I'm scared that I may not find this dream man a lot of you are speaking of in the comments, lol. I don't think he's the type to insult or abuse me verbally. We'll see this weekend. Thank you for all of your kind words and enlightening me about his age. I've seen horror stories about age gaps, but I truly thought that it was more okay, seeing as I knew him only after I turned 18. I'll take this into consideration moving forward. Thank you guys. No, I hate this. I hate when people think that they can't find better, because you absolutely can. You absolutely can find someone that's just a normal human being and isn't going to make you wear a corset while you hook up with them. My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. Update 1. I've scheduled my meeting with him for this Saturday, so most likely no future updates until then, and I won't be breaking up with him until we firmly talk about it. This may be irrational, even plain stupid, but I still love him, and I don't have the heart to do it. Anyways, I wanted to address a lot of the main questions I see. So I met him during Freshers Week before university actually started, but I was still freshly admittedly 18 at the time anyways, and we didn't officially meet until 2 weeks after the event. I now understand that the age gap is questionable, but I want to see my parents' reaction to it first. B. I also didn't lie to him about not wearing a corset. During our first sleeping together, we'd already been dating for 6 months, and I've never not worn our corset on dates. He never acknowledged them, even when I wore them over my clothes, and I felt I didn't need to, because why would I? C, thank you to everyone who gave me information on my PCOS. You've made me hopeful I can still become a mom when the time comes. My boyfriend doesn't want kids, so we'll see what that happens when that time comes. D, for those asking me to get in therapy, I'm really considering it. I'm currently not in the financial situation to afford any type of therapy, especially not on my paycheck. My boyfriend has explicitly told me he won't be paying for anything like that, so it was mainly out of the question for me, until now. E, and finally, for those asking me to try losing weight again, I have. It's not much, but I've applied for a gym membership at my local gym, so we'll see how that works out for me. I haven't told my boyfriend yet, but he might be happy. It may make the confrontation less harsh for both of us. LOL. Again, thank you for all of your kind words. I've never received this much support from such a large amount of people before. I can't respond to everyone, but I'm upvoting where I can. I'm totally grateful. Thank you, everyone. My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. So there's an update number 2, 5 days later. So we went out for dinner today at 6. I didn't wear a corset today. He noticed actually. He asked me why in casual conversation, and I said I just didn't feel like wearing it. And he said, well, that's a shame. Conversation was quite slow after that. So our dinner ends quite early, like around 2 hours later, and I asked if he could drive me home. I ask if he wants to detour while he's driving, and he says he has things to do, so I blatantly ask him if he would break up with me because I don't wear a corset. I like to think I sounded confident, but I wasn't, and I'm sure that he heard it too. He says it's not like that, but he's already told me he won't have sex with me unless I wear it. So I tell him we're never having sex again, and he just stares at me like I'm crazy. I told him I'm not wearing corsets anymore, and then he gets really upset. He says I'm acting immature and says we've already had this conversation. So I tell him I'm tired of him not doing things that I want. I tell him that I don't want to wear a corset anymore. I tell him I'm tired of the way that he talks to me when I don't listen. I tell him I want to go on birth control, and I tell him that I want to have kids one day. So we don't talk again for the rest of the ride, and he drops me at home. And he says that he thinks we should take a break. I say fine by me, and I shrug, and then he accuses me of cheating because I'm acting so dismissive about it. Then I told him straight that if he can't love me the way that I am, then maybe we should have more than a break. He doesn't say anything after that, and he leaves, and he hasn't texted me ever since. This happened almost 2 hours ago, and I've just been crying the whole time. I'm waiting for him to text me and say that we're over, so I'm contemplating texting him first, but I'm scared as hell. I've never talked back to him like that, so we've never really had any arguments. I'll update if he texts again tonight, but I just wanted to let you guys know. All of your lovely messages did a lot for me this past week. I've just been smiling at everyone's kind words. I've never felt so seen through this tiny screen before. Thank you for all of your love and support. Oh my god, girl. Thank you. Thank the Lord you stuck up for yourself, honestly. I love that for her so much. I can't even. My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. This is update 2.5. So I ended up falling asleep yesterday while waiting and thinking, but he actually texted me at 2 a.m. today saying he was going to come over later today. I haven't said anything, but I assume he'll be here at 2 or 3, which is when I'm back from volunteering, so we'll talk today. He said he discovered something, which is really worrying me. He would kill me if he ever saw these posts. Because he recently got told that I've been telling my friends about our relationship struggles, and he didn't talk to me for like a week. He was so mad. He said I was airing out my dirty laundry, which I get, but I told all of my friends that he wasn't listening to anything I say to him. I dread to think of what might happen, but hopefully it's nothing important. I'll create another post if what happens is too long for one post, but thank you for staying updated. You all truly don't know what your words mean, but they're getting me through this. That's another red flag, is when they're mad that you're talking to your friends, because at a certain point, okay, I understand. Like, there are some things that you need to like figure out with your partner, but you also should be able to talk to your friends especially when you're this young and you're in a relationship. Like, you should 100% be able to go to your friends with things about this and like get advice from other people. And usually when people are getting mad, especially like a partner, they're getting super mad and controlling over that kind of thing. That's a really bad sign, because no. My boyfriend won't be intimate with me unless I wear a corset. Update 3, 2 days later. I'm sorry for posting this so late. This happened several hours earlier. I just couldn't bring myself to start posting about it as soon as it happened. But I thought that for all the kindness, compassion, and support I received over the last few days, the least I can do is tell you what happened. So he showed up at mine at like 4 or 5, which was later than I expected. I wasn't wearing my corset after volunteering, but when he came over, he said I looked nice and that he was sorry and was ready to listen. So I sat him down and I told him what I wanted to say. It was everything I previously said, just more collected and with a better explanation. When I finished, he asked why I was saying all of this stuff when I hadn't originally, and I said it's because I received advice from friends. He then proceeded to pull out the Reddit post and ask if this was the advice I was talking about. I told him they were better friends than he's ever been to me, and raised his hand at me, but didn't touch me. At this point, I was fearful. My roommate wasn't in, and I didn't have any type of protection on me if he did try to hit me. He became quiet for a while, and then he just started shouting at me, like actually screaming and getting all up in my face. I didn't really know what to do, so I just pushed him and told him to grow up, because he was talking about how I was airing out our dirty laundry on Reddit, how his friends had seen it, and how people were gaslighting me. He asked if I had only made this attention-seeking post to get compliments from people about how good I look with or without a corset. I then told him to leave, because I was already in tears after he started calling me fat, ugly, and talked about how nobody would love me the way that he did. I'm embarrassed to say I almost believed him. He just looked so pitiful. The next thing I know is he's trying to come on to me, and I said now was clearly not the time. He kept talking about how pretty I looked without a corset and how he needed me to survive, and he wouldn't get off of me. So I punched him at the spur of the moment, and he let me go. I broke up with him on the spot, and I refused to elaborate because I had already explained, and he wouldn't listen. He soon left after I threatened to tell the authorities, and I blocked him everywhere. I haven't told anyone about this in real life. I haven't left my room. I haven't been to class today at all. I couldn't bring myself to do so. I genuinely feel like I've lost a part of me because I truly loved him, but I won't give him the satisfaction of talking about it in this post. What I felt before doesn't matter because you're not the same man I fell in love with before. I'm sad it took almost 160,000 plus people total seeing my post for me to understand that, but now that they have, I couldn't be more grateful. I've received so much support and learned so much from this experience in the last few days than I did in our whole relationship. So if you're saying this, F-U-C-K-U. I feel like you should probably go to the cops about that because I could see this going in a bad direction and I don't want that for you.
Am I wrong for changing my skincare routine because my boyfriend told me to? Story time. Now, one thing about me, I'm a glass skin girly, and I absolutely love these little sleeping masks that everyone's been using online. However, I would always end up pulling them off in my sleep. Now, my Steve gets up and leaves for work a lot earlier than me in the morning, and he'd be absolutely terrified every time he'd lean over to give me a kiss and be presented with this image. We even were having arguments over this. It was intense. So Steve does a little bit of research, and that is when he presents me with these. This mask is the brand new L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Glass Skin Hydrogel Glow Mask. Oh my goodness, these have been a game changer for me. Thing that I mostly love about these is they go clear within an hour and a half. These masks are packed with glycerin, hyaluronic acid, so plumping and so hydrating. I'm going to come back in an hour and a half and show you exactly what results I get. Okay, it's about an hour and a half later, we're completely dry. So let's get this removed. Look at that glow already. Oh my goodness. Okay, look at this glow. And let me tell you, I've just used that hour and a half to be extremely productive. I've just tidied like the whole of my house. One thing I really like about these is there's no like weird sticky residue afterwards. I always like to finish off with my glass skin liquid cream. So I hate to admit it, girls, but once we're probably gonna have to be on Steve's side here. For once in his life, he has been right. So what do you think? Am I wrong for changing my skincare because Steve told me?
Am I the jerk for refusing to tone down my wedding dress because my sister is insecure? I, 27 female, am getting married next spring. My sister is my maid of honor. She's been struggling with body image and I've been nothing but supportive. Last week she asked to see my dress. When I showed her, she went quiet and then said it was too revealing. It has a low back. She asked if I could pick something less attention grabbing because she, quote, doesn't want to be overshadowed in the photos. I told her gently that the wedding dress is about me, not her, and I'm not changing it. She cried and said I'm prioritizing vanity over her feelings. What? Now she's threatening to not be in the bridal party.
Good, goodbye. Don't even come to the wedding then.
My fiance thinks she's being unreasonable, but my mom says I should just compromise for peace. So am I the jerk for refusing to alter my dress for her insecurity?
Absolutely not.
How low of a back does it have to be to where it's like,
I don't care if her ass crack is on display. It's her fucking wedding and she paid for the dress.
That's like the only only thing I could think of is like, is it like enough to where like you're like the ass dimple things that some people have?
Good. Those are hot as.
Yeah,
and I hope
yeah.
if you feel confident in it. It's your wedding day. If you feel good, you look good, you fucking paid for it. You're paying for the whole thing. Wear whatever the fuck you want. I'm heated. That sister's being a total bitch.
I do think it's really funny that the issue that she's insecure about is the low back, though. Like, it's like, it'd be one thing if there's too much cleavage or you're showing too much leg.
Yeah.
How is
too much back or something? Yeah, too much back is
too much shoulder even would be not an understandable, but an established like modesty moment where somebody could get jealous. Too much back?
Literally. That's going to overshadow me in pictures. It's not about you.
How many back shots are we taking?
Literally.
That's for the wedding night.
It's going to overshadow me in pictures.
I broke into a single mother's house 11 years ago on Christmas Eve. As the title says, this happened 11 years ago. Every year I think back to the Christmas I, now 32 female, broke into a single mother's home on Christmas Eve. I worked an hour out of town and there was a huge snowstorm that forced me to get a hotel in the town I worked for the night before Christmas Eve. Since I was trapped in town, I decided to go spend some time with friends. We watched The Walking Dead and smoked the devil's lettuce to celebrate together. It was while we were partaking and watching the episode where Glenn died that my friend Brian got a call from his sister. The rest of us turned the volume of the TV all the way down and he was clearly distressed and we were worried about him. After he hung up, he was in tears and asked if we could all go to his sister's place without explaining what was going on. We all loaded into our vehicles and headed over there together. When we got there, she was crying and devastated. Someone had broken into her apartment while she was at work and stolen all of the Christmas presents that she'd been pinching pennies for all year for her 8-year-old son. We all comforted her as best as we could and helped clean the apartment from the break-in. It was like the Grinch had a special vendetta. It was like the Grinch had a special vendetta with how her place looked. That night, I went to my hotel room with my heart just broken for her and her son. The next morning on Christmas Eve, I got up early and hit all the stores that were open and purchased what I could that I thought that they would like. The hotel allowed a late checkout so I could have time to wrap all the gifts. Knowing already that she had to work that afternoon/evening and that her son wasn't due back until Christmas Day, I arrived to the apartment while she was working. I had to work fast like a ninja to get the gifts from my car without being seen by the neighbors, so they wouldn't call the cops on me. I placed all the gifts under the tree, filled their stocking, tidied up her apartment, and left. That night, I saw a very tearful post from my friend Brian, thanking whoever had made his sister's and nephew's Christmas that year, and then a video post from his sister where you could hear her crying as she went through her apartment to show everything that had been done. No one ever found out that it was me, and I felt it was time to finally share my personal favorite Christmas story with someone.
Am I the asshole for not changing how I dress to appease my friend over her boyfriend? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My friend Anna and I, both 22 female, have been best friends for years. Anna likes to kickbox, lift, and hike. She has developed muscles and a sweet face. Her personal style is laid back and more tomboyish. I, on the other hand, don't really enjoy working out as much, have a curvier body, and like to dress very feminine. I wear skirts, makeup, milkmaid dresses, and I rarely wear leggings or workout clothes. It's just what I feel comfortable in. She's been dating Liam, 21 male, for a couple of months and she's always gushing about him. He's really sweet, however, when we finally got the chance to all hang out together, he was very vocal about his type. He told Anna that he likes girls who are very feminine, wear dresses and makeup. The whole time I was sitting there like, is this Nate from Euphoria? But I dismissed it. Anna was visibly bothered by it. A couple of days ago, we all hung out again with the larger group and Liam made more comments. He mentioned not liking girls who are bulky and lift because he doesn't find it feminine, and that he prefers to have something to hold on to. As we drank more, he got bolder and told me that I have a body like a Renaissance painting. Then he asked me and another friend if we could take Anna out on a shopping trip to make her more feminine, and if I could teach her how to make the braids I had on my hair, and then he reached over and caressed my hair. I was uncomfortable, so I made an excuse to leave. Later, Anna FaceTimed me visibly drunk and asked me if I could do her a favor. She essentially wanted me to not dress up or do my makeup around Liam, because he drunkenly admitted that I was exactly his type. I got very offended. She got angry and told me that I don't love her and that all she wants is to be happy with him. To apologize to my mom after rejecting her food. Disclaimer, this is not my story. My girlfriend is 39 weeks pregnant and my mom has to come to town to stay with us so we have someone to take care of our 3-year-old and cats when we go to the hospital. My girlfriend and mom usually get along, so it was a good idea, but my girlfriend has been causing some issues this week. Now I'm stuck in the middle between two angry women and wondering if I'm the asshole. The main issue is my mom is an amazing cook, but she doesn't always cook the healthiest things because growing up, me and my brother hated vegetables. My mom has cooked dinner for us every night since she got here 5 days ago, and tonight my girlfriend said she would cook. My mom told her not to worry because she already had it planned. So my girlfriend told her that maybe she should cook for herself, our toddler, and me, but she wanted to make something specific for her. They kind of went back and forth and my mom offered to cook what she wanted, but my girlfriend said she wanted to cook for herself tonight. My mom is extremely offended and hurt, and my girlfriend is pissed off because she says she needs certain nutrients and foods right now, and that she can't let being polite get in the way of maintaining a healthy diet. I decided to take my mom's side because she offered to cook my girlfriend what she wanted, and my girlfriend ended up eating boiled green beans and broccoli, which my mom could have easily done. Plus, the baby is already growing and she takes prenatal vitamins every day, so I felt like she was being a bit dramatic. I told my girlfriend I expect her to apologize to my mom, and she told me I'm being an asshole and I need to butt out. Update: I apologized to my girlfriend and she talked to my mom, and I think things are fine. I showed my girlfriend the post too, and she's been enjoying the comments, but she reassured me she isn't breaking up our family and leaving me over this like a lot of you think she should. I'm going to do something nice for her this week though before the baby comes, and definitely not make a mistake like this again.
My girlfriend of 1 year thinks she cheated, but she actually didn't. How do I tell her the real story and break off? A few weeks back, my girlfriend and I attended a Halloween party at my sister's place. We had a blast and everything seemed perfect until last weekend. A series of events unfolded, leaving me in a state of confusion and heartbreak. To set the scene, my girlfriend and I were having a great time at the party. As the night progressed, I noticed her getting a bit too friendly with someone. It struck me as odd, but I chalked it up to the Halloween spirit and continued enjoying the festivities. At one point, I had to grab something from the guest room, so I walked towards it. I saw my sister's coworker heading the same way. We bumped into each other just near the door, and as he held the doorknob, I asked if he was looking for something. He said he was lost and looking for the bathroom, so I redirected him, and I entered my guest room. As soon as I walk in, I was immediately hugged and smooched. I realized it was my girlfriend from her perfume. I kissed her back, and she said, "Why did it take so long for you to pick up the hints?" I laughed it off and got back to smooching. My girlfriend and I had one of the best nights of intimacy filled with love and cuddles. She was very adventurous that night, and we explored a few things that we never tried in the past year. Afterwards, she was sleepy, so I got up and went back to the party. We had a little more fun, and then everyone left, so we wrapped it up and helped my sister clean up everything. I'm an early riser, so I woke up early and went for a run, took a bath, and did some chores. When she woke up, she came out to greet me, acting strange as though not remembering last night, and made me recount the series of events. I obviously left out the part where we sneaked into the guest room to have a secret hookup since we were with my sister. Over the last month, I tried bringing up that night a few times in our conversations, but she seemed to brush it off or deflect, acting a little distant too. The last straw was when she was very aloof during the Thanksgiving dinner I hosted. I didn't make it a big deal back then since my sister and her husband were staying over. Last weekend, I confronted her. She started crying, apologizing, and saying she was in really bad shape. She admitted to cheating during the Halloween party. I was confused and asked we were together. When did it happen? Then it hit me. The other guy who she was getting overly friendly with was supposed to go in, but I went in instead. Since she was drunk and he and I had the same exact costume, she concluded it was him. It was confirmed when she heard the series of events from me the next morning. She kept apologizing, saying she didn't mean to do it, but just slipped into it. I was devastated. What was the best intimacy for me was a cheating fling for her. I immediately asked her to leave. I need some time to think. She kept apologizing, saying it meant nothing, just a moment of weakness. I just couldn't hold myself together. It was last weekend, and now we are supposed to meet tomorrow. Am I the asshole for telling my friend her boyfriend's going to propose? My best friend has been dating her boyfriend for over 5 years. A while back, he reached out about ring size and setup just so he could make this the most magical day for her. Having known my friend for over 20 years, I know exactly how she wants her proposal to go and who she wants to be there. So I relayed all this information to him months ago via text and over the phone. I even took the time to covertly find and confirm which ring she would love the most. A little backstory. My friend is incredibly family and friend oriented, and in the past expressed to me on multiple occasions, especially during the holiday season, that in the 5 years that they've been together, he hasn't really made much of an effort to indoctrinate himself into her family or friendships the way that she has for his. And while I do generally like him, I've always felt that he's incredibly self-serving and self-focused. Recently, through a mutual friend, I found out that he started a group text between his, emphasis on his, friends and his family to set up the time and date of the proposal. He has not only excluded myself, and according to the screenshots I've seen, he's doing everything verbatim I suggested he do, but he has completely excluded her family and friends from the event. He's planning on only having having his boys and family present for the occasion, and knowing my friend, this would absolutely ultimately break her heart to not be able to share this moment with her loved ones. I got so heated and I called him. At first he was dodging my questions and then just outright said, "This is my proposal and I spent enough time and money to choose how I do it. Just be happy for your friend. It's not like you're not coming to the wedding." This infuriated me. And to make matters worse, I ran into her mom and dad at the grocery store, subtly asked if they knew of any possibility that she was getting engaged. They were unaware, and I know for a fact that my friend has told him that he needs to ask her parents for their blessing because she's somewhat traditional. My friend wears her heart on her sleeve, and I can predict how this event will go down when she sees all of his close friends and family and none of hers. Considering her previous sentiments about his lack of interest in her family or life, she will 100% see this as selfish, and I know she's gonna cry. The location of the proposal is a whopping 30 minutes away from her parents. Now, I don't want to get into a fight or reveal the surprise, but on the other hand, I feel like I owe it to my lifelong friend to help her avoid being hurt and disappointed, and maybe even helping her rethink what her future would look like with someone who just doesn't really appreciate what she values in life. So, am I the asshole if I tell my friend her boyfriend is going to propose? I got invited to my friend's wedding, but my fiance is not. My friend, 26 male, that I met in college, proposed to his girlfriend last year, and they're getting married next year. He shared the news with our friend group, and we were so happy for him and couldn't wait to celebrate. I, 26 female, have been in a long-term relationship with my partner, 27 male, and we got engaged a few months after my friend. Likewise, I shared the good news with our friend group, and they were happy for us. My friend asked for my mailing address to send a wedding invite, and yesterday I received the invitation. However, it's only addressed to me, and the invitation explicitly says 1 seat saved in my honor. Maybe I should not have assumed, but I thought my fiance would have been invited too. It feels a little strange and awkward to think about attending a wedding alone without my life partner with me. Am I overthinking this? Maybe it's because my friend doesn't know my fiance very well. I want to ask why, but I also don't want to make my friend feel uncomfortable or pressure to extend the invite to my fiance. I understand how expensive and complicated weddings are, so any thoughts on approaching this? My husband is divorcing me over messages I didn't send. My husband said he got notifications from T-Mobile saying my data usage was high. He looked at my text messages on the app and it said I was receiving hundreds of texts all day and night for months from numbers all over the country. But his messages aren't on there and I text him day and night. I cross-referenced my text to the screenshots he sent me and none of my texts are there and I don't know what's happening. It's my phone number at the top, but I've literally never seen these numbers ever. And now he's wanting a divorce. He won't let me show him anything to prove it, and he wants out of our marriage. Update. I talked to him this morning and said that I'll accept the breakup, but I want to clear my name. I called several numbers on the list he sent me, and they were either a robo-voice or the call didn't even go through. So that shows him that these can be scam calls. I even called some in front of him. I told him to call the phone company again, and he just said, "I'll do it later." So now I'm just kind of over it. I'm just ready for this to be over.
Am I the asshole for banning my sister from seeing my daughter after she took her to a Tinder date's house? Me, 25 female, and my sister, Lexi, 26 female, have a pretty good relationship. Lexi is also pretty close to my daughter, Emily, 4 female. Lexi has babysat Emily several times over the years, and there's never been a problem. A couple of days ago, my boyfriend and I were going out to celebrate our 2nd anniversary. Lexi offered to babysit for us, and everything seemed to be set up. My boyfriend and I were planning to be gone for about 8 hours. Unfortunately, about 4 hours into the outing, my boyfriend started to get a migraine. I decided to just drop him off at home so he could relax. I sent Lexi a text telling her I was on my way home early. After I got home, I noticed that Lexi's car wasn't in my driveway. I went inside and called out for Lexi and Emily. They were nowhere in the house, so I immediately called Lexi. After I called her 4 times, she finally picked up the phone. I started yelling and demanded to know where the hell she was. She said we would talk after she got back to the house. About 20 minutes later, Lexi and Emily showed up and I put Emily to bed. After she was sound asleep, I exploded on Lexi and told her to start talking. She told me that she was chatting with a random guy from Tinder and he asked her to come over. She said that she knew Emily would just sleep the whole time, so she agreed to come over. She said that everything was fine. Emily just ate some snacks and went to sleep in the guy's spare bedroom. I completely lost it. I cussed her out. I asked her how she could do something so reckless. She got mad and told me it wasn't a big deal. She would never let anything happen to Emily. I told her that she had no right to take my daughter to a random guy's home. She said that she can read people, and she knew that this guy wouldn't hurt anybody.
I told her that she's nuts, and she put my daughter in God knows how much danger. I told her I can no longer trust her, and that I never want to speak to her again. I also told her that she's never allowed to see Emily again. She started crying and saying that I'm overreacting to the whole thing. I told her that I paid her to protect my daughter, not endanger her so she could go have fun. She continued to cry and beg, but I eventually kicked her out. My mom says that even though Lexi messed up big time, I still overreacted. My mom says that I should reconsider separating Lexi and Emily because they're family. Am I the asshole?
There are so many things wrong with that situation.
Bro!
Come on, we've all been tempted. We've
But
we've
with
all
a child.
or aside from the child, we've all been tempted. Come on.
Am I the asshole for ruining my sister-in-law's vacation after she ignored my message telling her that her husband was in the hospital? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My brother, 30, had a truck accident that left him paralyzed in 2019. His wife, my sister-in-law, takes care of him. She complains about normal stuff all the time, like him getting a fever, throwing up, needing help with feeding, sleeping, and more. Basically normal and basic needs for a disabled person. She also violates his privacy and posts private stuff about him all the time. She showed up at my place and dropped my brother off and his stuff off, saying that she was going on a 4-week vacation with her girlfriends to let off steam and relax. I was so mad because I'm a new mother and my hands are full already. She went on about how selfish I was and then went on about how much she deserved this vacation. But one can never take time off from responsibilities, right? I had no choice but to take him in. He looked depressed and I know he felt like a burden. I felt sorry for him, and clearly his wife hadn't been taking good care of him because now he's at the hospital getting treated for an infection. I left her a message, but she saw it and didn't care enough to come back when her husband's in the hospital. Instead, she posted a video of her and her girlfriends dancing to loud music at some resort 2 hours later. I felt awful and sorry for my brother. I sent a message calling her cruel and selfish. She saw it and called me yelling about being a judgmental asshole, and ranting about how I ruined her much-needed vacation and spoiled her good time with her girlfriends. She then let her family come at me, accusing me of harassing her. They told me off and said he has doctors and nurses to help and that their daughter's vacation didn't deserve to be ruined, and that she's not my brother's personal nurse and I should step up instead of judging her. Now they're pressuring me to apologize.
Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my sister's kids after she accused me of stealing? Nope. Because if I'm a thief, I'm definitely not worthy enough to watch your children. Hi everyone, I, 25 female, need some advice because my family is in an uproar over this. My sister Emily, 32 female, has 3 kids, 7 male, 5 female, and 2 female. I adore my nieces and nephew, and I've always been the go-to babysitter whenever Emily needed help. I've taken them in overnight, watched them on weekends, and even took care of them for a week when Emily and her husband went on vacation. A few weeks ago, Emily called me in a panic saying that she lost her wedding ring. She asked if I had seen it, and I genuinely hadn't seen it. I helped her search the entire house, but we couldn't find it. Emily was really upset, but we eventually gave up. A few days later, Emily called me again, this time in tears, accusing me of stealing her ring. She said that she couldn't think of anyone else who would have taken it since I'm the only person who's been in the house alone. I was shocked and hurt that she would accuse me of something like that. I tried to convince her that I would never do such a thing, but she wouldn't listen to me. She even threatened to call the police if I didn't return it. I couldn't believe my own sister would think so little of me. My parents got involved and they took Emily's side as well, saying that it was suspicious that the ring disappeared right after I had been there. They pressured me to confess and return the ring, but I stood my ground because I was innocent. In the midst of this family drama, Emily asked me to babysit her kids for a few hours because she had an emergency at work. No, call her parents. Call our parents who you decided to involve in this situation and the ones that are pressuring me to return a ring that I didn't steal. Call them and tell them you're having a work emergency and you need someone to watch your kids. I refused. I told her that I couldn't help someone who thought that I was a thief. She called me selfish and said that I was punishing her kids for something they had nothing to do with. My parents are now furious with me, saying that family should stick together no matter what. So family should stick together when she needs something, but when I'm telling you guys I did not steal from my sister, the family sticks together to band up against me. Tell me your sister is the favorite child without telling me your sister is the favorite child. They believe that family should stick together no matter what and that I'm being petty and immature. They believe I should just let it go for the sake of the children. Emily has continued to insist that I took the ring, and my refusal to babysit has only made things worse. Emily and her husband and my parents are calling me an asshole for refusing to babysit and taking it out on the kids who have nothing to do with this. Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my sister's kids after she accused me of stealing from her? I think it's insane that there are so many people to band together against you to tell you that you're wrong, but none of those people were available to watch these kids that don't have anything to do with this situation. That's crazy how they want to leave people who don't have anything to do with the situation out of the situation, except for your family's a bunch of goddamn hypocrites and you're not wrong for not wanting to fucking babysit, because if you think I am a thief, then I should not be trusted around your fucking kids.
Am I the asshole for, quote, hiding my mother-in-law's hurtful birthday present for my husband from him?
Okay.
My female 27 husband, male 28, is clearly not the favorite child of my mother-in-law, female 54. She has 3 sons and my husband is the oldest and only one not from her current husband. She separated from his father while she was pregnant and shortly after this met her current husband. After a while, they became parents to both my husband's younger brothers. They are 6 and 4 years younger than my husband.
Okay.
The relationship between my husband and mother-in-law is not really bad. She's not evil or trying to hurt him, but she just isn't very affectionate towards him. All 3 of them moved away for university, and my mother-in-law sends packages of sweets, clothing, or something like this to his younger brothers.
Okay.
My husband never received a package with the exception of his birthday. His brother got a brand new iPhone, 2 expensive pullovers, and 1 parfum for his last birthday. Similar to the other brother, and I would guess most of the times for their birthday, it's something in this price range. She writes a nice card or a personal letter for them, as sometimes bakes something like cookies as well.
Damn.
My husband is sad every year.
No.
It's not about the money, but 2 years ago he got a €40 gift card for an online shop, sent via the online shop.
Oh, shit.
I tried to talk to him about it, but he's so hurt that he doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh.
I waited a few weeks and tried to talk to him again, but he refused. Last birthday, I gifted him a little vacation and texted my mother-in-law that she could gift him a tour for one of the museums he wanted to see there. He dreamt of going to the city for years. It would have not been expensive but thoughtful, and would probably made my husband happy. She said she already had something. It was a candle, parentheses, he's not very into candles, and a shower gel. This year, a package arrived 2 days before his birthday. It was small and I could see that it came straight from an online shop.
Jesus.
We weren't at home and our neighbor took it. When I came home, my neighbor told me that I'm lucky to see him because he's away for the weekend and we would have missed the package. I just knew it would hurt my husband. I asked him if he could keep the package a little longer so my husband would get it after his birthday.
Take it and hide it.
Yeah, because it's probably something disappointing from my mother-in-law. He laughed and agreed. One day before his birthday, I told him the package from his mom arrived, but our neighbor was out of town. He had a great birthday full of friends, lovely cake, and gifts, and didn't think about it one time.
Yeah.
Our neighbor gave it to him yesterday and made a joke that his dad is also bad at picking gifts. My husband got curious and asked him about his words, and my neighbor told him everything. He talked to me while his brother, who was there for the party and stays with us for the week, was present, and said he understood it. His brother told my mother-in-law, who is now furious with me. What the fuck? She texted me and the group chat of this family lit up. She said that I'm mean and spoiled and had no right to hide the gift. So am I the asshole?
No.
2 edits and an update.
Okay, let's go.
Edit: English isn't my first language, so I'm sorry for my bad English.
That's
all
okay.
good.
I get it.
Edit number 2. His brothers never said anything about the different presents. Now his brother said that he found it harsh from me to hide a present. My husband is, quote, older, and apparently that's why it's justified to not get expensive or thoughtful gifts.
Wow.
Funny enough, we are nearly 10 years together, and he never got a good present, even if he was the same age his brothers are.
Wow.
One of his brothers also works, like him, so it's not the job that makes the difference.
That sucks, man.
Yeah. Update. Thank you all for the messages. I wrote in the family group chat a good mixture of what you all said. That I was just trying to save my husband's birthday because he's been sad for years because of his presents that not match the energy of his brothers. Parentheses, and it's not about money, but also the thought.
Yeah.
I listed everything he got versus everything his brothers got. In return, I got thrown out of the group chat. My husband left the chat after that. My mother-in-law wrote me in private that I'm a toxic person who destroys my husband's relationship with his family.
Wow.
But we chose to ignore that and go low contact for a while.
That's good.
Today I fucked up by going through with a happy ending massage despite being newly and happily married. I, 24 male, was getting a massage from a local physiotherapy wellness clinic. I've been very comfortable there as everyone seemed very professional and gave excellent massages. I've come here almost 10 times and always felt amazing afterwards. Today was different though. Usually when I'm getting the massage, I'm always a little turned on, but this time around, this massage therapist, who was a lady, pressed my glutes more than normal, which admittedly felt good. I'm a pretty vulnerable person, so when a physiotherapist is doing something, I just assume this is a long-time test technique and I should just be mature about everything and let my stress drift away. The more time that went on during this full-body massage, the masseuse perhaps accidentally, or on purpose, who knows, grazed past my package. Apologized and asked if it's okay. I said it's fine, no worries. Which she gives a surprised reaction and then proceeds to pull my boxers down and asks if I want it here too. It was such a good massage, I just agreed because I used to wonder what that was like back in my bachelor years, and after she finished, I just felt so dirty and ashamed. I've read things online if this is an extremely terrible thing to do. I saw some rich person forums saying it's not uncommon and not cheating, which is just how I'm justifying it was fine right now. I want to tell my wife, but she's pretty sensitive, so no good can come out of coming clean. I'm just looking for the justification that what happened is not a big deal. Everyone does it, and de-stressing takes many forms.
For the past 4 years, my boyfriend has said he's been waiting for you know what. However, he has literally just done it with his new girlfriend after a week. Story time. So me and my boyfriend got together 4 years ago. And honestly, I was so in love with this man. Like, we were 22 when we met each other. It was in a club but it was just so romantic. Like, asked me out for a coffee date the next day. I really thought I met my Prince Charming. And let's call this man Mark. However, Mark was definitely not Prince Charming, okay? So I was and never kind of am in any rush to take it that next step in a relationship. I've previously had a few different partners who have wanted different things. Some of them have taken a little while to open up in that department. Some of them have been like one night stands that I've gone into relationships. So it really wasn't something that I was eager to cross straight away if Mark wasn't. However, Mark came to me after a few weeks of us dating and said that he is basically waiting for the right time. Apparently he still hadn't lost it. And he just wanted to make sure that the person he lost it to was the right person. I found this so attractive. Obviously we were waiting and as time went on, years went on, I was wondering if maybe it was me. However, he did keep reassuring me that he is really, really attracted to me. He simply thinks he wants to wait until marriage now. And I thought, pop that ring on my finger, baby. Which is why I was so surprised that when Mark said that he went on a night out the other night, obviously I was so relaxed and chilled. It'd been 4 years at this point that we had been together. I was sure he was going to propose to me this year. But he went on a night out and the next day he told me that he had kissed someone and cheated on me that night. I was heartbroken. However, I was willing to kind of see past this. I don't know, I thought it was audible after that point. However, Mark expressed that he said he didn't and that I'm clearly not the one, otherwise he wouldn't have been tempted to cheat that night. So we break up. A week later, I heard a story through the grapevine. So one of my closest friends told me that she saw Mark on a date the other day, and this was about a week after we called it quits. She basically said that she bumped into Mark and she ended up speaking to him. They told her what a night they had a few days before this. Mark's new girlfriend went into detail to my best friend, not knowing obviously we're best friends. See, Mark's face was astonished. Safe to say that Mark had not waited for this girl and they have already, you know, a few days after dating. I waited 4 years and this man then gave it away within a few days to another girl. Never again.
Am I the asshole for asking my husband's female friend to leave because I think they might be cheating? My husband, 32 male, and I, 30 female, have been married for 4 years and live in a comfortable 2-bedroom apartment. Recently, his close friend, who I will call Emily, 32 female, lost her job and was evicted from her apartment. They've been friends since college and have always been close. When Emily found herself in this tough situation, she asked if she could stay with us for a while until she got back on her feet. I was hesitant and expressed my concerns to my husband. I value our privacy and the routines we've established as a couple. Besides, Emily has stayed with us before, and while she's polite, she tends to overstay her welcome and treat our home like a hotel. Despite my reservations, my husband insisted we let her stay, saying it was only temporary and he couldn't turn his back on his friend. I reluctantly agreed to let Emily stay with us for a week, with the understanding that she would actively look for a job and a new place to live. It's been 3 weeks now, and Emily hasn't made much progress. She spends most of her time watching TV, eating our food, and not contributing to household chores. I've noticed that my husband and Emily spend a lot of time together, laughing and talking late into the night. A few days ago, I walked in on them having a hushed conversation that immediately stopped when I entered the room. They both looked guilty, and my husband brushed it off, saying they were just reminiscing. My husband has been very defensive whenever I bring up Emily's situation, accusing me of being unsupportive and paranoid. Last night, I told Emily she needed to find somewhere else to stay by the end of the week. My husband is furious with me, accusing me of being heartless and not understanding the importance of friendship. Given their behavior and the secretive conversations, I can't help but suspect something more might be going on between them. I don't want to come off as uncaring, but I also don't want to be taken advantage of in my own home or potentially blindsided by something worse. Am I the asshole for asking Emily to leave because I suspect they might be cheating?
Am I the asshole for telling my sister her 4 kids are her +1? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. I, 30 male, am in the midst of planning a wedding and deciding everything regarding the guest list. We have a hard cap of people allowed given the venue's small size. We can only have 105 people. Anything after that would not be allowed due to the fire codes and venue policy. I have an older sister, Mia, whose life is a bit of a mess right now. She and her latest ex-partner and dad of one of her kids broke up in the last 6 months. She and her 4 kids have all been living at my parents' house for the time being. We opted to not have a child-free wedding after there was so much drama about it, so Mia's 4 kids between 4 and 11 will be at our wedding. She recently got her invite that stated her name and her 4 kids' names. She then called me and said, I assume as an adult I also get a +1. I told her no, and that she's not in a serious relationship and her kids are already about 5% of our total guest list. Our caterer also doesn't charge less for kids, so we're paying about $400 for those 4 kids to be there, and we don't want to pay an additional $100 for someone random that she brings. We told her she has 4 kids there and that should be more than enough instead of having a +1. My dad is on my side and is tired of her taking up their house. My mom is a little more sympathetic and is saying I should allow her to have a +1 because that's what you do for adults. Spending $600 on just my sister, her kids, and a date when she's not seeing anyone seriously just seems ridiculous to me. So, am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
My own friend convinced my husband that I cheated on him, he kicked me out of our house, and now she finally said she lied. I, 25 female, don't even know where to start because I'm devastated. She, 25 female, and I were best friends for over 10 years before this all happened. She was my sister, my friend, the person I trusted the most, but to her I was never anything. Because if I had meant something to her, she wouldn't have stabbed me in the back just because I married the man she wanted. And this is important because she did all this for that very reason. 8 years ago, we met my husband, 29 male, in college. We were in our first year, and he was the assistant to one of our professors. The 3 of us became very good friends until he and I started dating. At that time, she never told me that she had feelings for him, so I never questioned my relationship with him. During all these years, I trusted her with very important things about my husband and myself. The last thing was the most important that I ever told her, and that was that I'm pregnant. I even told her before I told my husband because I took the pregnancy test while I was with her because I trusted her with my whole life. When the test came back positive, we both cried because it was a planned baby. She seemed so happy that my chest hurts knowing that was all fake. 6 months have passed since that day, and my husband started acting weird. He was always mad at me for absolutely no reason until I had enough and confronted him. He told me he's mad at me because he knows the truth. I asked him what he was talking about, and he showed me all the infidelity evidence he has. They were chats from a dating app between a man and me, and I used quotes because I never created that account. Someone else did and used my photos that I had never posted and that I only have on my phone. So it is impossible that someone has stolen them from my social media. In those chats, I told this man that I was pregnant and that I didn't know if it was his or my husband's. In those chats, I even talked to that man about recent sexual encounters while I was pregnant and things that no husband or wife wants to read about their partner. I told my husband that everything was fake and that I wanted to know where he got those screenshots, and he told me that they were screenshots off my old phone, a phone that I supposedly used to talk to other men. He told me that my best friend told him everything because she couldn't look at him in the eye without knowing the truth. Apparently she knew about my infidelities and told him to look for evidence on my old phone, and he did, and that's why he was acting weird the last few weeks. Of course, I told him that my friend is lying and she probably used my phone without me knowing to do that I never created my account, and that I never slept with another man other than him in my whole life, but he didn't believe me. We had a fight and we called her to confront her, but all she said was that she was sorry, but that she no longer wanted to keep lying to one friend to save the other's ass. We had a horrible fight, but she was as calm as a fucking psycho, insisting that I'm a cheater. I couldn't convince my husband that it's all a lie because the evidence indicates that I'm guilty. So he was furious and told me to pack my stuff and get out, that he wanted a divorce and a paternity test.
I found hidden camera footage of another girl on my boyfriend's phone. Should I tell her? A couple of nights ago, I went through my boyfriend's phone. Last weekend, we had been fighting a lot and we haven't been intimate for a while, so I guess I thought something was wrong and I was suspicious, so I decided to go through his phone. I basically found a hidden folder in his phone of a bunch of screenshots and pictures of his girlfriends from high school that were all their social media pictures. The most jarring thing that I found was a video from a hidden camera that he had placed in his bathroom when he knew that this girl was house sitting while we were gone on vacation. In the video, she was getting ready to shower and you could see everything. I confronted him about it and he panicked, of course, but he told me that he admits he has a problem and he wants to get help for it, and he said that he deleted everything, but I'm just not sure. I found hidden camera footage of another girl on my boyfriend's phone. Should I tell her? Still need to go to his house and remove the camera from his bathroom, but he's basically begging me not to tell her and says that there's other ways that he can reconcile this, meaning he can go to therapy. But my question is, do I tell her? Because she considers him a friend and we've both hung out with her in a group setting before. If I do end up telling her, he will most likely lose a lot of his friends in his friend group because she is friends with all of his friends, which I know that would be his fault ultimately. Obviously, I am breaking up with him, but the decision that I'm trying to make right now is if I should tell her, because I just don't know if it's the right thing to do or not. I don't know if it will actually help or if it will just cause more pain. I haven't been able to talk to anybody about this situation, and obviously other than my ex-boyfriend, and I just really need some outside clarity on the whole situation. So any advice would be greatly appreciated.
3 years ago, I had an affair with my cousin. We recently got in contact again and now I'm starting to feel guilty. Story time. So about 10 years ago, me and my husband got married, and obviously I love him so much. However, me and my cousin Mark have always had a spark, let's call it. We are literally a few months apart. We are so close in age. And I don't need to think it's weird because we are barely cousins. I would never ever date my real cousin. That's weird. So basically, my auntie got remarried. However, my uncle still stay in touch with him. We're such a close family. My uncle also remarried. So this is where it gets a bit confusing. His new wife came with children already. So Mark has no relation to me whatsoever. However, I guess technically he is my cousin. Anyway, about 4 years ago, me and Mark got super drunk and we ended up kissing. We've always wanted to do this, okay? And at the age of 35, I thought it was about time we explored it. For about a year, nothing like happened in between this. Hello? However, a year later, I could not stop thinking about him. A few conversations happened, a few dates happened, and then we ended up sleeping together and starting to see each other. So obviously this meant I was having an affair with him. I hadn't yet told my husband this. So this carried on for about a year. And then we both decided it was slightly a bit weird, especially when we went to family gatherings, like proper family gatherings. We decided to go no contact with each other because I couldn't just be his friend. That's weird. I decided not to tell my husband just because I just felt like he didn't need to know. I didn't think it was ever going to happen again. However, I just couldn't stop thinking about Mark. Like, I generally couldn't, and I truly believe he's the love of my life and not my husband. So a few weeks back, me and Mark actually got back in touch. One of our family members died and we were planning like a family group project to support a family member. Me and him got talking again and we actually ended up rekindling what we had a few years ago. Then I am now continuing to have an affair on my husband and I don't feel bad about it. The thing I'm concerned about is I don't know how to tell him. It's gonna absolutely break his heart and I don't want to do that because as much as I love Mark and believe he is my soulmate, I also love my husband and I have so much respect and admiration for him. What is the best scenario in this situation? Because I don't know.
Am I the asshole for telling my friend her boyfriend is not allowed at my wedding? I'm supposed to be getting married early October 2022. It's not going to be a big wedding or anything, but me and my fiance both have friends that we don't want to leave out. I have this friend Amanda. We've known each other since high school and we aren't incredibly close by any means, but we are still somewhat good friends and hang out regularly, and I would like her to be there. My problem is, I just recently found out she is now dating and she wants to bring him as her plus one. My sister Lily and her ex Steve broke up almost 10 months ago because she found out he was cheating. She was heartbroken, and I know along with that, she still has a lot of resentment for him and doesn't even like hearing his name. He was a shit boyfriend, so my family has no problem with him no longer being in our lives. 8 months ago, Amanda told me she started talking to someone and she really liked him and everything. She wouldn't tell me who, not even his name, because she said she didn't want to share anything about him till it got more serious. I didn't really understand the secrecy, but didn't force her to tell me anything, and just let her know I was happy for her and hope it all worked out. Well, last week, she told me she was dating Steve. They had gotten more serious, and she wanted to make their relationship public to the people that they care about. She also said she knew how much I disliked him and what he had done to my sister, and I hoped I would try to understand their love and be happy for her and try to see him in a different light. I was a little shocked at first, since I didn't really expect her to be with a guy like him, and she knew what kind of a person and boyfriend he was. But it isn't my place, and I told her that I'm happy she's happy, and that was that. Well, 2 days later, we are texting about the wedding and everything, and she mentions Steve being her plus one. I did not want him there, not only because I know my sister, who's my maid of honor, doesn't want him there, but also because I don't like him and neither does my fiance. I immediately told her that Steve was not invited to the wedding. She was confused, and I explained to her that I was sorry and I'm happy for her, but I didn't want him there. At first she thought it was just because my sister would be there, and kept saying that they wouldn't even be near each other and it would be fine. But then I explained that with everything that happened, we didn't want him there. I said sorry again, but she kept saying how I don't want her to be happy, how I just want her to live in the past, how I want to punish her for finding love, stuff like that. None of that is true, and I tried to tell her that, but she stopped responding. So now I'm left feeling like a complete asshole, and I don't know if I should just let Steve come or not.
Am I the asshole for suggesting that my sister-in-law is a hypocrite for ordering a highly caloric meal for my brother who's currently on a diet?
This could go either way.
Yeah.
Either she is sabotaging him or this person is like, so every tortellini is 80 calories.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like something, you're putting every tortellini into one of those things that fire it up. Yeah. I have 3 brothers, and my oldest brother, Andrew, is currently dating this girl, Angelina. She is decent but quite antithetical in a lot of ways. Our family always gets together at weekends for dinner and stuff, and now my sister-in-law gets to tag along. Andrew had a health scare in the past and is trying a completely new diet. I had a friend over last Sunday who's a professional chef, and he made Indian food, but Andrew didn't want to eat it as he thought it was too spicy. Angelina ordered a highly caloric meal for him then, which I thought was funny because, oh well, he's on a diet. I don't know why we're flourishing. Yeah. Oh,
what?
well. Yeah, he's on a diet.
Yeah, what? Okay.
I mentioned this, and my brother replied that the doctor has given him carte blanche to eat what he wants on the weekends.
Oh.
I said, oh, well, that's funny because that's not how it works. And I mentioned the expensive treadmill that they just bought for exercise, asking what's the point.
How do you so you know how it works more than the fucking doctor?
And also, do you know that you're not allowed to eat anything that isn't healthy if you own a highly expensive treadmill?
No, you only can eat rice and unseasoned chicken and broccoli.
You can only meal prep once you buy a fucking, what are they called? Peloton? Yeah. Angelina is also encouraging my brother to adopt a more active lifestyle. They run every morning and go on hikes together.
That's nice.
I also mentioned this and said it's quite hypocritical of her to force him to exercise while ordering death on a plate for him.
Force? Death? What the fuck is going on in your brain, man?
Andrew got mad and told me it's none of my business.
It isn't.
Told me to respect Angelina.
Yeah.
And they both left dinner.
Okay.
My youngest brother agreed and told me I was just being nasty because I didn't have someone to take care of me. Am I the asshole here?
My mother-in-law is horribly persistent at feeding us spoiled food every time we visit. What can I do? So my mother-in-law is roughly 62. She's the type of person that'll always know better, so it's best to not discuss anything we do because she'll give us crappy advice and tell us we're doing everything wrong, which is incredibly frustrating. But that's not exactly the main issue in today's post. It's really just one of the reasons for why I think it happens. It's also important to add that we're struggling with being assertive and want to avoid conflict at all costs. My mother-in-law is very devoted to saving every penny. I can respect that, but she goes beyond respectable. She will always buy tons of food that are on sale because they'll be going bad in a day. Later, she refuses to throw it out. She'll always try to mix spoiled food in whatever she cooks, so her food is always disgusting, and it hardly ever happens that it can be called edible. Often it'll give us stomach problems and make us nauseous. That's how disgusting it is. If she sees mold on something, she'll cut off the visible part and put the rest in whatever food she makes. She refuses to dispose of anything that goes bad, and as a last resort, she gives it to her dogs. But before that, she'll try to force every family member to eat it. And I do mean force. She won't just politely offer. She'll emotionally bully you into eating it. Throw back to a week ago, we visited her on Sunday because she was complaining for weeks that we don't spend time with her. Normally, for the sake of my mental health, my boyfriend will make excuses for why we can't come, but sometimes he'll just give in to get it over with. So now we let her know the day before that we have tons of leftovers at home and ask her not to cook. When we arrive, she's standing in the kitchen making soup. First thing she does is ask us if we want to eat. Yeah, like she cares if we actually want to. To which we respond that no, we don't. We just have eaten sandwiches and have leftover lasagna at home. She becomes agitated and asks us, "Why are you doing this to me? I told you I want to cook for you. Are you doing this on purpose?" We politely tell her that we just have too much at home and it'll go bad if we don't eat it. Of course, that doesn't seem to be a problem to her. She said that we could eat it in a couple of days because at worst it'll grow a little bit of mold that we can easily cut off.
How do I deal with my husband becoming the breadwinner? Story time. Throughout mine and my husband's relationship, I have always been the breadwinner. It has always been the way. I'm so lucky that he has never had an issue with this. He's never had any ego, any masculinity. That was hard to say. Any issues there. I've always just been really, really happy that we've had a great income and that we are just happy like within ourselves. So I'm not gonna lie, all my life I've always found it really, really hard to find like my position in this world. I'm gonna get deep, but once I kind of became the breadwinner of mine and my husband's relationship and that kind of didn't change the dynamic at all, I thought, great, this is really where, like this is almost like my purpose in my relationship kind of thing. Anyway, my husband recently got a huge promotion. To make this really short, his company got sold and the people that bought it are actually like better than his previous company. Gave them all a huge pay rise. So he was getting more money but also getting a promotion on top of this because they said his potential is just wasted where he is. And obviously I am so happy for him. Like I really, really am. Obviously we're both on a ridiculous amount of money together now. But I'm just not sure how to feel about not being the main breadwinner. Like I know it sounds silly because yes, I'm happy for him. Like that was almost my purpose and now it's kind of ripped away from me. But I don't know if I should feel silly for feeling like this as well. I don't know. Maybe I have slightly too much of an ego. I can admit that. Or maybe I just need to quit my job and find another one where I'm earning more money than him.
Am I the arsehole for shutting down my brother's proposal at my baby shower? Story time. So me and my husband, who we'll call Steve, are due to have our first child in November. And we have planned just a small little baby shower at our local village hall, just some snacks, the whole family. A week before the baby shower, I get a text from my brother, who is basically asking if he can use my baby shower as an opportunity to propose to his girlfriend. Obviously, I am like, absolutely not. No, you want no. I said, listen, I would be absolutely thrilled to help you plan something in a more romantic location though. But realistically, I want to keep the baby shower about the baby. Naturally, Steve kicks off a little bit and is saying that I'm being really selfish and then gets my mum involved, who's like, oh, it'll be so lovely, killing two birds with one stone. So cut to the day, it's beautiful. My mum is doing a little speech and she calls my brother up to say a few words. Steve starts chatting about love and family and then I see him reach for his pocket and I see Steve starting to go down on one knee. It was bamboozled. So I go up there and quite literally yank the microphone out of him and I say, listen guys, I love you so much, but please can we just keep today about the baby? And oof, the room went silent. That night, the family group chat blew up. My mum called me controlling and told me that she had already taken the liberty of clearing the surprise moment with the venue. All right, mum, but it wasn't cleared with me. So here's where I think I might be the asshole. The next day, I sent him half the bill for the venue, the bar, which was fully covered by everyone, and then a couple of other little bits because, you know, he wanted to make it our day, our pay, if you will. And this bill came to about 250 quid. I was like, if you want to use this party to your proposal venue, you can help pay for it. I know that this kind of looks a bit bad, but I was just so upset that him and my mum had gone completely against my boundaries. Now, what makes this ever so slightly better is that Amy, the girlfriend, has messaged me privately to completely apologise. She was like, I had
no idea this is going on. And also, I wouldn't want the memory of our proposal being tied to your baby shower anyway. So what do you think in this situation? Am I the arsehole?
Am I wrong for embarrassing my husband for saying I baby trapped him? To put it bluntly, me and my husband had a surprise baby while we were young. I was on long-term birth control at the time, implanted my arm, and had to have it removed after he found out I was pregnant. Last week, we were out for dinner with friends, and he was making jokes and slipped in about how he thinks I baby trapped him. No reason for it. Nothing to back up this crazy accusation. Never mentioned it before, but I guess drunk words are sober thoughts. Our friends obviously looked a bit shocked and uncomfortable, especially when they saw my face. I asked my husband what the heck he was on about, and he was saying how it was weird that we've been sleeping together for 4 years and then I randomly got pregnant. I responded by asking him a flurry of questions like, oh, did I baby trap you for money? He and his family were broke. Mine is well off. And did I baby trap you for your house? We lived in one of my parents' properties at the time. Did I baby trap you for your cars? He didn't have a license at that point. He didn't respond, and then our friends changed the subject. He's been giving me basically the silent treatment ever since. Only one word answers, and only when I speak to him. By the way, since having our first, we've been married for 3 years, bought a house with my deposit, and had 2 more children. This completely caught me by surprise, but he really seems quite upset by this. I know it was cruel to embarrass him, but a common phrase in my area is, don't dish it out if you can't take it. So, am I the asshole? She has a quick edit. We are 25, have been together for 10 years, and married for 3. We had our first when we were 19. Our relationship has been happy and healthy. I absolutely adore our family of 5, plus 2 fur babies. And we have supported each other through major life events over the past decade. The friends we are with are relatively new ones, and are obviously not going to know about our first child's surprise conception. I am 100% sure my husband doesn't genuinely think I baby trapped him. I think it was just a very poor joke where I was the punchline and I opened my mouth before I had time to think. I have apologized for embarrassing him with my response, and he has of course apologized for his inappropriate joke and has clarified to our friends. Thank you for your opinions, tips, and advice. It helped give some clarity and outside insight before having a proper discussion with him about the incident. From listening to this, it sounds like he baby trapped you, to be honest. He got a house, he got a family, he got a glow up, and he wants to play victim. I agree with your thought that actions or sober thoughts, whatever, it definitely has possessed him. Like, he's probably thought about it before, but I think he should have talked about it to you if this was truly a concern of his, like what happened. Or if you're already happily married with 3 kids down the line, like he should have just suppressed it and like not even thought that this was something that could have happened between you two. And for it to come out in front of your friends, I do think it's wrong. This conversation shouldn't have happened, right? And then like, especially if you knew he was in like a drunk daze, my reaction would have been like something like, oh, well, you're the one who probably tampered with my birth control, and just make it lighthearted. But I get it. In those situations, you're just hurt and you're like, what the f***? Like, who? You think I baby trapped your ass? Hell no. But I think for the sake of just like being around people and just saving face, it's a conversation that could have happened at a different place. But I get why you said something, because knowing me, I probably would have too, because it would have bothered me a lot. But I think going forward, like they say, like in marriage, one has to be, when one is fire, the other one has to be water. And you got to kind of cool each other off and be like, close doors, be like, what the? Who do you think you are telling people you think I baby trapped you? And then you could have gone off in private. No, I'm kidding. No, it's always good to learn how to have a conversation without losing control of your emotions.
Would I be the asshole for not attending my twin sister's wedding 2 weeks after my firstborn's due date, as she expects all family to meet the baby before the wedding? Still, no. 2 weeks after you have the baby. No, that's not safe at all. I'm pregnant with my firstborn child with a due date of mid-October. Here's a bit of backstory. I had a real good and deep relationship with my twin sister before. We live nearby. She got pregnant before with her first child, but lost it in the first trimester. She was devastated for months, especially when I got pregnant later that year. She reduced contact massively then, which I assumed was due to her feelings after she lost her child. During family gatherings, our parents live nearby as well. She mainly ignores me and the fact that I'm pregnant. Our family keeps quiet about any pregnancy topics while she's there. They all know the due date. Back to the topic. My sister got pregnant again, which I think is great. She and her partner want to get married before the baby's due, so she sent out invitations for her wedding now. I think the date is the day they first met. The problem, it's 2 weeks after the due date of my child. Most likely, we could manage that and maybe just come for an hour, maybe 2. But she only wants the baby to attend if all of our close family get to know it before. She made it clear that it would not be welcome otherwise. I would just vote to not go. I don't think you're the asshole for not going. Because 2 weeks after the baby is born that's not enough time. Your baby has absolutely no fucking immune system. It's not safe for you or the baby to be around everyone in your family. I get Your sister thinks that by having everybody meet the baby before the wedding, then the attention will stay on her. And I completely get her wanting that, but that's not realistic. Like, no, this is not okay. I understand her position, that she wants that day for herself and her partner. We could keep in the background anyway. It's their day, and I don't want to take any attention from it. Unfortunately, that's going to happen. Newborn babies, they attract attention, and it's going to happen. I truly feel like this is going to be a lose-lose situation for you. The current situation would mean to meet 3 different groups in early postpartum, which I absolutely do not want. Either it will be super stressful for me, or it will be a 5-minute see the baby at the door and leave type of thing, which I also don't want to be the way we introduce our child to our family. My partner says he feels not invited to a wedding when his newborn child has to fulfill tasks and meet expectations to be invited as well. His strict opinion would be not to go. I agree with your partner. But it's my twin sister, and I would love to attend her wedding, but I'm also super stressed about the entire topic. I get this is your twin sister. I get your sister's being married. I get you want to go to the wedding, but also, babe, you have to understand this is 2 weeks. 2 weeks after you had your baby. Your baby should not be around a group of people. Your baby should not be introduced to people time and time and time again in order to be around a bigger group of people within 2 weeks of their life. Absolutely not. You have to think about you and your baby. My fear of why I could be the asshole is that my family and my sister will set me up as the bad person in this situation and say that I should have done everything I could to get to that wedding. My family already mentioned that a wedding 2 weeks later should be perfectly fine for us, and why don't we stay the entire day and not just a few hours as we planned? But I don't know if they know about her requirements and how they will react to them. I could imagine them saying that we should prioritize the wedding and just get done with meeting everyone before, especially as they're already unhappy they don't get to meet the baby directly in the hospital shortly after birth. Would I be the asshole for not attending my twin sister's wedding? No, baby, I don't think you would be the asshole if you didn't go to your sister's wedding 2 weeks after you give birth. I don't think you should go to your sister's wedding 2 weeks after you give birth, regardless of how okay your family thinks it's going to be. I don't think you should take your baby around a group of people 2 weeks after they're born. I stated earlier that I believe this was going to be a lose-lose situation for you, and I still stand by that. Your sister has got to be as ignorant as the day is long if she truly believes by having everybody meet your baby 2 weeks before her wedding that it was going to keep attention on her. Newborns just take attention. That's what the fuck they do. They are attention magnets. That's what the fuck they do. Your sister is holding on to resentment. She is. No matter what decision you and your partner make, she's going to be angry at you. If you do decide to take the risk and introduce your baby to everybody in the family and then go to the wedding, your sister is still going to be pissed off because it's a newborn. Everyone is still going to want to look at the baby and hold the baby. It's going to piss her off. If you take your baby that is going to be 2 weeks old to your sister's wedding, that baby will cry. Eventually, it's going to piss your sister off. If you and your partner decide that 2 weeks is just not enough time and it's not worth the risk and you're just not going to go to the wedding because you don't want to risk your child's safety and their health, your sister and your parents will be upset because they've already decided that 2 weeks is perfectly fine and you guys should be able to come. It's clear as day that you want to go to this wedding, and I completely understand that because it's your twin sister's wedding. Understood wholeheartedly. My suggestion was going to be to leave the baby at home with your partner. That way you don't have to worry about introducing everyone in the family to the baby within 2 weeks of its very short life. You also don't have to worry about the entire family breathing, coughing, and farting on the baby at the wedding as well as the reception. You can go there, celebrate with your sister for a couple hours, and, then go home. But your family has already told you they don't want you to hang out for just a couple hours. They want you to be there for the entire day. So I don't even think that's going to work. Personally, I don't think there's a solution you're going to be able to present to your family that's not going to have them make you the bad guy in this situation. There's nothing you're going to be able to tell them that's not going to have them angry at you for you wanting to take care of yourself and your baby 2 weeks postpartum. Keep in mind that all of this, everything, is based on the assumption that OP's baby will be born on the due date. Things happen. None of us know if this is going to happen for a fact. The baby could be born sometime after, making it a hell of a lot less than 2 weeks between when it's born and OP's sister's wedding. Even if this was to happen, I still feel like her family would find some way to make it out to be her fault and make her the bad guy in this situation.
Am I the arsehole for telling my heavily pregnant friend that her fiance was in a documentary? Story time. So me and a couple of friends decided to watch this documentary that has been trending recently. Now, not gonna lie, I was expecting this documentary to show the human side of this creator, whose name rhymes with Connie Flew. If anyone has watched this documentary, you'll know that is not what this was. Just a little insert here, this story is quite vague. Basically, the documentary is about a OF creator who did the deed with 1,000 men, and the fiance was one of those men. Now onto the issue. My friend's fiance, who we'll call Steve, was one of the 1,000. So we're watching this documentary and I did not realise at first it was my other friends that noticed, but on second watch, that is when we saw him. It was definitely him. Now, even though his face was covered, it was the body shape and his tattoos that were completely undeniable. Now, then we're faced with the dilemma of, do we tell our currently 8 months pregnant friend? And we debated on this until like the early hours of the morning. Now, in my opinion, if someone is going to cheat like that, it is not going to be the first time that they've ever done something. And in my opinion, I would much rather lose my friendship with her than hide it from her. Because let's be real here, when you tell someone something like that, there is a very high chance that they will end up hating you and not the cheater. This Sunday morning, I had asked Amy if she wanted to come over so that I could talk to her. Of course, I showed her the video, and the moment she saw it, she as well knew that it had to be him, and she broke down. I had really expected Amy to be angry at me, but she ended up thanking me. She even said that multiple people had been hinting at her to watch the documentary, instead of just being upfront like I was. So from there, I drove her over to her mum's house, and I guess she must have told her fiance that I was the one that told her, because now Steve is blowing up my phone. He is calling me an evil little homewrecker, calling me all the names under the sun, saying that I have ruined his life. He's saying that I'm clearly so bitter because I'm wanting his unborn daughter to grow up without a dad. And then my friends who had also watched the documentary are also mad at me because they're now annoyed if something ever happens to this baby, they're going to blame me for it because of stress. So now I'm really worried about my friend and putting her in this position while she's heavily pregnant. And if something does happen to this baby, I'm going to blame myself.
I just found out that my partner of 8 years lied about his age by a lot, and I just want to know what you would do if you found this out. So back in 2016, I met and fell in love with a guy, and I'll call him Max just for the sake of this story. Max and I hit it off super quickly, and our relationship pretty much immediately started. I was 21, almost 22 at the time. In the first week or two of meeting him, I asked him how old he was, and he's the type of person that just kind of looks like he could be any age. I had no idea at that point, so that's why I asked. At first, he completely avoided the question and was just like, how old do I look? And at first, I guessed like 28 to 30. He smiled and just was like, yeah, you're right. But I pushed for the exact age, and he admitted that he was actually 36. And then he asked me if that was okay with him, and at the time, my age gap allowance was like 7 to 10 years, so 15 years was definitely confronting. But we got along so great, and I really liked him, so I eventually just told him that was okay with me, but that would be like the maximum age gap that I would be okay with. And we went on to be in a long-term loving relationship for like 7-ish years. Currently, 2024, as you guys are probably aware of, and we are going through a very long, drawn-out, heartbreaking breakup. It's complicated, and I don't really have time to get into all those details right now. I just found out that my partner of 8 years lied about his age by a lot, and I just want to know what you would do if you found this out. He thinks that I don't express my emotions well, and I think that he's manipulative, and he just doesn't like it whenever I express a negative emotion. Currently, we are having to live together, but we do have separate bedrooms and bathrooms. About a week ago, he left to go on a much-needed trip, and I've been loving having the house all to myself. But yesterday, I stumbled upon the truth. So I stumbled upon an official document with his birthday written on it, and he was always pretty secretive about these documents. Like, he always made sure that I wouldn't see them. Y'all, the way that my jaw actually hit the floor when I read that his birth year is 1970, which means he is 24 years older than me.
He is actually older than my mother, and I just feel so flabbergasted right now, and honestly, I feel like disgusting, to be honest. Like, that is just such a violation to me. I mean, this man lied just to get me, and then he continued lying. Like, was he ever gonna tell me the truth? So just to clear some things up, that means he was actually 46 when we met, not 36, and I was 22, just barely out of the home. At this point, I'm just questioning reality right now. Like, what else did he lie about? Does he have a family? Is he a criminal? I mean, who is this man? At this point, I just need some advice. Like, how would you guys confront him about this? Has anyone been in this type of situation before? And what happened when you confronted them? What did you say?
My dad has a secret ex-wife. Last year, I was woken up in the wee hours of the morning by a phone call from my mom asking where I was. I told her I was asleep in my apartment, and she double and triple checked. You're definitely lying in bed in your apartment in your city, and you're not in the hospital in this city? I'm like, no, I'm definitely at home. How and why would I be in the hospital hours away by car and boat? She tells me she got waken up by a frantic phone call from my dad, who was in turn woken up by a phone call from a social worker who said that he was the emergency contact of someone who was at the hospital and couldn't make decisions for themselves. There wasn't any more information, and that worker's shift ended shortly after, so we couldn't call them back. Obviously, that wasn't me, but it freaked us all out because my dad's a bit of a hermit, and there are very few people who might even consider putting him as an emergency contact. He isn't even one of my primary contacts, as he lives 2 hours further up island and works night shift, and none of those people would be on the mainland. We could account for the location of each of his family members, and he only has like 2 friends, so the list got whittled down to 0 pretty quick. Eventually, we all got back to sleep and hoped the stranger in the hospital would be okay. That afternoon, my mom picked me up so we can go shopping. I was picking up a rescue hamster later that day and needed supplies. And on the drive, we were talking about how weird that phone call was and theorizing on who, what, why, where, etc. We run through the entire list, and when we think we've exhausted it, I remember Anna. My dad lives in a trailer on a large property in the middle of nowhere with 2 little houses on it that he rents out dirt cheap to help cover the mortgage payments. Anna is an elderly lady who rents the house directly next to his trailer. She's even more of a hermit than my dad, and she doesn't talk to any of her family, so he takes care of her, makes sure she's doing okay, helps her with technology, real blind leading the blind situation there, picks up her mail, buys her grocery, makes sure her cats haven't overrun her, stuff like that. I don't know much about her except the snippets he's mentioned, so she didn't come to mind immediately when listing people in his life. But if anyone's going to list my dad as an emergency contact, it would be her. She also wouldn't end up on the mainland though, so the mystery remains. But mentioning Anna sparks my mom's memory, and she yells, "Oh, or Sherry," as if that explains everything. I've never heard of Sherry, so I ask her and her face drops, and she just goes, "Oh, I guess that's a secret." Of course, that just piques my interest more, and I push. She tells me that before she met him, my dad was married to a woman in his village named Sherry, and they were both a little eccentric, so they got divorced quickly. She eventually moved to the mainland, and she is the type of person to forget to change her emergency contact for decades. Back in the village, it happened and life moved on, and nobody spoke of it for 20 years until my mom spilled the beans in the parking lot of the dollar store. This information stuns me for a few minutes, so she goes to have a smoke while I process. When she gets back, I have more questions. Most importantly, what about this conversation suddenly reminded her of this secret person? We were just talking about his neighbor. Anna is Sherry's mother. The old lady my dad takes care of is not some random old lady like I had thought for all the years she's lived there. She was his mother-in-law. One of the aforementioned kids who abandoned her was my dad's secret ex-wife. I learned all this and then had to go measure out seeds for hamster food mix. My dad still doesn't know I know. I won't bring this up until he brings it up, and knowing him, he never will. I want to bring it up to someone though, and I love your videos. This seemed like the kind of story you'd find entertaining. I also included a picture of the hamster I picked the day I found this information out. His name is Blackberry. Oh my god, what a cute hamster! Thank you for thinking of sending this to me. That is just like, this is more just like a truth off my chest. Like, you don't really need feedback for this. It's just like, oh, I'm surprised. Like, not surprised. I think it's good that your mom didn't care that he was still keeping in touch with his ex-mother-in-law. She was innocent in all of this. I'm trying to like figure it out as a kid. Like, if I found out my dad had a secret ex-wife and his ex-mother-in-law was there. Oh my god, what? That's so crazy.
My brother was gonna leave his girlfriend, but then she told him she was pregnant. But I don't buy it. If you haven't seen part 1 where you see how absolutely insane my little brother's girlfriend is, go watch that and maybe you'll have a better understanding about why I don't think this girl's actually pregnant. My little brother and his girlfriend are both about to leave for college, and he was already telling me that he didn't think he wanted to date her in college and had talked to her about that, but she wasn't giving the man an option. She applied to every single school my little brother applied to and schools around those schools in case she didn't get in, which she ended up not getting into the school my brother chose, but picked a school that was a 30-minute drive away, baby. And that was the final straw for my brother because the girl was already a little cuckoo, but he was like planning your entire future at 18. Like, he didn't like it. He asked her not to choose a school based on him. She did anyway. And obviously she did a lot of other insane behaviors. So he was just really done. Also, our entire family could not stand her because she was the worst. So when he told us he was planning to break up with her, we were like, we should throw a party, honestly. We should throw a party. Because the girl is not just cuckoo, she's mean. She is mean to my sweet little brother. She tells him what to do. She's bossy. She always is putting him down. I never even have heard the girl give him one compliment. So, bye. He deserves better. He tells me the day that he's gonna break up with her and leaves, and I get ready. I put brownies in the oven. I get some sad music playlists made. I have some movies that we can just watch and cry to because even though he's breaking up with her, he's gonna be sad. He loves her, you know, they dated. So I knew that I was gonna have to do some comforting. This was my little brother's first real girlfriend, his first love, so I knew this was gonna be hard for him. Shell shock. Like, no colors in his face at all. He looks like he's about to projectile vomit. And I mean, I guess everyone reacts to breakups differently, but I guess I expected a little more tears. It was nothing. Lights on, no one home, just... But when my little brother gets back from seeing her, he doesn't look sad. He looks horrible. Like, shell shocked. Like, no colors in his face at all. He looks like he's about to projectile vomit. And I mean, I guess everyone reacts to breakups differently, but I guess I expected a little more tears. It was nothing. Lights on, no one home, just... So I start trying to ask him what's up. He is not somebody that shuts down. He's somebody that's actually really good at talking through his feelings. So I'd never seen him like this. So I was like, what's up? Like, are you okay? Did you break up with her? And he just shakes his head back and forth, no. And I was like, oh, she got him. She guilted him. But that's when he goes, oh, she's pregnant. Then I feel like I'm about to pass out because this is my baby brother. I feel like I should be protecting him. I feel like I failed him in some way. I don't know. But all these thoughts are racing through my head until I'm like, wait, time, like during the breakup, she said this? I mean, it's not off the table. Knowing her and knowing how many times she's lied to my brother in the past to get what she wanted, I wasn't 100% sure about this. And I was like, okay, well, what proof did you see that she's pregnant? And that's when he pulls up a picture of a pregnancy test that's, clearly positive. So I asked him to send it to me, and he does. I mean, he was a little hesitant at first. I think he thought I was going to rat him out to our parents. And I was like, I mean, yeah, eventually you're going to have to tell mom and dad, but no. Right now, let's look at this photo. Let's figure this out. My little brother is lucky that I can become a little FBI investigator when I need to. So I immediately go and reverse image search the photo of the pregnancy test, and looky there. It's from a blog post 4 years ago. Yeah, that was not his girlfriend's pregnancy test. The baby that woman was pregnant, it live, laugh, loving out in the world. So my little brother immediately goes and confronts his girlfriend. He calls her right up and puts her on speaker because I'm nosy. Okay, I'm a part of this now, baby. I'm in it. So put her on speaker. And she's sobbing, being like, okay, yes, that wasn't my pregnancy test. I didn't take a photo of it, and I thought that if I didn't have a picture, you'd think I was lying. So I picked a fake one, but the pregnancy is real. How could you think I would lie about that? What kind of person do you think I am? Like, I know what kind of person I think she is. I think she's the kind of person that would fake being pregnant. I feel like she's the kind of person that would take it 9 whole months faking being pregnant. And even though not an ounce of my being believes that this girl's pregnant, my brother thinks he's going to be a father. And she told him that it's very important that they get married before the baby comes. Actually, they get married as soon as possible. So tell me why my little brother comes into my room and asks if he can borrow money to buy an engagement ring. That's right, an engagement ring. He told me that they want to get married within the month. The month! Like this month. I gotta find a way to catch this girl. Maybe I will invite her to Thanksgiving dinner because I think I have the perfect plan to catch her in her lie.
Am I in the wrong for telling my parents that I didn't have a kid, they did, and they need to take care of her, not me? My parents had me, 15 female, when they were 18 and 19. They always made it so obvious they resented being parents so young, and added to that, they never try to be good parents. I typically spend most of my time at my friends' houses. I don't have extended family to rely on. They disowned my parents for having me so young, so friends' houses were a positive in my life that made me feel more comfortable than being at home with my parents. My parents never did the typical parent stuff like helping with homework or showing up to support me at school. I don't think they ever attended a parents' conference for me. They ignored a lot of stuff I needed to get signed, and I'd have to get right in their face on the last day to get signatures. My birthday and Christmas have never been a big deal or a celebration. They do celebrate their wedding anniversary, but that's a them thing. When they told me 2 years ago they were expecting a baby, it really surprised me, but that didn't hurt because sometimes they said stuff that made me feel like I didn't exist. Like how they were so excited to have the baby and how they couldn't wait to be parents. A friend of my mom's did remind her of me, but then she and dad said I was basically the early practice run and this was the real deal. When my sister was born, they were so attentive to her that I ceased to exist completely. I got sick and my school was trying to call someone to pick me up early, but they ignored the calls. And when I got home, they had taken the baby out for a family day. When they got home, they hadn't realized that the school had called because they turned off their phones to enjoy family time. My mom quit her job a month after my sister was born. She wants to be a stay-at-home mom and she and dad want at least one more kid. My dad leaves work early on Friday so he can spend more time with the family, mom and sister. My parents tried to have another kid for over a year and mom isn't pregnant yet, so they're jumping to fertility treatments. They told me that I need to watch my sister for a few hours every week while they attend those appointments, and they gave me this detailed list of stuff that she needs and what I'm going to do with her. I told them that I won't and that they had her so they need to take care of her because she's not my kid. My parents told me it's a few hours a week and not a huge deal. Dad told me that I need to look at it as paying back for all they did for me. I said no and told them that they don't give a crap about me, so why would I want to help them? Was I in the wrong?
Am I the asshole for not believing my boyfriend that he suddenly became gay due to the altitude difference in Utah when he was on a work trip? I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years now. Every now and then, him and his company have to go to Utah because they have a customer service branch that works out there. So I got a text from one of my boyfriend's coworkers, and this is someone that we've both been getting super close to, and he's become a super good friend of ours. Basically, he told me that my boyfriend had cheated on me with some guy from the customer care team. I didn't believe it at first because, first of all, my boyfriend has always identified as straight, and second of all, I just could not believe it. When he got home, I asked him about it straight away, basically just expecting that he was gonna confirm that it was nonsense. Instead, he got really quiet and said that we needed to sit down and he needed to tell me something. He said that it was true. He did have a one-night stand with a guy, and I could not believe it. I asked him if this meant that he was coming out to me, but regardless, cheating is cheating. And he insisted that he was not gay at all, but the strangest thing happened. He said that while he was at dinner with a bunch of his coworkers, he suddenly became gay. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said that he thinks it's because of the altitude. I was just basically like, you're fucking with me, right? And he said after he had slept with this guy, he was so confused, he got so confused how he just suddenly became gay. He said that high altitudes can have an impact on how people think and their emotions, and he said that it was the altitude that made him start liking guys temporarily.
I told my husband that he couldn't go to his little sister's wedding, and nothing could have prepared me for how insane everything was about to get. This girl is literally trying to ruin our lives, and I don't know what to do at this point. If you haven't seen the previous videos, go watch those and then come back here. But to catch everyone up, my husband's insanely possessive little sister decided that she was going to try to ruin our honeymoon by planning her wedding to some stranger that she had just met on the same day that we were going to go on our honeymoon. When I put my foot down and told my husband that, yeah, absolutely not, we are not going to be out a ton of money because his little sister decided that she wanted to be toxic and ruin our trip, he said that I could just go on the first few days of the honeymoon alone and he would meet up with me later. But without him knowing, I changed all the accommodations for our honeymoon to be my best friend, and I just made it so that he couldn't go on the trip at all. But I'm shocked when I get back and I find out that my husband's not mad at me for booting him from the trip and blocking him for a week. Instead, he's super apologetic because it turns out this whole wedding, it was fake. His sister did this whole thing to just try and ruin our honeymoon. My husband and I had a very long talk about this whole situation, about establishing boundaries, about what needed to change. And I know everyone was yelling, divorce him, boot him, kick him to the curb. But I took vows. This is my husband. This is not my boyfriend of 6 months, okay? So I did want to try and make this marriage work. And if he was willing to put up boundaries and make changes, I needed to at least try and give him the benefit of the doubt, try and make this work. My husband ended up sending a very long, detailed message in his family group chat that said he was very disappointed in the situation that happened, and he knows that he didn't handle things correctly, but nobody in his family did, and that he wouldn't tolerate any of those kind of behaviors going forward. And if anything, even slightly like what happened with this fake wedding happened again, he would not hesitate to go no contact because he wanted to prioritize his wife and his marriage. And to my surprise, this message was received extremely well. Almost every single member of his family reached out to me individually to apologize and say that they knew they were in the wrong and that this would never happen again. But you know who I didn't hear anything from for days? Yeah, that's right, my husband's little sister. Shocker. I wasn't upset that I didn't hear from his little sister. Honestly, it was nice to not hear from her. And for 48 hours, things were extremely peaceful in our household until she did decide to send me a text. She apologized for taking a while to reach out, but she said that she wanted to figure out the right way to address this issue with me. Not the issue of her trying to ruin our honeymoon and fake the wedding, but the issue that before I forgive my husband, I need to know the truth. And that's while I was on our honeymoon without him, he was cheating on me. My immediate reaction is that this is clearly a lie because the girl is toxic and she's gonna try to do anything to ruin my marriage. But when she sends me the evidence, I'm not so sure. My husband's little sister sends text messages that are between my husband and one of his little sister's best friends from the day of the wedding and the few days following it. In these messages, my husband was basically saying that he wanted to have an affair with this girl and that it wasn't even going to really be an affair because we were going to get a divorce anyway, that I had gone on this honeymoon without him and brought my best friend and I was going to come back and want a divorce. So what was the point in not cheating on me because our marriage was already over? Then there were texts that were coordinating when they were going to actually meet up, and then texts that were obviously sent right after he did cheat on me saying how much fun he had, and she said that she wanted to wait until we were officially divorced to actually try and pursue a real relationship with him. In most cases, I would have immediately thought that these texts were fake and not given them a second thought because of how toxic his little sister is. But as I'm reading through these texts, they sound exactly like how my husband texts. I know this man so well, and the things that he was saying, they just sounded exactly like him. And I thought it would be really difficult to try and fake those texts and recreate it so similarly to how he actually texts. But what really started to convince me is that his little sister actually had her friend give me a call and confirm that all this happened. She said that she felt really guilty about the whole situation, and now that she knows that we're not getting a divorce and that we are trying to make it work, she wanted to come clean and tell me that the affair happened. Because even if his little sister is absolutely horrible, what is the likelihood that she has an equally as horrible friend that would be willing to lie and ruin a marriage of people that she doesn't even know? So obviously I sit my husband down, I show him all the messages, everything that his sister had sent me, and I asked him for the truth. I said, did this happen? What is going on? My husband reads everything through and just looks so confused. And he looks at me and he's like, this isn't true. I know it looks really bad, but this never happened. And I told him that I want to believe him, but just based on the state of our marriage right now, we're not in the best place trust-wise. So he could understand why I'm just not fully convinced that he didn't have this affair. Then he tells me he's gonna do whatever he needs to do to prove to me that there was no affair, and then he just leaves. He leaves the house. I am there alone, not knowing what to do, upset, and very confused about where my husband even went. Finally, after hours of me having no idea what was going on, my husband comes back. He has a giant stack of papers, and he puts his phone down right in front of me. He said, you have full access to it, and I have as much proof as I could get that this affair never happened. Obviously, I didn't find anything on his phone, but that didn't prove anything because he could have deleted it. But next, he shows me all of the phone records he was able to get from our phone company, and there was no calls or anything between him and this girl. But what really proved my husband's case is that he went to his company's office and asked for security footage of the exact times that this affair supposedly happened. At the exact time my husband was supposed to be having an affair with this girl, he was at work. The camera timestamp clearly showed that. And when you looked at the exact time that messages from my husband were supposed to have been sent to this girl, you could see him working not on his phone. He could not have sent those messages. That was clear. So at this point, I am 100% confident that my husband did not cheat on me, and all of these messages were fake between his sister and this girl. And I honestly felt really stupid for even believing it for a second because of course they were fake, but they seemed so real. And this girl that spoke to me on the phone, she was convincing. She's a great liar. My husband calls his little sister. He's extremely angry and he tells her that he's going no contact, that he no longer wants a relationship with her, and that They're done. Everything is done between the two of them and that this was unforgivable. Then he called his entire family and told them what happened and said that if there were any family events his sister was going to be at, that he would not be in attendance because he didn't even want to see her in group settings anymore. And if you thought this was going to be the end of it and she was just going to accept his boundary and admit to the fact that, you know, she went too far and she ruined the relationship, of course not. Of course she didn't do that. She did something far crazier. If you want to know the extent that this girl went to try and ruin my husband's life, let me know and I can update you.
Am I the arsehole for asking my boyfriend to cut off his 2 girl best friends after he repeatedly chose them over me? Story time. Now, I have been in a relationship with my boyfriend, Steve, for a few years now. And in that time, I have had repeated issues with 2 girls called Amy and Stacey. From the start of Steve and I dating, Amy made it very clear she was not happy with us being together. She even told Steve that if he carried on speaking to me, she would not be happy at all. On the 2 holidays we had, things escalated drastically. Amy, on a night out, twerked on him and gave him a lap dance, and I caught Steve on multiple occasions staring at Amy's ass. When I later brought this up to Steve, he accused me of being toxic. I saw messages of Amy bitching about me and Steve just went along with it. He never spoke up for me, he never said anything or stepped in to stop it. Amy even went as far as to make up lies about me, told Steve's mum, which resulted in Steve's mum then not liking me. I later asked Steve if he wouldn't mind, cutting contact with Amy for a little bit just to make life easier. He agreed, but then continued to talk to her anyway. And then there's Stacey. One of the most hurtful moments happened at a funeral in which Stacey asked Steve if he thought she was pretty. Steve said yes. To which Stacey then said, well, would you date me? And he didn't say anything, and he didn't even shut it down. I was embarrassed, I was disrespected, I was mortified. And in such a sensitive setting as well, there were many occasions where I caught Steve saving Snapchats from girls, which we all know how I feel about Snapchat. One of which was Stacey. And as if all of this wasn't horrific enough, then came the festival, which really broke me. Now, apparently, Steve's mum said that she didn't want him to get the train, so he would have to drive with Stacey instead. He promised me as soon as we got to the festival, he would meet up with me. As soon as I found him, he walked away from me to stand with Stacey. The whole time he was always with her, he never once spoke to me, he didn't come and check on me. And then in the group chat, all the girls were like, haha, you should have got with that girl that you met at Park Life, Steve. And because of all of this, I wasn't very comfortable with Steve going on holiday with Stacey. I'm sorry, I'm laughing reading this out because what the actual he just couldn't get his head round why, so I had to explain it to him. I wasn't trying to control him, I was trying to protect my mental health. Steve went anyway. So all in all, in this situation, I just don't feel like a first choice at all. So what do you guys think? Am I wrong for setting boundaries here? Or am I just reacting to a pattern of behaviour that would make anyone feel uncomfortable?
Am I wrong for treating this as breakup worthy? Partner intentionally hid my laptop out of spite. Some context, my partner, late 20 female, and I, late 20 female, have been together 7 years. We've had periods of breaking up and getting back together. We recently moved in together after a long period of what felt like stability and growth, but since the moving process and moving in, there's been a lot of strife and fighting. Some of it old problems coming back up and some of it new issues. One recurring problem is my partner struggles with organization and will put her things, such as clothes, accessories, etc., in piles in a specific but non-designated place for those things. For example, putting a pile of clothes and jewelry on the couch or entry table. When I or she accidentally moves these items, usually due to needing to use that space for its intended purpose or some other purpose, it becomes a huge problem. She gets frustrated and overwhelmed quickly, has wanted me to drop what I'm doing to look for it, with an undercurrent of it being my fault it's misplaced and my responsibility to find it, which makes me not want to help anymore. And half the time it ends up in a fight. It's exhausting. We're still in the process of unpacking and settling in right now, and one of our bathrooms is filled with storage. She put a stack of her clothes, including a hat, on top of the storage items. I needed to get to those items to organize the house, and I did my best to put her things together. I don't recall moving the hat. Cue breakfast time. We're having a fine morning. Chatting and everything is good. She's getting dressed and goes to get her hat, which is not where she remembers putting it. Immediately, she's upset with me. telling me I need to stop touching her stuff and how I always do this and how she's agitated and frustrated. I tell her calmly but firmly that I have no intention of moving her things, but if I need to get to the storage, I will simply have to touch her stuff, and that it probably fell behind some things and need to keep looking because I know she'll find it. She didn't want to hear that. She became increasingly more upset talking to me, stormed around criticizing me instead of actively looking, and I lost my patience and left on a walk in the middle of her talking. Fast forward that afternoon. Partner is not home. I'm looking around for my laptop. I have finals due the next day, and I need to start working. Keep in mind I do have another laptop that I just bought to replace my old one, but I hadn't set it up yet. And to manage my fickle ADHD motivation, I was going to use setting up my computer as a reward for completing my finals on my old laptop. I can't find my laptop anywhere. It's not in the place I always leave it. My gut immediately says that she took it or moved it, but I decide to look around first and make sure that I didn't miss anything. I look everywhere. I text her, "Did you take my laptop with you?" She takes a while to text back, "No, I don't have your laptop." I ask if she's seen it and she can check her iCloud since it used to be connected. She said, "No, it's been disconnected for a while." I text again, "Okay, so have you seen it?" No reply. I'm now 95% convinced that she's lying to me, but I didn't want to believe that she would actually do this. She comes home in the evening. I ask about my laptop. She sits on the couch not looking at me, focusing on something else while I'm asking to talk to her about it. Am I wrong for treating this as breakup worthy? Partner intentionally hid my laptop out of spite. She chortles at my suggestion that the only other logical option, if you don't have it and it's not in the apartment, is that it's stolen. We live in a building. I keep pressing her. She says offhandedly, "I don't know. Did you check the closet?" She walks over to the closet to put away her jacket, and I walk over to watch her, suspecting that she would pull it out of her bag or something. I didn't see her move anything, and I ask, "Why would you suggest that closet specifically?" This goes on for a few more minutes with her smiling smugly and snickering, and I'm getting increasingly upset. She's telling me she's too busy to help me find my laptop by answering my questions. Finally, I walk over to the closet, the tiniest piece of doubt, wondering if maybe I didn't check it fully. And lo and behold, it's sitting right there on top of some jackets. The same jackets I completely pulled out of the closet while digging through to find my laptop. It wasn't there before. I absolutely lose it. I'm livid. I'm yelling at her that she's weird and that was cruel and disgusting behavior. I tell her I don't want to be in a relationship with her and I do not want to be in a relationship like this. Once I say that, she doubles down since I broke up with her and just proceeds to dismiss that it's just a computer and it's not that serious, and was attempting to still make it seem like it was there in the closet the whole time. Turns out she hid it on a top shelf, the only place in this entire apartment I didn't check. She still has not apologized and said that she has no reason to since we're broken up. Her response in the whole situation made me feel sick to my stomach. I absolutely hate pranks. She knows this, and this wasn't even a prank. She basically admitted to doing this because she was pissed at me for losing her hat. Mind you, I found her damn hat while looking for my laptop, exactly where I said it would be. This feels extremely serious to me. It doesn't feel like a petty little act. It feels disrespectful, like a breach of my privacy and our shared space, and genuinely cruel. I told her I don't think you can care for someone and love them and then do something like this. Intentionally cause them distress, confusion, and harm. I cannot fathom how she thought that this would play out. The whole process of breaking up is daunting, and I historically have not been good at maintaining my boundaries. And my resolve when breaking up in the past, I initiated, but we were both expressing unhappiness. We live together now, and while the apartment is spacious, it is challenging to split up rooms, only one bed, and the other room is still being used as storage. And finding a new apartment is even more challenging with financial constraints, having just moved so recently. I've been feeling a lot of frustration with our dynamics aside from this situation, as has she. I love her a lot, but I'm at my wit's end. I don't know if things will get better or if we're doomed. We've tried couples counseling again recently and it didn't go well. Partner was shut down and didn't like the therapist. Our communication is not improving. I need advice on how to move forward in this situation. Okay, so this is toxic. This is a toxic relationship.
Am I in the wrong for walking away from a house that I have no equity or say in and stiffing my soon-to-be ex? Before we got married, my in-laws sat me down and explained that I was never going to be on any paperwork for the house that they helped my fiancé purchase as a wedding gift. They insisted on an ironclad prenup. I got a lawyer and made sure I was protected as well. After we got married, I contributed to the expenses of our household 50-50, mortgage and everything. It was a little more than I paid in rent and utilities, but I figured we were building a future together. I make a decent living as a welder and do not own a lot of stuff. I have a truck, a welding lid, a laptop, and some clothes. Before I met my wife, I lived at Airbnbs and all-inclusive resorts. I work 4 weeks on and get 2 weeks off. It didn't make sense to rent a house that could sit empty for a month at a time. I have helped my wife upgrade, renovate, and furnish the house. I'll give an example. We bought a very nice sectional. I paid for half up front by giving my wife the money. She then bought it on her credit card to get the points. After that, it wasn't my problem anymore. I recently found out that she's been seeing her ex when I'm out of town. I do not play that game. I will never compete for a woman, and I do not forgive cheating. So the last time I came home from work, I stayed at an Airbnb. I took the time to see a lawyer and initiate our divorce. When my time off was done, I went back to work. My next break is after the new year, and I'll be going to an all-inclusive. Neither this last time or from now on did I ever or will I ever be giving her any money. The problem is that she didn't use the money I gave her to pay down the mortgage or the credit card bill. She blew it on other stuff, so now she's in a bind. My money made her lifestyle possible. By just leaving and not engaging, she is kind of screwed, but there's nothing there for me anymore. We don't even have a dog like I wanted because she would have had to care for him while I was away. So all I left behind was a suit I only bought for our wedding, some gym clothes, and my dress shoes, once again, for the wedding. She, her family, and her friends are all over me to help her during the divorce. I have no obligation to do so though, and after our divorce even less so. I can literally live out of my suitcase and my backpack. My only living expense beyond housing is long-term parking for my truck. But even my mom thinks that I'm screwing her over and punishing her too harshly. I personally cannot believe that my mom would take her side, but my parents' divorce was really antagonistic, and their inability to communicate led to both of them being much worse off than if they cooperated and ended things amicably. So, am I in the wrong?
I made a comment to my ex-husband when he signed our divorce, and his girlfriend now accuses me of being the reason he didn't propose to her on Christmas. Hello and Happy New Year. My ex-husband and I, both late 40s, were a real love story for 17 years. He was my world and I loved everything about him. I thought he loved me too, but about 2 years ago, for about 2 months, he was changed. The change was so palpable, I knew it in my heart that it was another woman. He stopped kissing me good morning or good night, stopped asking me on dates, and always declined when I did. He didn't doze off with his head on my lap to a movie every evening, always missing the end. Now he even sat on the other couch. He stopped saying he loved me and stopped texting me during the day. I didn't know what to do other than wait and see. And sure enough, about 2 months later, he told me he was in love and wanted a divorce. I was heartbroken, but I couldn't do anything about it. I would never beg someone to love me, no matter how much I loved them. He moved out and started with the divorce. His new girlfriend, early 30s, moved in with him not long after. My ex-husband is very successful, and our divorce was finalized a couple of weeks ago. I haven't seen my ex-husband much since he moved out. I don't know what got into me. I have kept civil and prideful during the separation. I was surprised that he was with his lawyer because I thought that he just signed and didn't need to be there. I signed, and then I looked at him for the first time in 2 years. And just without giving myself the time to stop and keep my dignity, I smiled and said that now he lost the last woman who he would know for sure ever loved him and saw him for him and not for his money or assets. He was smiling at first, probably relieved that I finally was able to look at him again. He complained to our son that I never looked at him anymore. His smile faltered and turned into shock. Then he started crying. I was terrified of what I did and just left, almost running. I got a text from his girlfriend this morning with many insults about me, my character, my looks, and my age, because he was supposed to have proposed on Christmas with all family present, but he didn't. He now refuses to talk about it with her or any of her family, and she means that it is all my fault. I ruined their relationship. I blocked her, but I can't help but wonder if I really did ruin their relationship. I even wonder if I care. All I know is that he looks so old and pathetic. I wonder if I ever really knew him or loved him.
Am I wrong for ruining Christmas and being upset that the only gifts I got from my family were joke gifts? For some background, my family likes to play pranks with Christmas and birthday gifts. It's nothing new. I, female 21, as well as my 5 siblings from 29 to 37 have all been pranked on our birthdays and Christmas, but it's usually 1 to 2 gifts. This Christmas, though, I was the only person to get all joke gifts. For example, I unwrapped a MacBook from my brother, but when I opened it, it was just chocolate, which I don't eat, so I gave it away. The real MacBook was actually given to my sister inside a bag she wanted. Another gift was what I thought was a book I put on my Christmas list, but it was just a book cover put on a dictionary. And when I asked my mom about the book, she told me she gave it to my sister-in-law. This went on and on with each present my siblings or parents had given me. AirPods was just a charger block, adapter, gift cards were used and had a $0 balance, a card with Monopoly money, and so on, totaling about 12 joke gifts. I went out of my way to get everybody something they wanted or they'd like, and I didn't get anything. At this point, I was bummed, so I went to the living room to watch TV with my boyfriend. At dinner, they all talked about their gifts and how much they loved them, and my dad asked why I didn't say anything about mine. I said there wasn't much to say, and everybody but my boyfriend laughed, and my mom said it was no big deal as everybody's got some joke gifts. But I responded that all my gifts were joke gifts, and that's when my dad told me to relax and there's always next Christmas. Not wanting to argue, I told my boyfriend I wanted to leave and we can spend the rest of Christmas break with his family.
Am I in the wrong for not wanting to share my birthday with my dead twin anymore? I, 16 female here, soon to be 17 in 3 days. I was a twin. My brother died hours after birth. He was 5 minutes older than me. I was told my mother went into deep depression, but with help got better over time. I've watched videos of my birthdays from 1 to 6 years old, and me sharing my birthday with my brother has started since my first birthday. There's always that 5 minutes of remembrance and honor for him, and instead of having one candle on my cake, there will always be extra or extras for him. As a kid, I didn't really understand or mind it because I got to blow out extra candles. When I was 8, I did question it, and they told me that it was in remembrance of my brother since we share the same birthday. This carried on until my 16th, that I didn't get to celebrate because I ended up being in the hospital. My grandpa showed up at the hospital while I was recovering and wished me and only me a happy birthday. After he left, I realized I love that he only acknowledged me. I realized I didn't want to keep sharing my birthday with my brother, but then I felt guilty. I did try to speak to my parents about just me celebrating my birthday this year, but I was brushed off. Now we come to what happened 4 days ago, and my grandpa, who was the official cake maker in the family, asked what type of cake I wanted. I told him and added firmly with only 17 candles, please. My parents were in the next room, and immediately they came in demanding to know what I was doing. That I should know that the other 17 candles were there for my brother, and I ended up crying and told them that he's not even here and I am. I can't remember everything that was said, but there was a lot of shouting with me and my parents and my grandpa, and me being told that I'm selfish and need to stop being self-centered. My grandpa left with me. I've been at his house since the big fight. I've been crying a lot and grandpa has been here for me, but I feel so guilty and need to ask, am I in the wrong? I've hurt my wife deeply and I need help fixing it. I'm 21 male and my wife 22 female have been together since we were in middle school. We have loved each other unconditionally the entire time, but I've been slowly slipping and screwing up time after time, and I need help to fix this and build our relationship back to what it was before, but make it stronger and better. Here are the biggest things that happened to lead us to now. We talked about a push present for when my son was born, but I didn't get her anything for it, even after she expressed wanting one, and I had told her that I'd get her something. In my defense, I was about to be deployed, so it was a lot going on, but still, it was our first child and she didn't want anything big, just something that showed I cared for her and loved her. I told her that I'd make it up to her and never did. First Mother's Day, she celebrated as a new mom. I didn't do any decorations, and I got her only a bakeware pan that was ship broken. She liked the dish, but it was broken. I told her that I'd return it for a new one, and I never did. I told her that I'd make it up to her, and never did. She gave me a very intimate gift for Valentine's Day, and I showed little to no reaction. We were already having a few issues in bed due to ED caused by stress and anxiety, so she was trying to help by giving me a sexy photo book that she put a lot of effort into. I told her that I'd make it up to her, and never did. Then, more recently, we had a date planned for lunch on the day that I had off. She would be out of work for lunch around 12 to 12:30. I went to a card shop about 20 minutes away from her work thinking that I was right down the road. We recently moved, so I was confused, but still. Well, she was so happy to see me and go on this date just to walk outside and realize I wasn't there and wouldn't be there for another 20 minutes. I told her that I'd make it up to her, and never did. If you haven't noticed the pattern yet, I have a problem with saying I'll make it up to her and then dropping the ball over and over again after dropping the ball on major things. I don't want to lose my wife because of the broken promises and selfishness. The straw that broke the camel's back, though, was New Year's actually. We planned on spending time together for New Year's, and instead, I was selfish and played online with my cousins for hours, which ate away at our time together. Then when she expressed she was upset about it, I didn't even try to talk to her about it. I pretty much just shrugged and tried to move past it. Then we just went to get ready for bed. Missed the clock turning to midnight, no kiss or anything, just let it pass. I let my wife go into New Year upset and questioning if I truly loved her or if I was with her for convenience. I love that woman more than I can express in any conceivable manner. I would do anything for her. I would hike the tallest mountain just to get her the flower that she wants at the top that only grows there. I would give her the clothes on my back and the breath in my lungs to make sure that she was comfortable and could breathe. She's an absolute angel. She's given me every chance every time. She's the smartest, sweetest, most beautiful, amazing woman that I've ever known. She still gives me butterflies when I look at her, when I think of her, when I kiss her. She loves me and shows me how much she loves me. I never questioned our love, and I cannot ever forgive myself for making her question mine. Why do I keep messing up and hurting us both? I need help. How do I fix this? I never want her to question my love for her or our relationship again. I feel like I'm losing the love of my life. She's perfect in my eyes, my dream girl. I don't want to lose her. I can't lose her.
I, 28 female, have been with my fiance Adam since teenage years. We began dating. I met his best friend Nicole. Ooh, Nicole, female. Oh. Since I met her, nothing but red flags. The whole time she flirted with Adam, ignored me. And to be honest, I was mad with Adam that night too because he never took any action to introduce me. I have bad social anxiety and autism and need help in new things. And Adam knew this since day one. Shame on Adam. Number one, it got even worse when it became evident that Nicole was a huge racist. I am white and so is Adam, but my best friend is black, so that is not okay with me. It should not be okay with you anyway. But anyway, after that night, Adam was talking about having a get-together with everyone, me, Nicole, and my friend. And I broke down and told Adam how I felt and why I was upset, and he didn't say anything. He was very apologetic and I have not had direct contact with Nicole since then, but she still talks with Adam. Now, Adam and I are getting married next fall. Last week, he explained that Nicole reached out to him about the wedding since he announced it on Facebook. She asked if the invites have been sent yet, and Adam told her the truth, and that she hadn't gotten one because she's not coming, or because I am not okay with her coming. That's already an issue too. She got very upset and was using pretty much any insult she could about me over text, and said I had no real reason to dislike her. Hold up, y'all. I talked to my maid of honor, Cam, 27 female, and Cam told me that the reason I disliked her was valid. She told me to reach out to Nicole myself and set the record straight. Cam is the friend that I mentioned before, the black friend, y'all. So I messaged her and told her the truth. And then when we were still teens, she disrespected my relationship by openly flirting with him in front of me many times, and by refusing to accept that I existed for months. And to top it all off, I said that my maid of honor and I were simply not okay with her racism, and I told her that until she apologizes for her actions, recent or not, she will not be getting any invites to this wedding in the mail. She left me on scene. Sis was like, bump all that, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do a part 2. It's gonna be quick though. It's already gonna be up late. Look. Next day, Adam was pissed with me. When asked why, he said that Nicole was in his DMs telling him how I'm a hateful bitch and that I'm jealous. And I've known Adam for less time than her. She's sent him forged SS's or screenshots of me saying some nasty things that were never actually said. And during the whole combo, I was nothing but civil through my petty spirit. Though my petty spirit wanted to say other things, after I calmed down and showed him the real combo, he moved his anger to Nicole, but still told me that I should consider her for the wedding because she's his friend and would feel weird without her. I'm not gonna lie, I did laugh because I was in shock that despite her clear as day hatred of both me and my maid of honor, he is still defending her. I told him after her behavior, she clearly has no intentions on changing, and at this point she's not getting invited, whether she apologizes or not. I'm sorry, but his friend can't come. He's been giving me the silent treatment and only speaks when needed since. Am I the asshole? Sis, no, because I'm side-eyeing Adam's ass. Adam don't seem like either he don't have a backbone or he just don't seem like, I don't know. I just like, why is he okay with all the things she does? Like, I'm pretty sure he sees it too. And to me, that means he's a problem. 2, I feel like either they messed around in the past or during, I don't want to say during, but sis a little bit too invested in this man for me, because why was she doing all that and lying so hard as if you wouldn't show him the real screenshots? Like, girl, she just sounded like she was doing too much. What you think?